Prayer is a byproduct of theism. You start with a belief in God, then naturally some kind of relationship between you and God is needed. That is prayer. You start praising Him. Of course there is some motivation. You are asking for something through your prayer. Your prayer is not just a pure love affair. No, it is business. Hence, when you are in trouble you pray. When you are out of trouble you forget it. When you are in some difficulty, incapable of managing, you pray because you need God's help. The moment you are out of difficulty, you forget God and prayer both. A famous Sufi story is that a ship is coming back to its home country. Suddenly the ocean goes mad. Great winds, and the ship is almost on the verge of sinking. Everybody starts praying. At such a moment who will not pray? Even the atheist will pray, the agnostic will pray, and pray, "Forgive what I have been saying, it was all nonsense. Forgive me, but let me reach the shore." But the Sufi was simply sitting there, not praying. The people became angry. They said, "You are a religious man, wearing the robe, the green robe of a Sufi. What kind of a Sufi are you? You should have been the first to pray. And we are not religious people, we are just business people, and to us this prayer is, too, nothing but business. We are offering God, that, we will give you this, we will give you that, just save us. Why are you sitting silently? Why are you not praying?" He said, "You have already said it, because I am not a businessman. If He wants to finish us all, good. If He wants to save us, good. I am in total agreement with Him. Why should I pray? For what? Prayer means some disagreement, something is happening which you don't want to happen. You want God to intercede, to interfere, to stop it, to change it." The Sufi said, "I have no business of my own. It is His business to bother whether to save or to drown us. If He wants this Sufi to be saved, it is His business, not my business. And if He wants me to die, that is His business. I had not asked for birth, suddenly I was here. I cannot ask about death. If birth is not in my control, how can death be in my control?" Those people thought, "This man is mad." They said, "We will take care of you later on. Let us get to the shore somehow, and then we will take care of you. You are not a Sufi, you are not religious, you are a very dangerous man. But this is not the time to bother and quarrel with you." On board was the most wealthy, most famous man of the country, and he was coming with millions of diamonds and precious stones. He had earned much. He had a beautiful palace in the town, the most beautiful marble palace. Even the king was jealous. Even the king had asked him many times, "You give this palace to me, any price, and I will pay for it." But the madman, the rich man, said, "That is not possible. That palace is my pride." When the ship was almost sinking, the man shouted to God, "Listen, I give that palace to you, just save me." And as it happened, the winds disappeared, the ocean became calm, the ship was saved. They reached the bank. Now, the rich man was in a very difficult position because of what he had said. And he had been angry with the Sufi, now he was not angry. He said, "Perhaps you were right just to keep quiet. If I had followed you I would not have lost my palace. But I am a businessman, and I will find a way." And he found a way. Next day he put the palace up for auction. He informed all the nearby kingdoms, whoever was interested. Many kings, queens and rich people came. Everybody was interested. They were all puzzled to see that, just in front of the palace, there was a cat chained to a marble pillar of the palace. The rich man came out and he said, "This palace and the cat, both are up for auction together. The price of the cat is 1 million dinars, their dollars, $1 million, the price of the cat $1 million, and the price of the palace, $1, $1,001,001. The people said, for this cat $1 million, and for this palace just $1. The businessman said, you don't bother about it. If you are interested, both are going to be sold together. Less, I will not accept. If anybody is interested, this is my minimum price. The king of the country said, yes, I will give you the price, but please tell me, what is the secret of this cat and the palace? And he said, no secret, I just got into trouble because of a prayer. I have told God that, I will give you the palace. And I am a businessman. If he is a businessman, I am also a businessman. The cat, $1 million, that I will keep. And the palace, $1, that will go to God's fund. Prayer is just your effort to persuade God to do things according to you. And it is absolutely your imagination. In the first place, you don't know God. You don't know His likes and dislikes. You don't know whether He exists or not, and you are praying. This is a poor state of affairs, and this is happening all over the world. I am against prayer because it is basically business. It is bribing God. It is hoping that you can buttress His ego. You are great, you are compassionate, you can do anything you want. And all this is being said because you want something. There is a motivation behind it. Otherwise you would not pray, if there is no motivation. I am against prayer. I am for meditation. And these are the only two dimensions: prayer, the false dimension; meditation, the right dimension. In prayer you try first to imagine a God there, and then you project a prayer. In meditation you don't have to project any God. You don't have to believe in any God. You don't have to utter a single word of prayer. On the contrary, you move inwards. In prayer you are moving outwards, a God there. And then a bridge of prayer between you and God. In meditation you have no God there. You search within. You search within for what is there. Who am I? What is this life energy? What is this consciousness in me? If only I can know this consciousness, this life in me, I have known the universal life, I am part of it. Just taste the ocean from anywhere and it is salty. Taste yourself, it is the closest place, within yourself, taste your consciousness in silence and peace. Prayer will be wordy. Again you will be talking, chanting, using a mantra or something. No, in meditation words have to be dropped and you have to learn to remain wordless, even for small moments. But in those small moments so much blessing descends. From those small gaps the whole universe starts pouring upon you. I am for meditation and against prayer. The meditator comes to know, feels reality throbbing within himself, the heartbeat of existence. And then there is a thankfulness that is without any motive, a gratitude to nobody in particular, simply a gratitude for all that is. To me, if you want something like prayer. But then that is a love affair, authentic, without any motive. It is just a thank you, not addressed to anybody in particular, addressed to the whole. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 15. Chapter title: The Priest and the Politician, the Mafia of the Soul. 13th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code 8411135. Short title: Unconc 15. Audio, yes video, yes length, 102 minutes. Why is the world so sick today? Why are misery and tension increasing? It is the outcome of all the idiotic ideas that have dominated humanity in the past. It was bound to happen. All the religions are responsible for it. What they have done, whether knowingly or unknowingly, is the cause of the misery, suffering and anguish of the whole of humanity. Let us think of the most fundamental causes one by one. The first, All the religions have been imposing the idea that God has created the world and God is omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. He knows all, He is all-powerful, He is everywhere. This idea prevented man from doing anything to life to make it better, beautiful. When somebody all-knowing, all-powerful, everywhere present, is looking after the world, then what can you do? How far can you see? What can be your contribution? If God is the creator of the world, you cannot improve upon it. If you do anything, you can only harm it. You cannot inform it, you cannot be wiser than God. This idea is one of the most basic causes of the whole anguish through which humanity is passing, and perhaps may perish in. Just think, the way I see it, there is no God who is creating the world, who is looking after the world. Don't throw this responsibility onto someone who exists not. It is we who are here who are in every way responsible to make or mar the opportunity. Remove God and put man in his place, and you will have a totally different world. The suffering is absolutely unwanted. The anguish is our stupidity. Man can live a tremendously rich, blissful, ecstatic life. But the first thing is, he has to accept his responsibility. All the religions have been teaching you to shirk your responsibility. Throw it onto God. And there is no God. You don't do anything because you think God is going to do everything, and there is no God to do anything. Then what else can you expect? What is happening and has happened and is going to happen is the natural outcome of this idea of a creator. If man was told, this is your existence, you are responsible whatever you are, whatever you do, and whatever happens around you. Be mature. Don't remain childish. But this God does not allow you to mature. His godness depends on your immaturity, on your childishness. The more stupid you are, the more gullible you are, the greater is the God. The more intelligent you are, the lesser is the God. If you are really intelligent, there is no God. Then this existence is there, you are there, then create. But the Creator does not allow you to become the Creator. My whole approach is that you are to become the Creator. You have to release your creative energies. And this is possible only if this God, who is nothing but a Godot, is removed, absolutely removed from your vision of life. Yes, in the beginning you will feel very empty because that place of God in you has been filled. Millions of years He was there. The sacred shrine in your heart was filled with the idea of God. Now, suddenly throwing it out, you will feel empty, afraid, lost. But it is good to feel empty. It is good to feel afraid. It is good to be lost, because this is the reality, and what you were feeling before was only fiction. Fictions cannot help much. They may give you some consolation, but consolation is not a good thing. What is needed is transformation, not consolation. What is needed is treatment of all the diseases that you have been carrying, not consolation. So the first thing is, remove God. Don't wait for any Godot. There is none. There has never been any. Friedrich Nietzsche said, I disagree with him, but my disagreement is totally different from the disagreement of others, of all others who disagree. Nietzsche says, God is dead. Of course Christians have differed, Mohammedans have differed, Hindus have differed, Buddhists have differed, but everybody has been against Friedrich Nietzsche. I am also against him, but my reason for being different is that God is not dead because He has never been alive. Even to say, God is dead, is to accept that He was there and now He is no more. No, He was never there in first place. Man has lived under a fiction. And this situation, this misery, this increasing tension. The tension is so much that now in the most advanced countries, the second greatest factor causing death is not a disease but suicide. One feels so utterly tense, day after day, and there seems to be no way out. The anguish goes on increasing, and one cannot even see the reason for what we are suffering. Why should we be suffering? What have we done? Life itself seems to be worthless. A point comes in the intelligent man's life when he sees it is all futile, meaningless. Then why go on dragging? Why not finish it? Why not get rid of it? It has not given you anything except pain. It is not going to give you anything else except pain. Yes, there is an opium somewhere, the hope, perhaps tomorrow things may be different. Perhaps, if not today, tomorrow you may be able to catch some moment of bliss. But even then it does not seem to be worth it. Such a long caravan of miseries, and then once in a while a moment when you can smile, laugh. And by the time you have smiled it is gone. Perhaps that moment is also your imagination. Just to keep yourself going you start dreaming of things which are not really there. You wanted them to be there. That's actually the function of dreaming. Do you know? It has been a strange discovery of modern psychology. For centuries we had thought that dreams are useless, just a disturbance in the night. To have a dreamless sleep has been thought a healthy goal. Yoga for 10,000 years has been teaching that dreamless sleep is the most beautiful experience, but what we have found recently goes just against this whole thing. You can drop your dreamless moments of sleep without any harm to you, but you cannot drop your dreams. If you sleep 8 hours, then almost 2 hours you have, in fragments, in total 2 hours, sleep without dreams, and 6 hours sleep with dreams. It has been experimented with. Now we know. There are instruments which give the indication of whether the person is dreaming or not dreaming. Even without instruments, if you watch his eyelids, you can immediately know. If his eyes are moving inside the lids, he is dreaming, because he is seeing things, movement. If the eyes are static, not moving, and the lids show no movement of the eyes inside, that means dreams have stopped. No sophisticated instruments are needed. But now we have sophisticated instruments which make a graph when the person is dreaming, when the person is not dreaming, just like a cardiogram. They disturbed a few sleepers when they were dreaming. They would disturb them immediately, they would wake them up. They would allow them only those 2 hours of non-dreaming. In the morning they would be utterly exhausted, lusterless, with no desire to live even. This was strange, because all the old yoga in India, in Tibet, in China, different schools and different people not connected with each other at all, they have always been saying, if you can have 2 hours of dreamless sleep, that is enough nourishment, enough to rejuvenate you. It has not been found true. But if you disturb those 2 hours when they are not dreaming, and allow them those 6 hours of dreaming, in the morning they get up so fresh, so young, so rejuvenated, so full of life and juice and so eager to live. When for the first time it was discovered, it was a shock. Dreams are absolutely necessary for these people. For what reason? They have not been able to find the reason. They will never be able to find it because that reason can be found only through deep meditation. There is no other way to find it. By psychological experiments, they will not be able to find out what is the reason. But through meditation something happens which is dreamless, sleepless. Both are not there. Neither the dream is there nor is the sleep there. You are fully awake. The body is fast asleep in a deep rest, but your consciousness is absolutely cloudless. There is no sleep. Inside like a flame you are alert, awake, watching, that there is nothing to watch. The body is asleep and there is nothing to watch. But the watcher is. You can only watch the watcher. You can only observe the observer. You can only be aware of your awareness. But there is no sleep, no dream. And in the morning you are as fresh as it is possible to be. So the psychologists will not be able, they have not yet been able and will never be able to know, unless they start moving towards meditation. And there seems to be no sign of their movement. In fact, they are very antagonistic to meditation, and I can understand why. They are antagonistic to meditation because meditation can dissolve all your problems, can dissolve all your psychic anxieties, and with them goes the whole profession of the psychologist. Just as the priest has been afraid. God should not be doubted. The politician has been afraid. The priest should not be doubted, because if God is doubted, the priest is gone, his priesthood is gone. And there are millions of priests in the world, Hindus, Catholics, Jews, rabbis, ministers, missionaries, pandits, imams, Shankaracharyas, millions of priests in the world who depend on a single concept of God. Drop that idea and all these will be nowhere. Right now they have great prestige, power. Who will be the Pope when there is no God? What will be his position? This Pope, this Polak, will have to go back to Poland. And Poland is communist now. He will become a laughingstock. God is not there. With him, the Holy Ghost disappears, the Son disappears. God is the central focus of the whole fiction. Remove that central idea and the whole palace made of playing cards simply falls on the ground. Just a little whip is needed. The psychologist is afraid of meditation. Now psychology is a big profession. Jews never do small things. They created this stupid Christianity, and for 2000 years they have been complaining, we missed the chance. We would have made the great profession that the Christians are making. How did we miss Jesus? It was simply a great business, and we missed the point. We couldn't see that this man is going to be such a big deal. He proved the biggest business deal in the world. Jews cannot forgive him. If they get him again, they will crucify him again, for another reason this time. Why didn't you tell us in the first place that this is going to be a big business, and we would not have crucified you? And then they nearly missed the second, Sigmund Freud. But this time they were more aware, they have not missed so much. 90% of the profession is still in Jewish hands. All the great psychologists and psychoanalysts and therapists, 90% of them are Jewish. It is their monopoly. And Freud single-handedly created the whole profession, the whole science. He was very much afraid of meditation, tremendously afraid. Jung, his most intimate disciple, and in the beginning the possible successor, was so much afraid of meditation. When he came to India, wherever he went, and he went to Khajuraho, to the Taj Mahal, to Fatehpur Sikri, the old ancient places, everywhere it was suggested, you should go to Arunachal in the south of India, the very south, deep south. There is a man, Sri Ramana, who can give you immense insight into human nature, about which you have been working your whole life. But he was afraid to go there. And Ramana was certainly the man who could have given him, shared with him, something of meditation. But he would not go. Outright he rejected it, saying, all this meditation is unscientific. Now his statement is unscientific, because nobody has tried to explore meditation scientifically. On what grounds is he saying that all this meditation business is unscientific? I know the space when there is no sleep, no dream, and still I am there. Certainly dreams are needed, but not by me. Perhaps 99.9% of people, or even more, need dreams, 6 hours of dreams in the night. And do you think that's all? Are you not dreaming in the day too? Anytime, close your eyes and you will find the dream is there, running. The dream is always there. You are listening to me, and a dream will be there. You are walking on the road, and the dream is moving inside you. Of course, when you are walking, your attention is divided. You have to be alert to the outside world, otherwise people think you are spaced out. You are not spaced out, you are spaced in. Your attention is no more out. You are clouded with dreams and you have forgotten the objective world. 6 hours in the night, and how many hours in the day? Nobody has yet measured how many hours in the day. I don't think that you have even 2 hours in a day, just as you have in the night, without dreams. I don't think you have 2 hours in a day without dreams, because if you can have 2 hours without dreams, fully awake, those 2 hours will become your meditation. They will reveal immensely valuable secrets to you. But the ordinary humanity, the average man, needs dreams. Why? Because life, in reality, is so unsatisfactory, so ugly, so stinkingly ugly. Those dreams substitute for it. They are beautiful. They bring fragrance in your life, hope, fiction. They help you to remain sane. The reality will drive you insane. To me, God, the Holy Ghost and the Son, and the Pope, the infallible Pope, of course he has to be infallible. He represents the Messiah, the only begotten Son of God. How can he be fallible? The infallible Pope. And every religion has similar things. You need these people. They are fictions created by your misery, cunning people using your misery to exploit you and to have their power trip. The politician needs these people also. Even a mad politician like Adolf Hitler needs the blessings of God. If there is no God, who is going to bless Adolf Hitler? And the chief Christian priest in Germany blesses him. Now see the miracle. Adolf Hitler is being blessed by God's priest. You will succeed. Churchill is being blessed in England by the same God's priest. You will be successful. Benito Mussolini is blessed by the Pope himself. You will be successful. And nobody sees the contradiction, that one God, one infallible Pope. And this German priest is under the Pope. But the Pope has to bless Benito Mussolini, otherwise Mussolini will throw him out and put somebody else as the Pope who is ready to bless him. Benito Mussolini is not a fascist when he is in power. Even the Pope says, he is the most wise man, the most democratic, most human, Benito Mussolini. And the same Pope, after Benito Mussolini is defeated, will declare him a fascist. And these are infallible people. Now another politician is there who has to be blessed, who is against Benito Mussolini. They will bless him too. Can't you see a simple conspiracy between the priest and the politician? The masses are befooled. The priest gives the sanction from God, certifies that this is the right man to be the president, this is the right man to be the vice president, the prime minister. Of course the politician needs it because the masses will listen to the priest. The priest is impartial, he has nothing to do with politics, he is above politics. He is not. The priest is in the hands of the politicians. The Dalai Lama is the Pope, in fact higher than the Pope, for the Buddhists, because he is not a representative of Jesus, he is a reincarnation of Buddha himself, not a representative, but a reincarnation of Buddha himself. The Dalai Lama escaped from Tibet because China became communist and claimed that Tibet is part of China. Once it was, 200, 300 years ago. There was a time when a Chinese emperor conquered Tibet, and Tibet was part of China. And of course Tibetans and Chinese belong to the same race. The Dalai Lama had to escape from there, because he was both the religious head and the political head. And he had never thought that anybody is going to attack Tibet. It is so secluded a country, on top of the world, and so far away from every other place. No railway trains are there, no cars are there, no roads are there, no technology has reached there. People are still living at least 5,000 years back. He had to escape because he did not have a big army. He had never thought, his predecessors had never thought, that anybody is going to attack is so difficult, to reach Tibet is so difficult. But Mao was determined to take it over. It was a very significant place for him not to leave alone, because Russia could take it, and then it would become a tremendously dangerous thing for China. India could take it, then chew it would become tremendously difficult for China. So before anybody else started thinking, China jumped in. Tibet is a small country, and the Dalai Lama had just a small police force, perhaps 100 policemen, to guard the palace. That was all. There was no need for anything else. Army? They had never thought about the army. But the incarnation of Buddha escapes from Tibet, forgets about the people whom he has been exploiting, his predecessors have been exploiting, for thousands of years. Tibet is a poor country, but the Dalai Lama is one of the richest men in the world. The whole palace of Lhasa was filled with gold and nothing else. Strange even to think that the Dalai Lama escaped with all the gold from the Lhasa palace, not all the ancient scriptures, because there was a clear choice: you can take this or you can take. There were so many scriptures that you would need thousands of cars to take them to India. And he had so much gold, and the gold had to reach first, because without gold what was he going to do in India? And the refugees that were following him from Tibet, what were they going to do? So scriptures were left, gold was carried. This is the incarnation of Buddha. China immediately crowned his younger brother, Panchen Lama, as the head of the country. Politicians can't do without it because the masses won't listen. Now the masses are perfectly happy. What difference does it make, the Dalai Lama or Panchen Lama? He was going to be his successor. He is the second in line. If the Dalai Lama dies, or anything happens, Panchen Lama will become the head. The Dalai Lama has escaped, and China made him a laughingstock. You believed in him and he deceived you. Not only that, but he has stolen all your gold. In India, Jawaharlal Nehru was the Prime Minister when the Dalai Lama came there. He welcomed him. That was his politics, because in India, Buddhism once was the religion of almost the whole country. But then after Buddha's death, Hindus destroyed everything that was possible. So either the Buddhist monks had to escape. That's how Tibet became Buddhist. Ceylon became Buddhist, Japan became Buddhist, China became Buddhist, Korea became Buddhist, Vietnam became Buddhist, Indochina became Buddhist, Burma became Buddhist, the whole of Asia. Except India, where Buddha was born and where he worked and where he transformed people. In India, Buddhism completely disappeared. Either the Buddhist monk had to leave India or he was killed, burned alive, or reduced to the lowest caste in India, the untouchable, Shudra. The Chamars in India, the shoemakers in India, they are all Buddhists. They were reduced, forced to make shoes only, and do nothing else. In a country like India where vegetarianism is thought to be one of the fundamentals of religion, who is going to kill animals and who is going to make shoes and other leather things? The Buddhists were forced. If you want to be alive and you want to live here, then choose this profession. Everybody was happy. Hindus and Jainas all were happy that they had been put in their right place. But what happened? After independence, one man, Dr. Ambedkar, started converting the Chamars, the shoemakers, back to Buddhism. He converted thousands of people back to Buddhism. He created a great movement back to Buddhism, and there was a possibility that millions would turn. He died, but still he left a strong force of Buddhism behind him. Now, Nehru wanted this force to be with him. The Dalai Lama was the perfectly right person, because all those Buddhists would listen to the Dalai Lama. And the Dalai Lama had to listen to Jawaharlal, otherwise. Go back, or go anywhere else you want to go. Jawaharlal gave him space against China. China raised the question, this will be a surety that we are no more friends. You hand over the Dalai Lama to us. They wanted the Dalai Lama in their hands because Panchen Lama is not so powerful. Although the Tibetans have accepted him, the Dalai Lama was their chosen leader. This has been imposed by the Chinese. Reluctantly they have accepted. If the Dalai Lama had been given back to China, they would have forced him to be in Tibet, to be the Dalai Lama again. But instructions were received from Mao Zedong, the country will be under us. Nehru refused to deliver the Dalai Lama to him. You will be surprised, even a country like America. Just 4 years ago, the Dalai Lama was invited by American Buddhists. Because there are a few Zen monasteries and a few American Buddhists, they had invited the Dalai Lama. The American government stopped him from entering the country because that would create enmity with China. And for America, the Dalai Lama has no meaning because these few Buddhists don't count. What I am telling you is that these politicians and these priests have been constantly in conspiracy, working together hand in hand. The politician has the political power. The priest has the religious power. The politician protects the priest blesses the politician until masses are exploited, sucked. Their blood is sucked by both. Remove God and you remove the politicians, you remove the politics, you remove the priest, you remove the conspiracy between the priest and the politician. And with these two removed, 50% of your miseries will disappear. The idea of God gives you dreams of a better life. After death, perhaps in paradise or in another incarnation. So there is not so much to be worried about. This life, it is a small thing, what does it matter? In millions and millions of light years, what does it matter? 70 years? It does not count at all. There are stars so far away from us that the day you were born, their race on that day started moving towards the earth, they have not reached here yet. You will die, perhaps sometime then those rays will reach. And rays move with a tremendous speed, 186,000 miles per second. For that star, you never existed. Before you were born and before you died, no ray could reach here to see you, to touch you. As far as that star is concerned. And millions of stars are there, that far away. What to say about you? There are stars whose rays have not reached the earth since the earth came into existence. And it may go out of existence and those stars will never come to know that there has been a planet like Earth. So what to say about your Alexander the Great, Napoleon Bonaparte, Ivan the Terrible? They didn't count at all anywhere in this vast universe. 70 years. So religions have been telling people, 70 years don't count. This misery will pass away, and if you allow it to pass away without struggling against it, the next life, life beyond death, is going to be very rewarding to you. These are the people who have prevented you from changing any situation on the earth. Particularly, they have prevented the transformation of man, because all the suffering that you see all around is rooted in man. And if man remains the same, this tension will go on increasing, this anguish will go on increasing. There is every possibility that by the end of this century the whole of humanity may commit suicide, a global war. And it is not very difficult to imagine its possibility, because the people who are in power, the people who have nuclear weapons, are so third-rate. It seems that to be a successful politician, you have to be absolutely unintelligent. Fanatic, lying, promising continuously, knowing perfectly well that no promises are going to be fulfilled, cheating, using beautiful words and hiding ugly realities. Now each big, powerful country is loaded with nuclear weapons. So much so that if we want we can destroy 700 Earths like this right now. That much nuclear power is there, available, to destroy each person 700 times, although it is not needed, one time is enough. But politicians don't want to take any chances. Their faces are all masks, they say one thing, they do another thing. And the power is in such people's hands. Any crackpot can push a button and can finish the whole of humanity, the whole of life on the earth. But perhaps deep down humanity also wants to get rid of it. Perhaps individually people are not courageous enough to commit suicide, but on the mass scale they are ready. Always remember, individuals have not committed great crimes. It is always crowds which commit great crimes, because in a crowd no individual feels, I am responsible for what is happening. He thinks, I am just being with the people. Individually, when you commit something, you have to think 3 times before committing it. What are you doing? Is it right? Does your consciousness permit it? But not when there is a crowd. You can be lost in the crowd, nobody will ever discover that you were also part of it. Even a country like Germany, which can be said to be one of the most intelligent, cultured, sophisticated countries, has given great poets, painters, scientists, philosophers. In every dimension Germany's contribution is great. But one simply feels amazed that this country of Hegel, Feuerbach, Kant, Marx, Freud, Einstein, this country came under the power of Adolf Hitler, who was nothing but a madman. What happened? Even a man like Martin Heidegger, who was the topmost philosopher of the contemporary world, supported Adolf Hitler. It is so shocking to think about. I have always appreciated the man, because his intelligence is incomparable. Other philosophers are miles behind, Sartre, Marcel, Jaspers, miles behind. Nobody is even close to this man. Even to understand him is not easy. But he supported Adolf Hitler. And when Germany lost the war and Adolf Hitler committed suicide, then he was as if awakened from a dream. Then he realized what he had done. This man was simply mad, and I have supported him. That's what I say. Even when your eyes are fully open, you may be dreaming. Now he was dreaming, and he was projecting his dream on Adolf Hitler because he saw that this man has the power to impress the masses, which Martin Heidegger had not. He could not even deliver a single address, because everybody would leave. The way he talked, the things he talked about, the complications that he brought in. Now who was going to listen to him? He was professor of philosophy in the university, in fact in many universities, for the simple reason that wherever he was a professor, students stopped coming to the department. He was far above them, he was way above your head. And if this man was going to be your examiner too, you were finished. And when he had been there for 2, 3 years in one university, then the university would say to him, you move, nobody is going to come here. Then finally they decided to make him the vice-chancellor of the university, so he did not teach. He had no power over the masses, and he saw Adolf Hitler. The masses were just spellbound, almost in a state of hypnosis. So he projected that what he dreamt, how the world should be, this man could make it possible. But he was innocent. He did not understand that this man had his own mad ideas, what he was going to do to the world. He was not going to listen to any philosopher. And Martin Heidegger at least was absolutely beyond him. Hitler would not have even made intelligible conversation with him. The religions have given man fictions to live in. Now all those fictions are broken and man has nothing left to live for, hence the anguish. Anguish is not an ordinary state of anxiety. Anxiety is always centered upon a certain problem. You don't have money, there is anxiety. You don't have enough clothes and the cold is coming, you have a certain anxiety. You are sick and you don't have medicine, and there is anxiety. Anxiety is about a certain problem. Anguish has no problem as such. Just to be seems to be fruitless, futile. Just to breathe seems to be dragging yourself unnecessarily, because what is going to happen tomorrow? Yesterday also you were thinking that something is going to happen tomorrow. Now, this is yesterday's tomorrow, which has come as today, and nothing has happened. And this has been going on for years. And you go on projecting for tomorrow. A moment comes when you start realizing that nothing is going to happen. Then there is the state of anguish. In anguish, only one thing seems to be there, somehow to get out of this circle of life, hence suicide, the increasing rate of suicide. And an unconscious desire of humanity that the Third World War happens. So I am not responsible that I committed suicide. The World War killed everybody, and killed me too. But the whole situation can be changed. We just have to change the premises of the old man. Remove God, remove heaven and hell, remove the idea of a future reward, and remove the idea that some Messiah is to come to redeem you from your suffering. Remove the idea that anybody else is responsible for your misery and suffering. Remove the idea that somebody can give meaning to your life. Accept that you are alone, born alone, and you will die alone. And you have to accept the fact that you are living alone, maybe in a crowd, but you are living alone. Maybe with your wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, but they are alone in their aloneness. You are alone in your aloneness, and those alonenesses don't touch each other, never touch each other. That you may live with someone for 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, it makes no difference, you will remain strangers. Always and always you will be strangers. Accept the fact that we are strangers, that we don't know who you are, that you don't know who I am. I myself don't know who I am, so how can you know? But people are presuming that the wife should know the husband is assuming the wife should know the husband. Everybody is functioning as if everybody is a mind reader, and he should know, before you say it, your needs, your problems. He should know, she should know, and they should do something. Now this is all nonsense. Nobody knows you, not even you, so don't expect that anybody else should know you. It is not possible in the very nature of things. We are strangers. Perhaps by chance we have met and we are together, but our aloneness is there. Don't forget it, because you have to work upon it. Only from there is your redemption, your salvation. But you are doing just the opposite. How to forget your aloneness? The boyfriend, the girlfriend. Go to the movie, the football match, get lost in the crowd, dance in the disco, forget yourself, drink alcohol, take drugs, but somehow don't let this aloneness come to your conscious mind, and there lies the whole secret. You have to accept your aloneness, which in no way you can avoid. And there is no way to change its nature. It is your authentic reality. It is you. And you are escaping from yourself. Then there will be misery, there will be problems. And in solving one problem you will create 10 more, and so on and so forth. Soon there will be only problems surrounding you, and you will be drowning in your own problems. Then you call out, why are the tensions increasing? Why is there so much suffering? Why is there so much misery? As if somebody has a ready-made answer for it. Yes, somebody has it. It is you. Because I have found the answer within me, hence I say it to you with authority. The authority is not derived from any God, from any Messiah, from any Veda, from any Quran, Bible, no. The authority is derived from my experience. My whole life I have lived amongst millions of people, but never for a single moment forgetting that I am alone, that my aloneness is unreachable. Nobody can reach to it. It is available only to me, because it is me. So the moment you stop escaping from yourself, drowning yourself in all kinds of drugs, relationships, religions, service to humanity. Now a few are doing that. It is nothing but escape from themselves. But their ego is fulfilled because they are doing service to humanity. I know many servants, great servants, and when I talked with them, brought them to the point and nailed them down exactly, they all literally broke into tears and said, perhaps you are right, we are escaping. We were thinking we were going to serve these poor people, but it seems that we have not been able to solve any of our own problems. This seemed to be a very preferable escape. You can put aside problems. And how can you be so selfish, to be bothered by your problems when the whole of humanity is suffering? When everybody is suffering, help them. So you can, in a beautiful garb, put aside your problems, even to think about them is selfish. But with those problems, whom are you going to help and how? You will dump all your problems on somebody whom you are going to serve. The husband will dump on the wife will dump on the husband. The parents will dump on the children, and everybody is dumping his problems on others without seeing that the other is also trying to do the same. Stop dumping problems on others. You have to solve your problems, and every individual has to solve his own problems. And the problems are not so many. It is one problem which you have not solved, which has created a chain of unsolved problems. The problem is how to enter your aloneness without fear. And the moment you enter your aloneness without fear, it is such a beautiful and ecstatic experience that there is nothing compared to it. It is not a problem at all. It is the solution of all your problems. But you have made it a problem because you have listened to others and followed them, the blind following blind leaders and priests. They are all going in a circle, and everybody believes that the man ahead of him is capable of seeing, and the same is the case with the man who is ahead. He is holding somebody else's coat or shirt, believing that he knows where he is going, and they all are moving in a circle. Nobody is going anywhere. The followers are following the leader is following the followers. You have to stop and come out of this stupid game of followers and leaders. You have just to be yourself, and remember that you were born alone, so aloneness is your reality, that you will die alone, so aloneness is your reality. And between birth and death, between these 2 points where you are absolutely alone, how can life be anything else? It is in each moment alone. So accept it joyously. Go into it as much as possible, as many times as possible. This is the temple of my religion. It is not made of rocks, marbles, it is made of your consciousness. Go into it, and the deeper you go, the farther away are the problems. The moment you touch the center of your being, you have arrived home. And from that point you can come out and do whatsoever you want to do. It will be a help, it will be service, it will be sharing. You will not be dumping anything on anybody. On the one hand, the priest has given you the desire for the other world, the ambition for the other world, for the tomorrow. The politician is giving you this world. You can become the president. Anybody in America can become the president. All citizens are equal. What nonsense! No two citizens are equal. And only the most cunning is going to become the president, not all. At least not those who would have been of any help to anybody. Only ambitious people can reach to the highest political post in any country, because it is a race, and you need to be utterly ambitious to stake everything on it. And you are not to bother what you are doing, whether it is right or wrong. The end you have to keep in mind and do whatsoever you feel right to reach the end, whether it is right or wrong, no question. If you fail, everything is wrong. If you succeed, everything is right. Success is right and failure is wrong. That's the way politicians have been training everybody. Drop all that the priests and the politicians have put into you, and as you unburden yourself, you start having glimpses of your pure being. That's what I call meditation. Once tasted, it transforms forever. Sheila, one question more. Beloved Osho, the Christian Bible begins with the statement, "In the beginning was the Word." Do you agree? There has been no creation. How can there be the beginning? The creation is continuous, it is creativity. Back you move, you will not find the beginning. Ahead you go, you will not find the end. It is beginningless, endless creative energy. So in the first place there was no beginning. God never created the world, there is no God. And the Bible says, "In the beginning was the Word." That is the most ridiculous thing to say. If we assume just for the argument's sake that there was a beginning, then I will say, in the beginning there was silence. How can there be, the word, in the beginning? Just look at the idea. How can the word be in the beginning? Then what was before the word? Of course there must have been silence, before the word disturbed it. And silence means much more because that's the silence I am trying in many ways for you to go into. It was in the beginning, and it is in the middle, and it will be in the end, because at the very center of this whole creativity, of this tremendous creativity of existence, at the very center there is silence. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 16. Chapter title: God is the greatest fiction ever. 14th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code 8411145. Short title: Unconsc 16 audio, yes video, yes length, 93 minutes. Beloved Osho, where did the devil come from when he appeared to Adam and Eve as a serpent? A very simple principle has to be understood. If you lie once, then you will have to lie 1,001 times to protect the first lie. Still it remains unprotected. Those 1,001 lies cannot make it a truth. They may repress it, but it is there. And in fact they are all lies, so every lie, in its own turn, needs again protection. And you cannot protect a lie by any truth. Truth needs no protection. When you speak the truth, it is self-evident, complete. Nothing else is needed, no support. It has its authenticity in itself. The lie is empty. It has no evidence. But you can befool people by telling a series of lies. Perhaps one they may find out, but when thousands of lies are told, it is very difficult to find out in this crowd the basic lie. God is the basic lie, so basic that it needs thousands of theologies in the world to protect it. Still it is not protected. Still God is not self-evident. Still it needs proof, still no argument is enough. All arguments are found to be illogical. Yes, they can convince somebody who is already convinced. But there is no point in convincing a person who is already convinced, who has accepted, believed. He needs no argumentation about it, no proofs. But all your arguments about God, and proofs, have not been able to convert a single atheist in the whole history of humanity. This is something to be thought about. And then, because you have spoken the basic lie, now you have to surround it, cloud it, with many more lies. The story of the devil seducing Eve and Adam, and the fall of humanity, these are supporting lies. But it's very interesting to go into them, interesting to see the cunningness of the so-called messiahs, avatars, and the so-called theologians. Before I enter into this story, I would like you to know the full version. Generally the full version is not known. Only half the story is being told, because the other half became inconvenient. Adam and Eve were not the first to be created by God. The real story is that Eve was a second thought. God had created one woman, but it was not Eve. Adam and one woman he created. When I look at the story, it is very revealing. He created man and woman, but he must have been, and he was, a Jewish God. It is a Jewish story, and he must have been a perfect Jew. He created only one bed, so small that even for one person it was not comfortable. It was impossible to put the man and woman together on that small bed. So the first night, the honeymoon night, turned into a nightmare. The first fight was, who is going to sleep on the bed? Of course the man was very male chauvinistic, but it was not yet proved that he is superior in any way, and there was no precedent. They were the first ones. The woman was very reluctant. She said she is going to sleep on the bed. The whole night they quarreled, the first encounter group, pillow fight and the next day God had to withdraw that woman. Since then the real woman has not existed. To me, even a fictitious story can be used to search into the mind who created it. The real woman had to be withdrawn. Then Eve was created, but not as an independent being. She was created out of a rib taken from Adam's body. Now she would be dependent. She would be just a part. The first woman was solely independent. There was no question that she was inferior and Adam was superior. But the second woman from the very beginning is inferior. She is just a small rib taken out of Adam, nothing more, just a part, not even a whole. From this point the degradation of woman starts. Adam's fall may come later on, but woman's degradation, slavery, starts with this, that God has withdrawn the real woman. This God also has a male chauvinistic mind. Why could he not say that you are both equal, there is no need to fight? But he must have been really a Jew. He could not make a little bigger bed, where both could be accommodated. It is not only a question of a bed, remember. What I am trying to say to you is, God could not manage the equality of man and woman, could not manage their being accommodated in a coexistence, without anybody being on a power trip. He himself is a man, naturally, Adam is not withdrawn. The woman is withdrawn, is annihilated, is simply finished. And the second woman is only a false, pseudo-woman. From the very beginning God manages the second woman to be a pseudo-woman. This way the story proves that Eve is never going to be equal. How can the part be equal to the whole? But when you put somebody in an inferior position, which is absolutely unfair and unjust, there is bound to be rebellion. The people who have invented this story may not have been aware what they are inventing. And nobody has interpreted it the way I am doing. The woman must have been carrying great anger. The woman must have been wanting, in some way, to show God that, if you can be unfair, I can also destroy what you are trying to make. She is going to revolt. In the story, Christians and Jews make the part of the serpent very important. That is only an excuse. The basic thing is, the moment you try and enforce slavery, inferiority, on anybody, you are sowing the seeds of revolution, revolt. It is a revolt. Why could the serpent not convince Adam? It would have been far easier, because man is thought to be more intelligent, more rational, more adventurous, more egoistic. And all these qualities would have been helpful for the serpent, the devil, to incite Adam against God's order, to provoke him to revolt, to disobey. And this seems to be absolutely logical, psychological, relevant. Women, in the whole history of mankind, have never revolted. In fact, it is only man who has revolted, many times. The woman has never revolted. But the first woman is in revolt, and the devil finds it easier to convince the woman. Which is not right, absolutely not right, because all the religions of the world are supported by the woman, not by the man. Woman is the backbone of all the religions of the world. If she has supported anybody, it is the priest, not the devil. It is God, not the devil. Man has a very superficial support for the religions. Very meaningless. He has no deep, intrinsic connections with religion. But the woman, around the world, in all the religions, has been the basic support. Otherwise all these religions would have disappeared. So there are only two possibilities. Either these religions are proposals from the devil, which seems to be a natural conclusion of this story, that these religions are nothing but strategies of the devil. And he is still doing the old trick of manipulating the woman, and through the woman manipulating the man, or the whole story is just to condemn the woman. Those who have invented it to condemn the woman, that she is dangerous, that she can have a rapport with the devil very easily. Man has to be aware of it. In the Middle Ages the popes and Christianity have done such an incredible job, unbelievable. They forced thousands of women to confess that they were witches. The word witch is not a bad word, it has no ugly connotations with it. But Christians of the Middle Ages made it an ugly word. Witch simply means a wise woman. It no longer means that. They corrupted the word, they managed to make the word mean what they wanted. A witch is one who is in a sexual relationship with the devil. Not only were ordinary women forced to confess and burned alive, once a woman accepted that she was a witch and has had a sexual relationship with the devil, then certainly she could not be allowed to remain alive even for a single moment. She was bringing the devil into human blood, she would pollute the whole of humanity, she had to be burned alive. And it was not ordinary women only, even nuns, mother superiors, they managed, and forced them to confess. Anybody could raise the suspicion, just that was enough. Anybody, any man, could raise the suspicion to the Pope, to the bishop, to the high priest, that this woman, this nun, seems to be a witch. That was enough for the investigation to begin. And there was a special court arranged by the Pope, the Inquisition, with a big office and hundreds of people working for him in this investigation, so that the devil can be destroyed from every place, wherever he has sown his seed. And nuns were more articulate in their confessions, naturally, because they knew what confession was, they knew what the devil was, they knew what kind of sexual relationship could happen with the devil. They knew all these things, and they had been suppressing their sexuality. It was very easily possible that they may have dreamed that they were having a love affair with the devil. And they were thought to be martyrs, because you are helping the people of God to eradicate all possibilities of the devil. You are ready to risk your life. They described in detail how the devil comes, how he looks, with two horns. Instead of toes, hooves. Not only that, they described that the devil has a forked sexual organ. That is great imagination. And once one nun confessed that, then every other nun was even more articulate, more imaginative. Why a forked sexual organ? So that the devil can have double intercourse at the same time, so he can use both the woman's entries in the body at the same time. And it was believed, and they were burned. And they burned joyously because they were helping the great cause of the Messiah, of God. Now, in this story too, man is kept out, is not really responsible for the sin. The real responsibility is put on the woman. The serpent seduces her mind, as I see it. In the East, the serpent is thought to be just the opposite. It is not the symbol of the devil. It is only in Christianity and Judaism that the serpent is the symbol of the devil. In the East, the serpent is the wisest animal on the earth. In India, the serpent is worshipped. There is a special day in the year devoted to the worship of the serpent, and millions of serpents of all kinds are given milk, worshipped. Because it has been thought, in the East, that the serpent is a symbol of wisdom. Why? Because actually the way the serpent moves, the Kundalini power inside your body moves exactly in the same way. Hence Kundalini is being translated into English as serpent power. If you have seen a serpent standing on his tail, you will be surprised, because a serpent has no bones. Standing on his tail is a miracle, because there are no bones, so how is he supporting himself? Ordinarily the serpent is always sitting or resting, with his body in the form of a circle. That is the meaning of Kundalini. Kundalini means circular, concentric circles. That is the ordinary situation of everybody's inner energy. It is in a circular way, sleeping or resting. But another strange thing about the serpent is that it has no ears. Still it dances to the tune of a certain music. When scientists found that it had no ears, they could not believe it. Then how does it happen that it dances to certain music? It is only lately they have become aware that it has no ears. That is true, but its whole body is sensitive to the vibrations of music. So it dances not by hearing the music, it dances by feeling the music. Remember the difference, Not by hearing the music, it cannot hear, there is no way of hearing, but by the vibrations of the music, the waves of the music hitting on its body. Its body is so sensitive that it starts moving with those vibrations. That too is exactly the same in the inner serpent power, the Kundalini. It too starts rising up with a certain music. It has no ears, it has not even a body, it is just pure energy. But a certain music helps it tremendously. And in the East we have found what music, what chanting, will help. For example, chanting, Aum, continuously hits your sleeping energy. The function of the Aum is just to make the inner serpent rise up, stand up. The same happens with the sound, Ho. It can happen with other sounds too. But these two sounds have been found perfectly certain to work. And Eastern music is totally different from Western music. Western music at the most is entertainment. At the best. At the worst, it also hits the serpent, but not upwards, exactly opposite, downwards. So most Western music is sexual. It is the same energy moving downwards that becomes sexuality. The same energy moving upwards becomes spirituality. And when the serpent reaches to the highest point in your being, the seventh chakra, the hit of the energy opens that chakra just like a lotus flower. The happening is so exactly like the lotus flower, that the lotus flower became immensely significant in the East. But the idiots invented this story, that the devil came in the form of a serpent and seduced Eve's mind, provoked her to revolt. God has said not to eat from two trees, the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. If you are impartial, with no prejudice, then who is doing the harm to man, God or the devil? God is preventing man from knowing. And just cut out all your knowing, and what are you other than a vegetable? A cabbage, or a cauliflower? Just cut out all knowing. And that's what God's idea was, to keep man always in the state of being a vegetable. Of course vegetables don't revolt. Vegetables are dependable. Knowledge is dangerous. Intelligence is dangerous. If you look without any prejudice, then the serpent is the friend of man, not the enemy. And even in this story he fulfills the Eastern concept of wisdom, although the people who invented this story had no idea that this interpretation is possible. But with me anything is possible. The serpent is not the devil. And the word devil has to be understood. It comes from the same Sanskrit root as the word divine. So devil and divine don't mean different things. The Sanskrit root is behind both. In Sanskrit it becomes deva, in English it becomes divine and devil. Now, again a part of the story which is not being told in the churches, the devil was an angel, a divine being, just like other angels who go on singing Alleluia to God. He stopped singing this Alleluia to God, he must have been the most intelligent angel, and he started raising questions. Questions which could not be answered, because if God was capable of answering those questions there was no need to throw the devil out of heaven. What kind of God? Who can't answer questions, and can create existence? He must know the most because he is the creator of everything. And if a certain angel asks questions, they should be welcomed. But God seems to be very dictatorial, a despot. No questions, he only gives commandments. Do this, don't do that, but never ask why. It is not for you to ask why. Do or die, but don't ask why. And this angel started asking why, hence he was thrown out. This is the angel who is condemned as the devil, Satan, and different names. And this is the angel who puts this idea into Eve's mind. God is afraid that if you eat from the tree of knowledge and life, you will be equal to God, and he does not want anybody to be equal to him. He wants to remain superior, above all, the only one who knows, the only one who understands, the only one who commands. He is very jealous and does not want any rival. But if you don't eat the fruit of these two trees, you will never know what life is. You will never be able to explore this mysterious and beautiful existence. Why has he chosen Eve? Why has he not chosen Adam? That would have been more direct, but there is a reason. Adam is male. God is male. This angel has been thrown out because he questioned, doubted. And he also understands that Eve suffers because God has been very unkind and inhuman to her. She has been created, by birth, a slave. She cannot become independent, so she carries, deep down, the possibility of rebellion. Adam has nothing to say against God. In fact, he is very much in favor of God because when Adam had quarreled with the first woman, God withdrew the woman. He is the chosen one, the really only begotten Son of God. He is special. For him, God destroyed the woman. For him, God made another woman, inferior to him in every possible way. So it will be difficult to put revolution in the mind of man. He has a vested interest in the establishment. God is the establishment and he is favored by the establishment. So why should he revolt? For rebellion you have to find somebody who has some grudge, some wound inflicted upon him. Here Jew, the serpent proves the wisdom, the understanding. You can see my work, I have worked more on women than on men. Almost 70% of my sannyasins are women, for the simple reason that the woman is the most exploited down the ages, the most oppressed down the ages, throughout the world, inhumanly treated by everybody. Buddha, Rama, Krishna, Mahavir, all condemn her. What to say about ordinary people? She has suffered the most, and the suffering has been so long that she has completely forgotten that there is some other way also. I know that serpent was wise. In fact, God seems to be very evil when he insists that you should not eat of the fruit of knowledge, and you should not eat the fruit of life. This is very evil. And he makes it a point that, if you disobey me you will be thrown out of the Garden of Eden. Then you will not be protected by me, then you will be on your own. In the Garden of Eden you need not bother about food. You need not bother about anything, everything is taken care of, but it is a concentration camp. There must have been electric wires around the Garden of Eden. But a serpent can enter in between electric wires without any difficulty. To me God seems to be very evil, making this emphatic point that disobedience is the greatest sin. I would like to say to you, obedience is the greatest sin. Listen to your intelligence, and if anything feels right, do it, but you are not obeying. You are going with your intelligence. If your intelligence finds something is wrong, then whatsoever the risk, and whatsoever the consequence, go against the order. No order is higher than your intelligence. And God making this point. So that disobedience becomes the original sin, all other sins are just byproducts. He does not bother about theft, stealing, murder, rape, no, all these things, no problem. If Adam was raping, it was okayo. Of course he could not rape another woman because there was no other woman, but there were animals, and people have been known to rape animals. And he was himself like an animal. He may have butchered, killed animals for eating. He would have been a cannibal if there were other human beings, but there were not, so he was eating other animals. But he himself was an animal and nothing else. But no, these are not sins, not even crimes. It is perfectly okay with God. All these criminals of the world, all rapists, all sadists, all masochists, Adolf Hitlers, Genghis Khans, Tamerlanes, Joseph Stalins, all are okay, there is no problem. The greatest sin is disobedience. Strange. From God? God should say to his children, be intelligent, sharpen your intellect, and follow your inner being and consciousness. But he wants them to remain dependent on him for everything. That's the desire of a dictator. So I cannot condemn the devil. I respect him, immensely respect him, because it is because of him that humanity exists, that man has evolved, that we have been able to produce people like Charles Darwin, Michelangelo, Galileo, Copernicus, Albert Einstein, Freud, Marx. It is because of him there have been Buddha, Jesus, Pythagoras, Heraclitus, Socrates. It is because of him. The whole credit goes to the devil. Without him, just cabbages and cauliflowers, and nothing else. Eve, of course, persuaded Adam very easily. Whoever has invented the story understands something of psychology, that man, if he loves a woman, would like to do anything the woman wants. If it is a question between his beloved and God, he will choose his beloved. Love is so significant to man that he can risk the Garden of Eden and all its pleasures. And the argument was also solid because the woman simply repeated what the serpent had told her, that, it is strange in this beautiful garden, we are not told that there are poisonous trees. Don't eat them, they are fruit, otherwise you will die. We have not been told, there are trees which have no nourishment for you, don't eat from them. It is simply tiring your digestive system, unnecessarily burdening it. We have been prohibited from two trees, which we would never have found on our own. In such a big garden, how would we have found them? Because it was not a botanical garden, where on each tree the name of the tree was written. It would have been just a coincidence if they had ever come across those two trees, and God prohibited it. And it seems perfectly logical, perfectly practical and pragmatic. The woman is more practical, more pragmatic, more earthbound than man. The woman does not argue, cannot argue much, but she has an instinctive feeling, an intuitive feeling about certain things. And it was so clear to her, without any argument, that, preventing us from knowing. And knowing will open all the horizons of adventure, discovery. And what are we doing here if we don't know anything? What is the point of being here at all? And the tree of life. We will live here and die, and we will never know what life is. And if we cannot know what life is, how can we know what death is? So God has closed the real doors to existence. It was the serpent who showed her the tree of knowledge. But the story remained incomplete because God must have been spying. Dictators always have FBI and KGB and Scotland Yard and whatnot. They are very much afraid. They are continuously watching that nobody does anything which goes against their order. So Adam and Eve were caught at the first tree. They had eaten the fruit of knowledge. They could not reach the second tree. And they were expelled immediately, because now it was sure that they would find the second. Once you have eaten from the tree of knowledge, now you cannot rest without knowing more about life, death, what happens before, what happens after, and what it is all about. Now it is not far away. The second thing is going to be the tree of life. And before they eat the fruit of life and become eternal, they have to be thrown out, and the doors have to be closed. They were thrown out naked, alone in this vast world. And the man who threw them out naked, alone in this vast world without even a set of clothes, without something to eat for a few days, without giving them a shelter somewhere. You call him God? I think the best thing will be that we change it. It is the devil who orders, don't eat from these two trees, and it is God who comes as the serpent and provokes them to revolt. And since then, since the doors of Eden closed against humanity, it has not been a loss, it has been a gain. Man has gone on continuously growing, continuously evolving. Yes, the servants of God have been trying still. Although you have been thrown out of Eden, his agents are behind you. The Vatican, the Shankaracharya, the Imam. And he goes on sending his only begotten son, and the Pagambara and the Tirthankar and the Avtara, for what? So that even now you can be prevented from knowing the ultimate secret of life. All the religions are against science. All the religions are against knowing the truth. They are all in favor of believing, and believing is not knowing. And of course, they are absolutely against knowing the eternal source of life, because once man knows that he is eternal, he is going to say to God, "Go to hell." Who bothers about God? The moment you know eternity, and you know yourself is eternal, who cares? Why do I not care at all about God? Even my parents were always telling me, "Don't speak against God. Who knows, he may be. If you don't want to believe in him, don't believe, but at least don't say anything against him." My teachers were telling me, "Don't you feel afraid?" I said, "But why should I feel afraid of somebody who is not? I am. God is not. He should feel afraid. Why should I feel afraid? I am, I was, I will be." The day I came to know the truth of my consciousness, the eternity of my consciousness, the word God became simply useless. The devil did a tremendous service to humanity. The day humanity understands the actuality, all the temples of God will be demolished, because he has from the very beginning been against us. And if you want some temple, then you should create a temple for the devil. The serpent, because all that you are, all that you have, man reaching to the moon, all the discoveries of biology which can make it possible for a human body to live at least for 300 years, healthy and young. You will be surprised that still there are people in Soviet Russia, near the Caucasus Mountains, there is a tribe in which you can find people of 150 years, 160 years, very easily. And not in a hospital bed, their legs hanging in the air, no, still working, still alive. In the Caucasus you can find a man of 120 years of age getting married. 6 generations of his are there, alive, and he is again going to get married. In India, in a small part that used to be part of Kashmir and has been forcibly, illegally taken over by Pakistan, there are people who are 150 years old, that is the average. It is not a surprise to those people. They are surprised that others go on dying so soon. Scientists are working out what the reason is. Is their climate the reason? Or their food? Or their race, that they come with an inbuilt age? What is the reason? Yet nothing has been found which is different from you. So it seems that they have lived apart in the mountains, and the idea of 70 years of age has not hypnotized them. They have not thought that you have to live only 70 years. It seems to be a kind of deep hypnosis. Down the ages everybody knows how long one man is to live, 70 years. So if you live hygienically, with better food, climate, and take care of your body, perhaps 80 years, perhaps 90 years, but that's all. I am reminded of George Bernard Shaw. At the age of 85 he moved out of London. Strange, because he had lived that long in London, and his whole society was London, all his friends were there, all those who appreciated him, and the intelligentsia. It was in those days when London was the capital of the world. At the age of 85, he suddenly decided to move out of London. He started going to all the cemeteries in nearby villages. His friends asked, "Are you going mad? What are you doing? What are you searching for?" He said, "I want to find a cemetery where people have lived more than 100 years. I will move to that village." And he moved to that village where he found on the grave that somebody had lived to 100, somebody to 110, somebody to 120, he moved to that village. He said, "This village has the right psychology." And he lived really long. Perhaps that psychology helped. Psychology also creates a climate around you. In fact, man can live as long as he wants, because the body is naturally embodied with all possibilities to go on renewing itself. It is the only mechanism, science has not discovered any other mechanism, which can go on renewing itself. The body is continuously renewing, throwing out all dead cells, creating new, living cells. It has such a miraculous process. Fighting with all the germs that can kill it, it immediately produces antibodies to fight with them. And wherever the need is, those antibodies immediately start rushing towards that point. If by some mistake you cut your hand and blood starts coming, what is happening to your inner chemistry? From all over your body, blood cells immediately start rushing towards this point. A certain communication exists inside, that there is trouble, too much blood should not go out, so blood cells have to move and make a layer there to stop the blood from moving out. These blood cells are intelligent people, in fact, far more intelligent than you may be. And they do their work fast and absolutely correctly, in the right way, never making a mistake. Thousands of processes are going on in the body continuously. It is a self-renewing life. There is no fixed time for it. Science can manage very easily for man to live 300, 500, 1000 years. And naturally, if you can live 1000 years, then wisdom will go on and on growing. It is an accumulative process. And by that very possibility of man living longer, new doors of knowledge will open, which will in their turn make your life even longer. This story is beautiful. I have always loved it. But it has been used wrongly, it has been misused. It has been used to prove to you that you are the byproduct of Adam and Eve's original sin. So you are born in original sin, your very birth is in sin, you are a byproduct of it. The only way is to become obedient to God. That is the message of this story. If you want to get back into the Garden of Eden, be obedient to God. Believe, have faith, never doubt. Then God will welcome you back, accept you back. But do you want to go back to the Garden of Eden, and become again Adam and Eve? At least I refuse to go there, because I cannot fulfill that idiotic condition. But millions of people are trying to fulfill it. Christians, Mohammedans, Hindus, everybody is trying to fulfill it, to get back, to undo what Adam and Eve and the serpent have done. To my people I say, we are not to undo it. They have done a great revolution. We have to go even further and explore more, and know more. We have not to leave any nook and corner of existence and of our being unknown, in darkness. We have to bring light everywhere. And unless that happens, you will be in misery, you will be in anguish. Your beliefs are not going to help, your faith is not going to help. And that Garden of Eden is just a fiction. It exists nowhere except in the neurotic minds, psychotic minds, where things like that exist. And this story is based on, and only on, a single point, and that is obedience or disobedience. I teach you disobedience. Obedience needs nothing, no intelligence, no guts. Obedience needs nothing. Disobedience needs everything, because you are going to be on your own. And unless you are on your own, you will never be able to know who you are. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 17. Chapter title, The Immaculate Deception. 15th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code, 8411155. Short title, Unconc 17 audio, yes video, yes length, 97 minutes. Beloved Osho, why did the holy books have to invent the idea of the devil? There are no holy books. All books are human, but each religion has been deceiving people that their book is the only holy book. And by saying, this is the only holy book, they are saying that it is written by God. And they all give strange arguments, which are absolutely illogical, without any evidence. For example, Hindus say that the Vedas are holy, and the only holy collection of books, there are 4 Vedas. Other than the Vedas, anybody pretending that his book is holy is simply committing a sin against God. If you look into these 4 Vedas, and the first effort should be to find some inner evidence, you will be surprised, because there are things in the Vedas which only human beings can say. Those I call internal proofs. There is no need for any outer proof. For example, there are passages in the Vedas in which a Brahman is praying to God, "Increase the milk of my cows, so that this year's crop should be the best, compared to my neighbors." Now, what business has God to write these things? And if God is writing this, then to whom is he praying? There are other passages in which a Brahman is praying to God, "Destroy all my enemies. Kill them. Uproot them completely, entirely." These are human minds. There is no way to prove to anybody that God has written these things. And the Vedas are full of such rubbish. 90% just rubbish. If somehow it is proved that God wrote these Vedas, then he should be in a mental asylum. What is holy in it? Asking that, "My enemies should be killed, uprooted entirely," what is holy in it? And what is holy in it? That, "My crop should be better than my neighbor's crops"? Certainly human, but nothing holy. But Hindus worship those books without even bothering what they are worshipping. So the first thing to remember, there are no holy books, there are only books well written or not well written. Yes, there are masterpieces, but none of the so-called holy books comes into the category of a masterpiece. I want to insist on that fact too, that not only are they not holy, according to human standards they are not even masterpieces. For example, Mikhail Naimi's book, the Book of Mirdad, or Khalil Gibran's book, The Prophet, or Rabindranath's book, Gitanjali, or Fyodor Dostoevsky's book, Brothers Karamazov, these are masterpieces. None of the holy books, the Vedas, the Gita, the Quran, the Bible, the Torah, no holy book even comes near to these masterpieces. So they are not only not holy, they are not even worth calling masterpieces. But each religion insists, because its whole business depends on that insistence, the book has to be holy, otherwise who is going to listen? And the book decides what you have to do, what you have not to do. It takes all responsibility off your shoulders. It relieves you of being a responsible person in your own right. It dictates to you, and it does not allow you to argue, because you cannot argue with God. Once you accept a book as holy, there is no question of any argument. You have to accept whatsoever is said in it. The Christians believe the Bible is holy, that the Old Testament and the New Testament, both are holy. For the Jews only the Old Testament is holy, the New Testament comes from this crazy man, Jesus. It is not holy, but if you look in the Old Testament you will come across at every step such rotten stuff, that even a third-class daily newspaper is far better. If you want to waste your time, you can waste it reading any third-class daily newspaper. That will do. The New Testament is nothing but 4 disciples' collection of notes, of whatsoever Jesus may have said or may have done. And they all 4 differ from each other, so it does not seem that they are eyewitnesses to all the events they are talking about. A few events one apostle leaves out, a few other events the other ones talk about. These words that they have collected have come from Jesus. Jesus is a perfectly ordinary human being, and that was the trouble, that he was trying to prove that he was the only begotten Son of God, and the Jews were not ready to believe it. And the Jews were perfectly right. Jesus could not prove in any way that he was the Son of God. And why should only he be the Son of God? To me it seems simple, logical, understandable. Either everyone is the son of God, the daughter of God, or no one. But if everyone is the son of God, if everyone is the daughter of God, then Jesus loses the specialness, the extraordinariness. Then he is just like anybody else. Then what authority has he got? To impose the authority he has to keep himself above you. You are just human, he is divine. You are just the byproduct of the original sin of Adam and Eve, he is not. He is the product of the great act that happened between the Holy Ghost and Mary. Strange, you are the byproduct of the original sin, and he is the byproduct of some spiritual act. Now, all that the Holy Ghost is doing is so unholy, because even the consent of Jesus' mother is not there. And she is somebody else's wife. This is absolutely a crime. At least she should be willing. She knows nothing about it. She has been made pregnant perhaps under chloroform, or given some anesthesia. She must not have been conscious, must have been sleeping, must have been absolutely unalert about what is happening. And what Jesus says, there is nothing that makes it look divine. It is just ordinary wisdom that has come through the centuries. But the Christian has to believe in the holiness of the Bible, that it is written by God. Strange, we know that it is written by 4 apostles. In the Bible itself it is written that it is written by these 4 persons. It is not even first-hand, it is not that Jesus has written it, it is second-hand. But Christians go on declaring it holy. There is a vested interest. Unless it is holy, who is going to believe in it? And once you accept something as holy, then you are gullible. Then you will accept anything, then you will accept any absurdity, any inconsistency. You will not think about it. How can you think about something which God has written? It has to be accepted in its totality, entirety. This is the reason that each religion tries to enforce the idea that their book is the holy book. Of course they have to deny other holy books simultaneously, because there cannot be so many holy books, for the simple reason that all these holy books are so contradictory to each other that it will be impossible to make any sense out of it. They have to be denied. Hindus cannot accept the Bible, the Torah, the Quran as holy. Neither can Christians or Jews or Mohammedans accept the Vedas as holy. What to say about Christians, Jews and Mohammedans? They are the 3 religions that happened outside India. But there are other religions, other than Hinduism, which happened in India, Jainism, Buddhism, Sikhism. They don't believe that the Vedas are the holy book. Buddha condemns the Vedas, criticized the Vedas as drastically as possible, because the Vedas supported, you will be surprised, and this is the holy book, the Vedas supported all kinds of violence. In the Vedic ritual animals have to be sacrificed. You will be surprised that today the Hindus are continuously asking the government, creating trouble, movements, riots, that cow slaughter should be stopped. But the Vedas, their holy book, are full of instances that in their particular rituals, cows were slaughtered, Gomed Yagya, cow slaughter ritual. And it is not only that the cows were slaughtered and thrown away, the Brahmans who slaughtered them ate them. If you have been to India, or if you have been in contact with Indians anywhere, you may have come across the surname Sharma, which is very common. It is a Brahman surname, Sharma. But the person whom you will be introduced to as Dr. Sharma, Professor Sharma, even he may not be aware what Sharma means. In the Vedic rituals the slaughtering of the cows was called Sharman, and the Brahman who was the expert in doing it was called Sharma. These are the descendants of those people. Certainly Buddha was angry, and it was not that only animals were slaughtered, even man was slaughtered. Just as there were Gomed Yagyas, there were Narmed Yagyas, man-slaughtering rituals. And certainly they must have eaten the flesh of man too, because the Brahman will not slaughter something unnecessarily. Now, no Hindu talks about the fact that their Vedas are full of cannibalism, violence, non-vegetarianism. And these books were written by God. Buddha and Mahavir both hammered on the Vedas. Of course there was no way to answer Buddha and Mahavir. But the trouble was Buddha became prevalent, he convinced millions of people. The day he died, his sayings became holy. The game remains the same. The players change but the rules of the game remain the same, because now the question was, for the followers of Buddha, Hindus have the Vedas, holy books, Jainas have their holy books. If we don't have holy books we are a loser in the race, in the competition. So it is a question of competition. Who bothers what Buddha was doing his whole life? His sayings were collected, and those sayings became holy. And Buddha was saying, there is no God. Still his sayings start having the same status as the Vedas. The same happened with Mahavir. He was saying, there is no God, but his sayings became holy, you cannot argue against them. I have been talking to Buddhist monks, Jaina monks, and they would see my point, and they would say, we can understand, but please don't raise it in public. There we cannot accept it. For example, the Jaina monk cannot use the modern toilet, for a strange reason because there is water, and Mahavir had said, you should not defecate in water. And he was right, because in India people are doing all kinds of things in rivers, and they drink the same water also. Their buffaloes also take their bath in the same river, their cows, their animals, their horses. And they are taking baths there and people are washing their clothes. Everything is happening. Then they are drinking the same water. So it was perfectly right for Mahavir to say, at least do not defecate and urinate in the water. But now that has become a holy statement. So the Jaina monk, Jaina nun, cannot use the toilet because there is water. In privacy they also laughed with me, said, it is true, but in public we cannot say it, we cannot go against the holy scripture. Once a group of nuns, 5 nuns, who were very much interested in me, Jaina nuns, stayed. They cannot stay in a householder's home. I was staying with a friend's family and on top, one floor was still empty. The person had not moved in, so the friend asked him, just for 5 days don't move, these nuns want to stay, and once you have moved they cannot stay there. So let them use the house for 5 days. And I was staying there so it would be easy for them. Otherwise the Jaina society would not allow them to meet with me. The Jaina society was afraid that I might corrupt their minds, and certainly they were right. If I get the chance to corrupt anybody I am going to corrupt him, because that is the only way to put you right. You are standing on your head. To put you right side up I have to change many things in you. They could not have come to see me because what excuse could they find to walk from the temple where they were staying, and come here every day? And if people came to know that I was staying there, that's why they were going there, then immediately their prestige would be at risk. And they were highly respected nuns. So my friend said, the best way is that they stay upstairs. It's empty, and nobody will be bothering. And after dark nobody visited them. Nobody can visit after the sun has set, then the Jaina nun is unavailable. This is just to protect her celibacy, to protect her repressed sexuality. So this was the arrangement, that after dark they could come down and meet me, and nobody would know, and this house was outside the city, far away from the community where Jainas live. But the next morning, when I was walking in the garden, the man who guarded the house came running to me and said, what kind of women are staying upstairs? The whole night I was puzzled about what they were doing. They would bring something in buckets and throw it on the street. Finally he went there with a torch to look, and he was surprised. These women were strange. They could not urinate in the toilet, they were urinating in a small size bucket, and when it was full they had to throw it out. I talked to them. They said, we understand, but it is against the holy scripture. Buddhist monks walk with naked feet. Buddha and Mahavir both had said, don't use leather, because if you use leather for any purpose, shoes, suitcases, or anything, then animals are going to be killed. You may not kill them, and you may not know who is killing them, but indirectly you are the cause of their being killed. So you have to accept your responsibility. Don't use anything made of leather. Mahavir was very strict, so they cannot use shoes. And I asked Jaina nuns and Jaina monks. To walk in Mahavir's time may have been a little different. They were walking just on plain earth. Now these poor monks and nuns are walking on coulter, and in the hot summer. Their feet start getting wounds, but they cannot wear shoes. I said, it is perfectly true. But look at my shoes, they are not made of leather. Now synthetic leather is available, which is man-made, nobody is killed. You can use shoes made of cloth, they are available. But just the word shoe is enough. It is against the Holy Scripture. I had seen these poor women and men, and I told them, what you are doing, that's what I am saying to do, but you don't understand. Their feet would start bleeding, then they would put cloths around the feet, and I said, that's what a cloth shoe is, but well made. Better made, more comfortable. What you are doing looks stupid. And carrying so much load on both feet. Because they had to wind it perfectly, so that it didn't get loose through walking and fall off. But this shoe they would do only when they were out of sight of their community. If the community comes to know that you are covering your feet with cloth, then you are trying to cheat. You fall from grace. Buddha was not so strict about leather. Perhaps the question was never raised because it was already an accepted fact. Jaina monks were very old. In Buddha's time they were at least 5,000 years old. And Buddha was trying to prove that he was the 24th Tirthankar of the Jainas, so he must have been following in every way. He must have been walking barefoot, and his sannyasins, his bhikkhus, his monks, must have been doing the same, and the question was never raised. But in another reference, a strange thing happened. Buddha had said, whatsoever is given to you when you go begging, never reject it. That is insulting. And he was careful, because if he allowed people to reject anything then they would choose whatsoever they wanted, good things only, and other things would be rejected. So accept whatsoever is given gracefully, thankfully, and eat it. And don't throw away anything, whatsoever is given to you. He had to be careful, because he knew that people would throw away whatsoever they didn't like, and whatsoever they liked they would eat. One day it happened. A monk was coming from begging and a bird flew over and dropped a piece of meat in his begging bowl. Now, it was not ever thought that something like this would happen. Nobody was giving meat, knowing that Buddha was vegetarian and his monks were vegetarian. But this bird was absolutely unaware that this was a Buddhist monk. The monk was in difficulty. What to do? He could not throw it away because that was against Buddha's order. He could not eat it. That too went against Buddha's order. So he came into the commune, stood up there with his begging bowl and said to Buddha, Bhante, now you tell me what I am to do. A bird dropped a piece of meat in my begging bowl. I cannot throw it out because it is against your order. I cannot eat it either because we are vegetarians. So what am I supposed to do now? I am in a dilemma. Even Buddha, for a moment, was in a dilemma. What to do? Because if he says, throw it away, then he is allowing throwing away, and one exception can become a rule. Then people can quote it, things can be thrown out. In certain situations, things can be thrown. If he says, eat it, then he is allowing meat to be eaten. That may become a precedent for others to eat meat. But balancing both the sides, he thought, the birds are not going to drop meat every day. So he said, we are vegetarians, and we will remain strictly vegetarians, but you I allow to eat it, so that nobody ever throws out anything which is given to him. Now all the Buddhists are meat eaters, that was enough. Now the Buddhist monk stipulates, manages through his agents, and sends the message, give me meat. If you give me meat then there is no question. If it comes into my begging bowl I will eat it. So the whole of China is Buddhist and eats meat. Japan is Buddhist and eats meat. In Korea, in the whole of Asia, except India, they all eat meat. That small incident. But man is so cunning. And a Buddhist monk argues, it is in the scriptures, the holy scriptures. Even Buddha himself said, you can eat it if it is dropped in your begging bowl. Now, Buddha had never thought that these people could manage this. It is very easy just to send a message. Every jhana monk sends a message about what he wants to eat, and that is prepared. He is not allowed to ask, so he does not ask directly, but he sends the message through an agent. And slowly people become aware what his likings are, what he likes most, they prepare that. Between Buddha and Mahavir there were many disputes on many points. One was the point that Mahavir used to say, vegetarianism means you should not eat meat, obviously you should not kill anything, and you should not allow anybody else to kill for you. But Buddha had a small difference about it. He said, if one animal dies by itself, a natural death, then what is wrong with eating it? That was his controversy with Mahavir. And he seems to be logical. That killing is violence, not meat eating. If the animal dies naturally and you eat the meat, you are not doing any violence. But he had never thought that this argument with Mahavir. And these arguments were because of the fight for the Tirthankarhood, who is the Tirthankar, Mahavir or Buddha. And there were 6 others. And all 8 were continuously arguing against each other about small details, unnecessary details. Now, this is a very small, a minute detail, but Buddha proved better as far as argument was concerned, because violence is bad. The reason is not meat eating, the reason is that you destroy life. But if without destroying life, life has left the body by itself, then why not eat it? What is the problem? Where is the violence? His argumentation was good, but he was not aware that this argument was not going to remain just an argument with Mahavir. It was going to decide the fate of millions of people. Now the whole of China, which is 1/4 of the world, and the other remaining Asian countries, which are all Buddhists, Ceylon, Burma, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, Japan, Korea, Tibet, are all Buddhist, they all eat meat. On each butcher's shop you will find a notice written in big letters, here only dead animals' meat is sold. That's all. What else do you need? And from where do they get so many naturally dying animals? That is a miracle, that millions of people are getting meat every day, there is never a shortage. The animals are very mathematical. They go on dying in exactly the right number every day, naturally, to fulfill the needs of all these people. It does not happen in any other country, it only happens in a Buddhist country. They are being killed, they are being butchered. But that notice is enough for the monk and the layman to be satisfied. It is written in the holy book that to eat the meat from an animal which died naturally is not violence. Buddha tried his whole life to insist that there is no holy book. Now his book is holy, Mahavir's book is holy. The Quran, the Mohammedan's holy book, is so childish, so primitive, because Muhammad was illiterate. He could not write himself. He must have spoken, and somebody else must have written it. He himself was shocked when he heard a voice. He was in the mountains taking care of his sheep and goats. He heard, "Write." He looked all around, there was nobody. Again he heard, "Write." He said, "I am uneducated, I cannot write." "And who are you?" There was nobody around. He must have been very much shaken, must have become afraid. And this is just a symptom of an unbalanced mind, who mistakes his unconscious voices for voices coming from outside. It is his own unconscious. But to the conscious, the unconscious is far away. It is inside. But if the mind is unbalanced, and there is ample proof that Muhammad's mind was unbalanced, because his whole life was the life of a fanatic, killing people, and by killing, converting them, either you become a follower or be ready to die. Mohammedanism has converted 1/3 of the world, not by argument but by the sword. He was not able to argue, he had no capacity to read or write, or to think. So when he heard this unconscious, he rushed home shivering, feverish, really afraid. He went to bed and told his wife, "I cannot say to anybody else that God has spoken to me. I don't believe it. I must have gone mad, perhaps too much heat in the desert, the mountains, and continuously moving in that heat has driven me crazy or something. I have heard. And I would like to tell you so that I am unburdened." That woman convinced him. That's what I say to you again and again, that leaders need followers for them to be convinced that they are leaders. That woman convinced him that it was really God. You are not mad, God has spoken to you. The woman must have loved Muhammad, because she was 40 years of age and he was only 26. And he was poor, uncultured, uneducated, yet that very rich woman had married him. She must have been in love with the man. So she convinced him, "Don't you be worried. More voices will be coming. This must be the beginning. That's why God said, write. If you cannot write, don't worry. You just say what is told to you, we will write it." This is how the Quran was written. And it was not written in one day or 1 month or 1 year, because Muhammad was not so articulate a man. It took his whole life. Once in a while something would come out and he would say, "Write it." The Quran was written over many years, and what has come out is almost worthless. It cannot come even from an intelligent human being, what to say about God, if there is any God. And if these books are the proof of that God, then that God is really unintelligent. Now, the Quran says strange things which Mohammedans go on following, because it is holy. Muhammad himself married 9 wives. He was poor. He could not afford even a single wife. But because the rich woman fell in love with him, and she was 40 years old and he was only 26, soon she died and he had all the money. So he started marrying any kind of beautiful women he could find. And he states in the Quran that every Mohammedan is entitled to have 4 wives. That is a special favor for Mohammedans from God. No other religion allows 4 wives. Now, where are you going to get 4 wives? By nature, man and woman are always almost in an equal proportion, so 1 man, 1 wife, seems to be a very natural order of things because the proportion is the same. But if a man has to marry 4 wives, he is taking 3 other men's wives. Now those 3 other men, what are they going to do? It became a good strategy for Mohammedanism. These 3 other Mohammedans have to grab the wives of others, not of Mohammedans, non-Mohammedans, and convert them to Mohammedanism. In fact, the moment a woman gets married to a Mohammedan, she is a Mohammedan. No special conversion is needed. And particularly from India they caught thousands of women. The Hindu society was in difficulty because Hindus don't believe in conversion, just like Jews. These are the 2 oldest religions, which don't believe in conversion. A Jew is a Jew by birth, a Hindu is a Hindu by birth. And once a Hindu woman has become Mohammedan, she has fallen. She has become untouchable, she cannot be taken back. So they went on finding women from every place, and that helped tremendously to increase their population. Do you see the point? One man can create many children if many women are available, but one woman can give birth to only 1 child once a year. She will take 1 year at least to give birth to 1 child. Mohammedans increased immediately because each Mohammedan is entitled to have 4 wives. And through the sword. And it is very surprising that people believe it. The Quran says, if you cannot convert somebody to a Mohammedan, it is better to kill him, because at least you will relieve him of a wrong life that he was going to live. Just for his sake, relieve him. They have relieved millions of people, and they go on relieving them. Either way they relieve you. If you become Mohammedan, you are also relieved, because God is compassionate. To be a Mohammedan is just to believe in 3 things, 1 God, 1 Prophet. Muhammad, one holy book, the Koran. That's all, these 3 beliefs and you are saved. If you are not willing to be saved by these 3 beliefs, then the sword is going to save you immediately. But they won't allow you to live a wrong life. They know what a right life is, and other than their life, all lives are wrong. These are the holy books. All these holy books are a heavy burden on the human soul. So first I want to say, there are no holy books, including mine. All books are human. Yes, there are well-written books and there are not so well-written books, but there are no categories of holy and unholy. You ask me, why did all the holy books have to create the concept of the devil? The arithmetic is very simple. The arithmetic is that you cannot create God without creating the devil. It is absolutely necessary for God's existence, because where are you going to dump everything that is wrong in the world? If only God is there, then he is responsible for everything, for Buchenwald, or any other concentration camp of Adolf Hitler, where millions of Jews are just gassed, within seconds they evaporate. After the Second World War, when it was discovered, nobody could believe their eyes. Even Germans could not believe it because they were not aware of what was happening. Millions of skeletons. Everything had been taken away from them. Even if they had a tooth covered with gold, that had been taken out, that was more precious than the life of the man. And before they were sent into the gas chamber, they were destroyed completely as far as their identity, individuality is concerned. First they had to undress and be naked. Then their hair, beard, mustaches were shaved completely. Those who have survived somehow say that they could not believe, when they looked into the mirror, that, this is me. Everything had been taken away. Naked they were standing there, shaved, and they were told that they are going to have a bath, just for hygiene and cleanliness. When they entered those gas chambers they were going to take a bath. That was what was told to them. They never came out to tell others that there was no bath. Once you are inside the chambers, suddenly you are gone within seconds. It was an oven to burn people alive, and so fast and so efficient. You can understand, German efficiency, German bureaucracy. It must have been really tight, because millions of people died and nobody in the country even heard the rumor that this was happening. And the people who were doing it were doing a holy job, because to them Adolf Hitler was the incarnation of Elijah. He was a prophet, so whatsoever he is doing is right. It must be God's will that Jews are no longer needed. So they were perfectly righteous about what they were doing. They never felt that they were committing any crime, they were simply following the orders from the prophet. And his book was holy. To the Nazi, Adolf Hitler's book My Struggle is as holy as the Bible to the Christians, and the Vedas to the Hindus. And whatsoever Adolf Hitler says is the word of God. But why, you ask, is the devil needed? It is very simple. To whom are you going to delegate all the wrong that is happening in the world, that continues to increase, the suffering, the misery, the anguish? If God alone is there, then of course he is the only source of all responsibility. To save him from all this responsibility, the poor devil. So the first fiction is God, and to keep him clean and good, he is the good guy, you need a bad guy in contrast. And you can dump everything wrong on the bad guy, it is the devil. In Germany Adolf Hitler was the prophet of God. In England he was the devil. Mothers used to make their children afraid. If they were playing outside and their mother did not want them to stay outside, just one thing was enough. Adolf Hitler is coming. And they would run in. Adolf Hitler in England, and in every other country wherever he has invaded or was trying to invade, was the devil incarnate. All the religions need the devil. It is a safety for God. Adam and Eve fell from grace, committed the original sin because of the devil. Otherwise, God was so good, he had given them all. He had given them good advice, what to eat, what not to eat, and he was taking care of them, but this devil disturbed it. And still, whatsoever goes wrong anywhere, it is the devil who disturbs. It is somehow absolutely necessary because existence is a mixture of good and bad. A person like me, who says there is no God, I can say there is no devil either, because the very necessity for the devil disappears. God was the reason. Now the very reason is not there. There is no devil. And I accept existence in its totality, in its goodness, in its badness, as it is, not dumping the badness on somebody's head, because that does not help at all. For all these thousands of years this is what you have been doing, giving everything good to God, that it is His blessing, and throwing everything bad on the devil, that it is his doing. But it has not helped. The good has not grown, the bad has not decreased. In fact, the bad has increased, the good has decreased. If you look at history, it seems the devil is winning and God is losing ground, because there is more and more that is inhuman, ugly, more and more that is animalistic arising. It is not decreasing. So your device of dividing good and bad has not helped, because your dividing is basically unnatural and wrong. Good and bad are sides of one coin, two sides, just like day and night, life and death, love and hate. Once you accept their total, integrated wholeness, then there is a possibility of making immense changes. Then the good can be put into the central place of your being, and the bad can be used as a means for good. Poison can be used as a medicine, and everything that the religions have called bad can be used in a tremendously beneficial way. For example, sex they have condemned as bad and as the doing of the devil. In fact, Sigmund Freud, the first Jew, must have written the story of the serpent seducing poor Eve's mind, and then comes another Jew, Sigmund Freud, who says that the serpent is nothing but a phallic symbol. To him everything is phallic. Wherever he looks he finds only phallic symbols and nothing else. A rocket is a phallic symbol, a flagpole is a phallic symbol, anything, you name it and he will find it, so the serpent certainly, very easy. He was condemned as the devil, now Freud makes him the sex symbol, but the condemnation continues. You condemn sex, then you become unable to transform its energy. And it is simply energy. It can move in any direction, downwards, upwards. If you accept it, in the very acceptance it starts moving upwards, because you are befriending it. The moment you reject it, you are creating an enmity, a division in yourself. This division between God and devil is not just there in the holy books, it has penetrated you, it has made you schizophrenic. One part thinks, this is me, the good part, and the bad part must belong to the devil. You are split. Now, how are you going to change that part you have rejected in your being as yours? It is there, and it is intensely powerful. Your rejection makes it more intense because you don't use it. You go on collecting it, you go on repressing it. 90% of the mind diseases in the world are nothing but repressed sexuality, and 50% of bodily diseases are repressed sexuality. If we can accept sexuality naturally, 90% of your mental diseases will simply disappear, and 50% of physical diseases will simply disappear, leaving no trace behind. And you will find human beings, for the first time, in a totally new age of health, well-being, wholeness. To me only that wholeness is holy, when your schizophrenia is no more there, when you are one, integratedly one, and courageous enough to accept everything. This is me. Whatsoever it is me. And I am going to make use of it the best I can. And you have the intelligence to make use of it. There is no problem at all. The problems are created problems, created by people who have vested interests in those problems. Those vested interests would not like those problems to disappear completely, otherwise what will happen to them? What will happen to their profession? Their whole interest is in keeping humanity as it is. But now it has come to a point where either you have to change and throw away all your past inheritance which divides you and become whole. Or you get ready to commit a global suicide, because there is only a certain amount of anguish that you can bear. Now it is becoming unbearable. By the end of this century, we will be coming to the point when it will become absolutely unbearable. And then there are only two possibilities: suicide or sannyas. By sannyas I simply mean you accept yourself in your totality. You don't bypass any part of yourself, you don't hide anything in darkness. You bring yourself into the light and see yourself with the eyes of a friend, because this is your energy and this is the energy that you have to work upon. When you come to it as a friend, it also comes to you as a friend. And to befriend oneself is one of the greatest things in life that can happen to a man. Jesus says, "Love your enemies like you love yourself." But he forgets completely that nobody loves himself. How can he love the enemy? And an even more difficult saying. He says, "Love your neighbor as yourself." That is even more difficult. You can love the enemy because he is far away, but the neighbor just banging on your door, how can you love the neighbor? And just like yourself. I say don't commit that mistake. Because you don't love yourself, if you start doing with your neighbor what you have done with yourself, you will kill him. Because you have killed yourself. You are living a posthumous existence. Please don't do the same to your neighbor, and never do the same to the enemy. What has he done to you? Why be so ugly to him? It is of course your birthright to do whatsoever you want to do with yourself, but it is not your birthright to do the same with your neighbor or your enemy. No, I would like to say to you, you have never loved yourself. Forget the enemy, forget the neighbor, first love yourself. Bring your good and bad together, don't divide, become one. And in your oneness you will see that there is no God outside and no devil outside. Those were projections of your inner division. Then you will see outside also a wholeness, an immense unity between darkness and light, between death and birth. You will see that unity and wholeness everywhere, hand in hand, working together. Nothing is against anything, they are all complementaries. What you call good and what you call bad are complementaries. They cannot exist separately, they can only exist together. And to put yourself together is the way to see the universe in its totality, in its togetherness. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 18. Chapter title, Marriage, the Coffin of Love. 16th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code, 8411165. Short title, Unconc 18 audio, yes video, yes length, 113 minutes. Beloved Osho, your relationship with your disciples seems to be unique among the religions. Would you say something about this? It is unique, for the simple reason that it is not a relationship at all. We will have to go deep into the very idea of relationship, then only will we be able to understand what is transpiring between me and you. The old religions, all of them, accepted the relationship of master and disciple in the same way as they accepted the relationship between father and son, brother and sister, husband and wife. The relationship between master and disciple was a relationship of the same nature. The relationship between a father and a son, a brother and a sister, is a static phenomenon. It remains the same, it does not change. It is in a way a dead relationship. You can see it when you compare it with the relationship between two lovers, the lover and the beloved. Their relationship is very fragile, every moment changing, unpredictable. One cannot say what is going to happen tomorrow, or even the next moment. This creates fear. The unpredictability, the unknown future naturally destroys the relationship between lovers, and creates something similar to father-mother, brother-sister, marriage. Marriage is to avoid the fear of change. Marriage is to make the relationship solid. But love is such a phenomenon that the moment you make it solid, it dies. The moment you make it static, it is no more there. Love is just like a spring breeze. It comes, and when it comes it brings tremendous fragrance, beauty, but it goes. When it comes it gives you the feeling that it is going to remain forever. And the feeling is so strong that you cannot doubt it. There is no way to doubt it. Under that intense, doubtless certainty, you give promises, the beloved gives promises, not knowing at all that it is a spring breeze. It comes when it comes, it goes when it goes. It is not within your hands. You cannot capture it in your fist. You can feel it when your hand is open, its coolness, but the moment your fist is closed there is no breeze there. There is no coolness there, no fragrance there. But out of fear man turned love into the same category as the relationship with your father, with your mother, with your sister, with your brother. Man forgot completely that the mother is not your choice, the father is not your choice, the brother or sister is not your choice. They are given factors. But the woman you have fallen in love with is the only thing in your life which is not given by birth, which is not determined by birth, which needs a conscious choice. That too creates fear. Just think, if you had had to choose your mother and your father and your brothers and your sisters, your life would have been so burdened with anxiety, whom to choose, whom not to choose. But these things are just given by your birth, nature provides for you, they are biological. Love is psychological. It depends totally on you. And because it depends totally on you it creates fear. You can commit a mistake. You cannot commit a mistake by being a son to a mother. What can you do? Every mother is beautiful. Every son is beautiful. Every father is great. Every son is special. You have not been asked. You have not even thought about it. It all happened to you. You were simply a victim of all these relationships, the mother, the father, the brother, the sister. It was not in your hands, within your capacity, to do anything about it. But when you fall in love then there is tremendous fear, uncertainty, hesitation, anxiety. Whether you are taking the right step or the wrong step, whether this woman is made for you or you are made for this woman. Is it simply infatuation? Or is there certainly something more than infatuation? Is there love? Or it is only biological attraction? 1001 problems arise in you. And the most difficult problem is, whether this love is going to last. So before it disappears, before it is beyond your reach, you need some support from the law, from the state, from the society, some guarantee. You cannot depend on this woman, on this man only. It is too risky. You don't know the person, who he is, who she is, and what the future has for you in its womb, you don't know. You have to take some measures to make love a stable thing. In fact, what you are saying is, it would have been good if you were born with your wife. You will be surprised that Jainism has that idea, that in the beginning everybody was born with a partner. No single boy, no single girl was born, only twins were born, one was a boy, the other was a girl. Hence in Sanskrit the word for wife and for sister is the same, Bhagni. It is a very strange thing that the same word is used for both. It is a very ancient use. Slowly the meaning has become sister, but originally it meant both wife and sister. In fact it was the same person, wife and sister. This idea is not truth, is not historical. It is a projection of a deep desire in you, that it would have been far better if you were not put into this fire test of choice, if God, nature, existence, XYZ. Anybody had decided it. And people have tried in every possible way that it is decided by others, not by you. Hence all old societies are not in favor of love affairs. They know, they have experienced. For millions of years they have seen what can happen to a love affair. So it is better that the father chooses, the parents choose. In India it still happens. In 98% of cases in India, the choice is of the parents, not of the people who are going to be married. Just a few years ago it was not even possible for the boy to see the girl, or the girl to see the boy whom she is going to marry. It was disrespectful. You didn't trust your elders. They have much more experience, they have known life. What do you know? And how are you going to choose? What criteria are you going to use? Just a beautiful face? Good color? A shapely nose? A good figure? How are you going to decide? These things don't mean anything after you are married. Once you are married, who bothers about the wife's nose or the husband's eyes? In fact, nobody looks at each other. The elders know far better. There are other criteria to be thought of, considered. And they have to be considered by the elders of both the parties. Only these two persons are not to be asked even. Yes, a few other people may be asked. The palmist may be asked. The astrologers may be asked. Do you see my point? The point is, they are taking the burden off you, putting it on the stars, on the lines of your hand, on your birth chart, on the astronomer, astrologer, and they are taking the whole responsibility on themselves. The father, the grandfather, the mother, the grandmother, the uncles, the whole family, the relatives, they all will discuss and decide and consider every aspect of it. What do you know? This was the practice for the whole world up to now. And the reason was that love is fragile, not dependable. So if nature has not given you a wife, a husband, with your birth, then society should decide, take the place of nature. But you should not choose because your choice can change tomorrow. In fact, it is going to change. Love is a changing relationship, it is not stable. Hence marriage came into existence. Marriage is the death of love. Yes, you make a beautiful samadhi, a marble samadhi, a beautiful memorial, but it is a grave whatever you call it. But why did every society around the world decide in favor of it? It can't be just coincidence. They decided to unburden the individual of turmoil, tension, anxiety, anguish to protect the family, the children, their future. Millions of people have followed that, and for thousands of years nobody has raised a question. Nobody has even worked out in depth why marriage is needed at all. It is needed because love alone won't do. Today it is there, it is a guest. Yes, when it is there it is too much there, overflowingly there. But just the same, when it goes completely, as if it has never been there. It comes with great ado, fills your whole being, gives you the feeling that all is achieved. But when it goes, it slips away so silently that it does not make even a sound that it is going. You don't hear even the footsteps when it has gone. You come to know only when it is no longer there. And the same way when it goes, you feel all is lost. If you are intelligent, which very few people are, if you are intelligent you will be grateful for those beautiful moments that came and are gone. You will be tremendously grateful, because there was no necessity even for those few moments to come. They had come on their own, not asking whether you were worthy of them or not. They gave you a tremendous experience, a taste of life, a feeling of flowering. If you are intelligent, those moments will remain always with you, young, fresh, still fragrant, and will make your capacity to love deeper, more intense. But very few people are intelligent. 99% will be in despair, angry. They will forget all those beautiful moments immediately, because love has deceived them. Now, this is your own idea. Love has never said to you, I am going to remain here forever. It was your assumption. You have assumed, for which love is not responsible. You were not the master of its coming. How can you be the master and force it to stay, not to go? But 99% of people are unintelligent. Still, that's where evolution has reached. Those 99% of people will turn those moments of love into moments of hate. They will hate the person. They will throw all responsibility onto the person. They will try in every way to make the other person feel guilty. You deceived, cheated. And the other person is going to do the same because he also belongs to the 99%. So those who were lovers will become enemies. Where there was love will now be hate, revengefulness. To avoid all this, all the societies have tried to arrange that before you are caught in the whirlwind of a love affair you should be married. Hence child marriage was the general rule. All over the world. You should not be allowed to be adult, because then it is beyond you, love may strike you, so it is good to be on the safe side. All the societies have tried it. Love has to be kept as far away from your life as possible. And the best way was child marriage. You will be surprised. In India marriages even used to happen when the children were in the womb. People would make the agreement, if a boy is born to me and a girl to you, or a boy to you and a girl to me, they will get married. Neither of them are born yet, so they are not certain who is going to be a boy or who is going to be a girl. Whether both are going to be boys, then of course, the contract fails, or both are going to be girls. The contract fails. But people were making contracts, and those contracts were followed. It was a prestigious thing, a question of promise, of giving your word. Nobody bothers who the beings are in the wombs, what type, no, it is not necessary. In fact, the society has found it is better the quicker you do it. If not in the womb, then as soon as the children are born. My mother got married when she was only 7 years of age. Now, what can a 7-year-old think? My father was 11 years old. Now what does an 11-year-old boy know about love and its problems? My mother used to tell me that the whole village was agog with the ceremony, and all the people gathered in front of the house and a big band came from the capital. Only she was not allowed to go and see. All the children were outside and she could not understand what was the matter, what was wrong with her. They had to tie her to a pole inside the house because she was running outside, so much was happening out there. The whole house was outside, nobody was inside, only she was not allowed. Now what can a 7-year-old girl understand? She could not understand what marriage is. But the strategy was, let the small children get married. Once they start living together, they will start loving the same way as you love your sister, as you love your mother. It is not the love that takes you, possesses you from nowhere, changes you, makes you capable of risking even your life. It is not that mad kind of love. No, it is simply a companionship. Two persons living together, sleeping together, eating together, being together. In pain, in pleasure, in health, in sickness, caring about each other. This creates a companionship. Millions of people on the earth have thought that this is love, this companionship. And the society had made it absolutely certain that there is no possibility of any love happening after marriage. Women were not allowed to move about outside. In Mohammedan countries, they are not allowed to show their faces. The first thing the Mohammedan wife has to ask the husband is, who are the people before whom I can open my veil? Because that is the greatest crime, if she opens her veil before somebody who is not okay by her husband. So the husband tells her, these are the people you can show your face to, otherwise nobody is going to see you. The Hindu wife is almost in the same position. She even cannot open her ghungat, her veil, before her husband if some elder is present. That is disrespectful. The wife does not move in society, does not go to the club, does not go to do the shopping. She remains confined to the house, her whole world is within those 4 walls. There is no possibility of meeting somebody and falling in love. Those who were powerful, they had even better arrangements. For example, kings had many queens, many wives. Naturally, the kings were afraid. To have 1,000 wives is dangerous. The king may be getting old, and he continually goes on marrying any new, young, beautiful woman whom he comes across in his kingdom. If he asks for her hand, it cannot be refused. His is the first right. So he goes on making a big campus of wives. Naturally, servants will be coming in. That's dangerous, so those servants have to be made eunuchs, so they are no longer dangerous. Hundreds of servants were made eunuchs. Just by a single king, because they had to go into the palace, they could not be allowed as men. Women could be allowed in, but there were certain kinds of work which women are not capable of doing. Men had to be forced to be eunuchs, and then they could be allowed in. Strictly, society tried to protect you from love. And one cannot say that it was absolutely wrong. In this century, in the Western countries and in the East, to a few people who are westernized, child marriage is a crime. And of course they have made it constitutionally a crime because that is being absolutely ugly to children, not even knowing what marriage is. They are going to be married. They have to live with the other person their whole life, and somebody else, who will not have anything to do with their life, is deciding on it. But even though the Constitution, for example, the Indian Constitution, declares child marriage to be a crime, to be severely punished. Because it is written by people educated in the West, they don't know their own people. They have been studying in London. They know Paris, they know the modern ideas, but they don't know their people. And those people don't care a bit about your constitution. Still child marriages continue. And who is going to punish them? Because the constable believes in it, the tahsildar believes in it, the deputy collector believes in it, the whole village. Everybody believes in it. On whom are you going to impose it? Through whom are you going to impose it? So the constitution is good. Keep it in Delhi and worship it. But people depend on their ancient experience. So I would like it to be understood that it is not just stupidity, what they are doing, because the experience of this century, from the countries where love has become a common phenomenon, the experience is not good. It has driven people into deep anxiety, anguish, despair, suicide. It has not given them what poets had always promised. You should read the poetry, enjoy the poetry, but please don't follow it, because those poets are not writing out of real experience. The poets who are writing about love are the poets who have not experienced love. It is a substitute, this writing poetry about love, a substitute for the experience that they have missed. Certainly in their mind love becomes so big, takes on multidimensional proportions. They are good poets, they can bring in their imagination, in beautiful words, but don't try to love like it, don't try to live it. You will be in a ditch, because those poets don't know that love is very fragile. They all say that love is eternal, love is permanent, that real love never dies. Absolutely wrong. The real love dies sooner than the unreal love. Unreal love can live long. It is unreal, how can it die? It is a plastic flower. If you are pretending, you can go on pretending as long as you want. But if something happens to you, and then one day it disappears, evaporates, what can you do? You may have tears in your eyes, but what can you do? It is no longer there. Nothing can be done about it. You had not brought it into being, you cannot keep hold of it forever. You cannot prevent it. It is something beyond you. Just passes you like a wind, perhaps not even aware of you. You just came in the way, and the wind passed by, touching you, playing with your hair, playing with your body, and went on. The idiot goes on turning his love into hate because again and again it fails, and again he hopes that it is going to be permanent. When it goes on turning into revengefulness, into a feeling of being deceived by everybody, cheated by everybody, exploited by everybody, and they all had promised, and nobody kept his promise, naturally, you start boiling within. Your whole love energy becomes hate. This is the experience of the people who have followed love according to the poets. These are the two kinds of relationships. One is stable, with your father, with your mother, with your sister. The other is a love affair, which is fragile, and the relationship with the master is almost the same kind of phenomenon. As I have been telling you again and again, sexual energy turning downwards serves biology, and sexual energy turning upwards serves spirituality. But it is the same energy. What name you want to give to it does not matter. Let us call it X energy, because if you call it sex energy, then immediately some condemnation, deep down, arises. So let us call it X energy. That will remind you of sex too, but X is cleaner, not condemned by anybody. This X energy, if it moves downwards, can become a love affair which is sexual. If this X energy turns upwards, it can become spiritual. A man falling in love with a woman is really falling. A woman falling in love with a man is really falling. The expression is absolutely accurate. Love is a fall. But if sometimes you feel you are rising in love, then you have found the master, with whom you have the same kind of affair, but on a different plane. It is not biology, it is not of the body, it is nothing to do with physiology, nature. But something in the master pulls you up, just as something in a woman pulls you down. I have been asked many times why there have never been women masters. I have never said the truth. The truth is, it is very difficult for a man to feel the rising of energy towards a woman. The biological reversal. It is very difficult. Once in a while it has happened. There have been a few women masters, but rare. The difficulty is, with a woman you immediately feel your energy moving down. You can fall in love with a woman, and you may think that it is a master-disciple relationship. Very rare is the possibility. You can count it out, the possibility is so rare. The same can happens. A woman can fall in love with a master, a man, and may not be able to understand whether her energy is moving downwards or upwards. It needs a little understanding, clarity, awareness, otherwise the woman's energy can start falling. She can become infatuated with the master. Then the master is no longer of any help to that woman. And if he is no longer of any help, she is going to become revengeful. Her love is going to become hate immediately. So this thing has to be very clearly understood, that it is the same energy, X. If it starts moving upwards in somebody's presence, man or woman, it doesn't matter, then the phenomenon of master and disciple comes into being. The old religions have stopped it from happening. In every possible way, they have done the same with this energy moving upwards as they have done with the love energy going downwards. Just as they have invented child marriage, they have invented child conversion. It is the same thing. Taking a child for baptism, what are you doing? The child is helpless, knows nothing, and you are taking him for baptism? You are trying to make him a Christian, you are giving him a master. Or you are taking him for circumcision, and you are making him a Jew, and giving him a Rabbi. Hindus are doing the same, Mohammedans are doing the same, Jainas are doing the same, Buddhists are doing the same. Every religion is trying. The child should be converted to the religion of his family, parents, grandparents, before he starts inquiring, before he starts asking questions. Once he starts inquiring, what is truth? What is God? Who am I? Then it won't be easy to baptize him. He will ask, first answer my questions. Only then can I become your disciple. Once he is capable of inquiring, do you think you will be able to circumcise him? He will circumcise you all. What nonsense is this? Are you mad or something? So do it before he can create trouble for you. By the time he can create trouble for you, he is already conditioned, full of bullshit. He thinks he is Jewish, he thinks he is Hindu, he thinks he is Christian. He believes in it. He goes to the rabbi if he has some problem, he goes to the priest, to the minister. He goes to the Catholic Church to confess his sins. What they have done with love, they have done with meditation too. If the X energy moving downwards is love, X energy moving upwards is meditation. They have crippled both. First, they had to cripple you because they were afraid that you would be in trouble, and they wanted to protect you. Second, they were afraid you may be lost, because only their religion can save you, only their religion is the right path. You will be lost. In both ways I can understand their anxiety, and I can understand what they are doing to you is out of concern. But it is not really good. Even with love, although it may bring troubles, anxiety, anguish, it is worth it, because any challenge in life is worth taking. You should not be protected, otherwise you will remain crippled. A mother can be afraid that if a child starts walking, he may fall. And he is bound to fall many times before he will be able to walk rightly. If she is too protective and does not allow him to walk because there is a possibility of falling, not a possibility, a certainty of falling, then this child is going to be a cripple his whole life. The concern was right, but what she did cannot be accepted. The child has to be allowed carefully. The mother has to be watchful, available in case of need, but the child has to be given the freedom to walk, to fall, to rise, to walk again, to learn walking. The same is true about love. Marriage is one of the ugliest institutions man has invented. But it has been invented with deep concern, goodwill. I do not suspect the goodwill, I only suspect people's wisdom. Their intention is right, but their intelligence is very mediocre. If with their good intention they also had intelligence, then they would have made every possible way for the child to know about love, their anxieties, their problems, their failures, their despairs. They would have made him aware that these things are there, and sooner or later, one day you will be caught by the whirlwind of love. It is natural. Don't be afraid. But remember, what poets say is not true. Love is not something permanent, eternal. Don't take their criterion, that the true love is eternal, and untrue love is momentary, no. Just the opposite is the case. The true love is very momentary, but what a moment! Such that one can lose the whole of eternity for it, can risk the whole of eternity for it. Who wants that moment to be permanent? And why should permanency be valued so much? Because life is change, flow, only death is permanent. Only in death the watch stops and remains where it has stopped. Then it does not move. But in life it goes on moving, and moving into new paths every day. And why be confined to one love? Why force yourself to be confined to one love? Because nature does not intend it so. Nature intends you to know love in as many ways as possible, because what you can know from one woman you cannot know from another woman. What you can know and experience through one man will not be experienced through another man. Each love is unique. There is no competition. There is no quarrel. And the more you love, the more enriched your being is. So I am for all the trouble, the anguish, the anxiety, the despair. Only one thing I want to add, be intelligent. These troubles are not because love has gone, these are because you are idiotic. So if you have to leave something, leave your idiocy. But people leave loving, and cling to their idiotic mind. Be intelligent, and then love will give you all the colors of the rainbow, and you will be fulfilled by many people, in many ways, because a woman will touch one aspect of your being, and other aspects will remain hungry, starved. One man may touch one part of your heart, but other parts will remain without growth. If you cling, then one part becomes a monster and all other parts shrink. If I'm allowed to give my advice to the world, my advice will be, help people to experience as much love as possible. Let them go into the turmoil, into the cyclone, and let them find, in the cyclone, their rootedness. Don't try to hide them in the house, don't close the windows and the doors. Of course they will be more comfortable in the house, but dead. Then the best comfort is in the grave, no worry, no problem, nobody can harm you anymore. Even death is important now. What more security, what more comfort, what more luxury can you expect? A marble grave and your name written in golden letters on it. But you are dead. No, this is not the way to live and to experience life and to experience what I call godliness. And the same is true about meditation, even more true, because if they have destroyed your love, they have not destroyed your spirituality. They have only destroyed your biology, your lower being. But they have been trying to destroy your higher being Jew. By taking a child to the Rabbi, to the Pandit, to the Imam, they are destroying your higher possibility too. For the same reason, the reason is the same, but now it is even more dangerous. In the first, you may have been in trouble, but that trouble was not much of a trouble. People get into such trouble and get out of it. It is not much of a problem. But the spiritual part of your being is vast, enormous, infinite. If you are lost in it, then you may never be able to find the way back home. You may go on and on, farther and farther away from home. And what is home? In their mind, a Jew thinks the Torah is the home, a Christian thinks the Bible is the home, a Hindu thinks the Gita is the home. And the people who become bridges to the Torah, to the Bible, to the Gita, they are the masters. They are not. They are only teachers. They teach you whatsoever they have been taught, they have not experienced anything. Hence the difference and the unique relationship between me and my disciples. I am not a teacher. I am not teaching you anything at all. I am not a bridge between you and the Bible, between you and the Gita, between you and the Quran. I am not even a bridge between you and God. No, I am not giving you a teaching, a dogma, a creed, a philosophy, a theology. So understand the difference between a teacher and a master. In the old religions, teachers are called masters. They are simply teachers, they know the teaching. They have been handed down that teaching by other teachers, they will hand it over to you. They have not experienced anything, and through their teaching you are not going to experience anything either. Those are just beautiful words, and they can give you consolation, as if you know. A master is not a teacher in the first place. A master shares his being with you, not his philosophy. A master exposes himself to you, allows you closeness so that you can see your face in his mirror. A master is exactly a mirror. He never does anything to the disciple. Let me emphasize it. A master is not a doer. Because if I start doing something to you, I may spoil your being. I may give you a mask, a discipline, and I may change you into something else that you are not. The master cannot do that. The teacher does that. He gives you a teaching, he teaches you discipline, and then he enforces it through greed, persuasion, fear, in every possible way. He tries to fit you into a mold, how a Christian should be, how a Buddhist should be. There are 33,000 rules for a Buddhist monk. I do not think that I can remember 33,000 rules. What to say about following them, I cannot remember them. And anybody doing that will be in the same situation as it happened in one of Aesop's fables. A centipede is just going for a morning walk. Now, a centipede has 100 legs. A frog looks at him, cannot believe his eyes, blinks his eyes, looks again. 100 feet. How does he manage? Which one to raise first, then the second, then the third, then the fourth? 100 legs. If you forget the number, you will be caught in your own legs and fall down. He rushes up to him, jumps, stops the centipede and asks him, "Uncle, I should not stop you on your morning walk, but a very philosophical question has arisen in my mind, which I cannot solve. I am just a frog, you know. Only you can help." The centipede says, "What is the problem?" The frog explains to him, "This is the problem. I saw your 100 legs, I counted them. And the problem is, how do you manage?" The centipede said, "I had never thought about it. I will try and see how I have been managing. I have never thought about it. I really have never looked down and counted the legs. You are great. You are a mathematician and a philosopher." The centipede tried, and you can visualize what must have happened. He fell immediately, all his 100 legs entangled in each other. He was very angry at the frog and said, "Never again ask anybody such questions. Keep your philosophy to yourself. You idiot, I have been managing my whole life, and not only I, millions of centipedes are managing perfectly well. Nobody has fallen like me. But now I am afraid. You have created such a question in my mind, that if I don't get rid of this question, I may not be able to walk at all. Now tell me how to get rid of this question." The frog said, "I don't know. I am myself puzzled. I asked you because you are an experienced person, an old centipede, and you go every day for a morning walk. If you cannot solve it, how can I? I am just a poor frog. I don't know what happened to that centipede afterwards, but I can imagine that his whole life must have become a mess. Again and again the question would have come to him, 100 legs. Am I putting the right leg in the right place?" Life has its own ways. The moment you start managing everything, you spoil it. Allow life its freedom. About love, allow freedom, and don't be guided by fixed ideas. Experience, don't go with the idea that love is permanent or not permanent. Experience, and you will know it, what it is. Don't take the criterion from others about what is true and what is not true. These are the teachers who have been spoiling the whole of humanity. They tell you how to walk, which leg first and which leg second, and if you put them in some other order you are a sinner, you will fall into hell. Hell is far away, you will fall here. You may not be able even to reach hell, because one needs legs. It is a long journey. Only very expert teachers, professors, philosophers, have been able to reach there. It is no ordinary person's business to reach hell. It is a long, long journey, and very complicated. The master's function is not to mold you into a certain idea, but to withdraw all the crutches, all the supports that the society has given to you. Of course, in the beginning you will feel very much afraid, all supports gone, crutches gone, the very earth you were standing on is no longer there. There will be great fear, but it has to be faced. Only by facing it, going through it, will you be able to overcome it. Love will give you troubles, anxieties, anguishes, but it is lack of intelligence that is making the whole problem. Just be a little intelligent and see that love has done nothing. It has simply given you a few beautiful, tremendously ecstatic moments. And it has not asked anything in return. It was not a bargain, it was a sheer gift. And what kind of person are you? You don't feel even grateful? You feel revengeful? The person who made it possible for you to have those few moments, the woman, the man, be grateful, immensely grateful to the person. Yes, those moments are no more there. Nothing can be done about it. They cannot be pulled back, and even if there was some way to pull them back, they would not be the same. It would be a repetition. It wouldn't bring you the same joy, the same ecstasy. It is good that they cannot be pulled back, otherwise even the memory of those cherished moments would be spoiled. Respect the person, be grateful to the person that, for no reason at all, she is a stranger, you are a stranger, for no reason at all, for no bargain, there was no business. Mysteriously the universe managed. Something transpired between you. And it was nourishing to both of you. It has made you more mature. Perhaps tomorrow again some spring breeze may move towards you. But never ask the return of the past. It is not possible, and it is not possible for your good. Keep the future open, available. Don't carry any grudges, because those will close the future. If you are angry at one woman, or one man, you are angry at all women and all men, because a woman is nothing but a representative of womanhood, a man is nothing but a representative of manhood. If you start feeling hatred, anger, you are closing the doors and the windows. Now no spring breeze will be able to enter your house. For the higher level, I am not a teacher. I don't want to make something of you resembling some of my ideas. I don't have any idea about you. I don't carry any image that everybody should fit into. My whole approach is that each individual is unique, and nobody can predict what you are going to be. Even the master cannot predict what you are going to be, because predictions are possible only about things, not about consciousnesses. Consciousness is unpredictable. What is going to blossom in you can be known only when it blossoms. So the master can do only one thing. He can remove everything that can stop your blossoming. Hence the master will look very hard. The teacher will look very compassionate, because he will be giving you every guideline, he will be taking all responsibility. He will be showing you the path, he will be leading you on the path, and you have just to follow. The master is not interested in you following him. No, just the contrary, you should not follow him, otherwise you will miss becoming yourself. Then what does he do? In fact, all his functioning is negative. He destroys your crutches, your supports. He makes you vulnerable to all kinds of fears, anxieties, challenges. This is all negative. As far as positivity is concerned, he does nothing. He is just a mirror. He allows you to come close and see your face in his mirror. He does not want you to imitate and become his face. He wants you to look into him. He has no ideas. That means all the dust from the mirror is gone. His mirror is clean. You can come close and look, and you will find your face. The mirror simply mirrors. It is not a doing, it is not an act. Certainly my relationship with you is unique. In the first place, it is not a relationship, because what relationship can you have with a mirror? You can see your face and be thankful, be grateful, but that is not a relationship. What relationship can the mirror have with you? There is no possibility. The mirror is simply there. It does not relate in any possible way, it simply exists. So the relationship is unique because if you go to other religions, the master, who is not really a master in the first place, but they call him the master, the so-called master, will have 1,001 demands to be fulfilled because he is going to do a great job for you. I'm not doing anything for you, so I cannot demand anything from you. They, master, will have conditions to be fulfilled. If you fail to fulfill the conditions, then the condemnation. If you fulfill the conditions, then the praise, the reward. I cannot condemn you, I cannot reward you, because I don't have any conditions that you have to fulfill. To be my disciple is your decision. It has nothing to do with me. To accept me as your master is your decision. It has nothing to do with me. I am not seeking converts. I am not a Christian missionary. I am not striving so that people should be converted to my way of thinking, my way of life. No, not at all. Otherwise in these 35 years I would have converted millions of people, with no trouble. They were ready to be converted. I was not ready to convert. It is your decision. Always remember, whatsoever happens here is your decision. If you are a sannyasin, it is your decision. If you drop sannyas, it is your decision. If you take it again, it is your decision. I leave everything to you. So it is a unique relationship. It is absolutely one-sided. From my side there is no relationship. It has to be absolutely clear. From my side there is no relationship. From your side. And that is continually changing. When you first come, you come as a student. It is a different kind of relationship from your side. Then you just want to learn something. Being near me, slowly you understand that learning is not enough. Some experience is needed. You become a disciple, you become a sannyasin. That is your decision. You simply indicate that you want to come closer to me. What else is sannyas? Just your declaration that you would love and like to be closer to me. From your side, the student is disappearing and the disciple is appearing. And then the last stage comes, when you feel even experiencing is not enough. Being. Now see the 3 points. Teaching is a very faraway thing, borrowed, experience, but it is outside you. You are the experiencer, and the experience is there, beautiful, ecstatic, blissful, but you know it is there, an object, inside, but still an object. No, you want to be at the center of your being. Then you come even closer, the disciple disappears into the devotee. Now, the devotee means from your side also the relationship has disappeared. Now you are absolutely happy just to be the way you are. You understand now why there was no relationship from my side. I am enjoying my aloneness, and you start enjoying your aloneness. So the relationship is not static like father and son, brother and sister. It is not static. It is not like marriage. There is no law that prevents you from dropping sannyas, or that forces you to be a sannyasin. Slowly you understand that your relationship also is disappearing. When you were a student there was a very strong relationship with the teacher, with the master. When you are a disciple the relationship is fragile, like a lover. When you are a devotee you have come. Arrived. Now you can blossom in your aloneness. Gratitude is there, gratefulness is there, thankfulness is there, and infinite gratitude, but no relationship, no demand from your side or from my side. Then it is just as if two candles are burning side by side, so close that their flames become one. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 19. Chapter title, Meditation, the Science of Awareness. 17th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code, 8411175. Short title, Unconc 19 audio, yes video, yes length, 104 minutes. Beloved Osho, what is the difference between science, art and religion? Science discovers, art invents, religion does both. The true religion discovers, the pseudo-religion invents. And down the ages it is the pseudo-religion that has prevailed over the human mind. It is nothing but fiction. It is closer to art, and absolutely against science. That's why there has never been a conflict between art and religion. They were, deep down, doing the same thing. Art was inventing objectively, and the so-called religion was inventing subjectively. They could join together very easily because their game was the same. And they joined hands all over the world. Art served the so-called religion for centuries. The beautiful churches, synagogues, temples, for thousands of years art was doing nothing but serving religion. If you see the temples of Khajuraho in India, once there were 1,000 temples in that place. Now only ruins are there, but 20 or 30 temples are still intact, have survived. Just to see one temple you will need the whole day. It is so full of art, every nook and corner. It must have taken hundreds of years for thousands of sculptors to make one temple. You cannot find a single inch of space in the whole temple which has not been artistically created. One temple has thousands of statues on the outside of the temple, and that is the same about the remaining other 30, and the same must have been true about the ruins of 1,000 temples. Even in the ruins you can find treasures of art. I don't think there has ever been such beauty created out of stone anywhere else in the world. The structure of every temple is almost the same. On the outer side of the temple, the outer wall, there are what are called Mikun statues, men and women naked, loving, making love, in all the possible postures one can imagine or dream of. The only posture that is missing is known in India as the missionary posture, man on top of woman, only that is missing, that was brought by Christian missionaries. Otherwise the whole idea, to the Indian mind, looked ugly, that the man should be on top of the woman. Seems to be unfair. The woman is more fragile, and this beast is on top of the beauty. No, Indians have never thought of that posture as human. In India it is known as the missionary posture because the first time they saw it, it was Christian missionaries in that posture. Otherwise they had no idea that this could be done. But, except that, you will find all kinds of postures, because in India sexology has existed at least for 5,000 years. The oldest sexual scripture is 5,000 years old Vatsyayana Eskam Sutras. And in the time of Vatsyayana, writing sutras on sex, kama means sex, maxims for sex, guidelines for sex, was not thought to be a bad act. Vatsyayana is respected as one of the great seers of India, and it is said that only a seer like Vatsyayana could have given those beautiful sutras. They reveal the intricacies and the mysteries of the energy of sex, and how it can be transformed. These temples in Khajuraho have, on the outer side, beautiful women, beautiful men, and all in love postures. Inside there are no love postures. Inside you will find the temple empty, not even a statue of God. The idea is that unless you pass through your sexuality with full awareness, in all its phases, in all its dimensions, unless you come to a point when sex has no meaning for you, only then you enter the temple. Otherwise you are outside the temple, your interest is there. So that was a symbol that if you are still interested in sex, then the temple is not for you. But the message is not against sex, it is the outer wall of the temple is made of it, and you have to pass through the door and go beyond. And the beyond is nothing but utter emptiness. How many artists, craftsmen, sculptors, were employed to create 1,000 temples, a whole city of temples, how many years it took. And this is not only one place, there is Ajanta, a group of caves which Buddhists created. The whole mountain. For miles they have carved caves inside the mountain. And inside the caves you will find tremendous work of art. Everything is beautiful. Buddha's whole life in stone. The first cave you enter, you find the birth of Buddha. And those are not small caves. Each cave is at least 4 times bigger than this room. They have been carved in solid stone. The whole life of Buddha slowly unfolds in each cave, and in the last cave Buddha is sleeping. The statue must be as long as this room. It is the last moment of his life, when he asked his disciples, "If you have to ask any questions, ask me. Otherwise I am going into eternal sleep, forever." He has not even a pillow, just his hand used as a pillow. But such a huge statue, and so beautiful. There are the Ellora caves, again carved into the mountains. There are Hindu temples in Jagannath Puri, in Konark. You cannot imagine for centuries what art has been doing. The beautiful cathedrals of Europe, and all the great artists. Michelangelo, what were these people doing? They were serving religion. There was never a conflict anywhere in the world between religion and art. To me that signifies that the religion was pseudo, both were fictitious. There was no intrinsic opposition, they were moving in the same line of invention. Of course the artist was doing a far more authentic job, far more sincere than the priest, because what he was inventing was absolute fiction. There was no ground for it. His God was fiction, his heaven and hell were fiction. And these fictions have to be according to different people, where the religion existed. For example, in Tibet you can't have the same kind of heaven as in India, obviously. India is a hot country, so hot that the heaven has to be air-conditioned. Of course the word was not available at the time, but the description is absolutely of air conditioning. It says, 24 hours a day cool air, fresh, fragrant, like spring. It is never summer, it is never the rainy season. It is never cold winter, just a cool, not cold, but cool, atmosphere all the year round. And it is always spring. But the Tibetan priest cannot accept it. They are so tortured by cold, their heaven is warm, heated, it is never cold. They don't even mention cool, because to the people of Tibet even cool is not acceptable. It has to be warm. In Tibetan scriptures it says, you must take at least 1 bath per year. When the Dalai Lama and his people started escaping from Tibet to India, many of them came to see me. Habits die hard, they were not taking baths or showers, even in India, and they were using the same kind of clothes that they were using in Tibet. I had to tell them, I am very allergic to smells, so you sit in the other corner of the room, unless you learn how to clean your body and change your clothes every day. They said, every day. But the religious scriptures say once a year is enough. It is going to be a different fiction in different countries. In Mohammedan countries, homosexuality was very prevalent, is still prevalent. Strange, but it shows a significant fact about the human mind. The greatest punishment also is for a homosexual act if you are found out. You just have to be beheaded. There is no lesser punishment for it. Still it is the most prevalent thing, so prevalent that in the Quran the provision is made in heaven for the great religious sages. Beautiful women are available, beautiful boys are also available. These are all fictions suiting the particular mind, climate, country, having no foundation in reality. Reality has not to be invented, it has to be discovered. It is already there. Hence science discovers, and true religion also discovers. But up to now, the religions that have been in existence in the world, Christianity, Judaism, Mohammedanism, Hinduism, they never felt any conflict with art, but they all felt tremendous antagonism towards science. Nobody has noted the fact. Why are they not against art, and why are they against science? Because with art they can find some similarity. They can use art but they cannot use science, and they don't find the basic similarity. In fact, they find science is doing just the opposite. They are inventing, they are creating something imaginary. Science's whole work is to uncover the true, the real, that which is. Now, if science goes on succeeding, then the pseudo-religion becomes afraid, because the fiction will not be able to stand in front of truth. There will be no possibility of its winning, even standing before truth is impossible. I have loved this story very much. One day darkness approached God and said, I have never done any wrong to the sun, but it goes on torturing me. Wherever I go, it reaches, and I have to escape from there. I cannot even rest. I don't want to complain, but enough is enough. How long is it going to go on? And I am absolutely innocent. I have not done anything against the sun. I have not said anything against the sun. This is for the first time I am talking about it. God immediately ordered that the sun should be called. The sun was called, and God asked him, "Why are you torturing and bothering darkness?" The sun said, "What are you talking about? I have never met anything called darkness." And God looked around. Where had the darkness gone? It had disappeared. The sun said, "Whenever you can manage to bring darkness in front of me, I am ready to apologize or whatsoever you say. But I don't know. Perhaps without knowing, in unawareness I may have hurt him. But at least let me see the person who is complaining against me." The story says that the file of the case against the sun by darkness is still lying there. God has not been able to bring both sides together in front of him. Sometimes he succeeds and darkness comes, sometimes he succeeds and sun comes, but he has not been able to bring both together, and unless both are present the case cannot be decided. How can darkness come to face the sun? Because darkness has no existence, it is just absence of light. So where the presence of light is, the absence cannot exist, cannot stand. And that is what pseudo-religion has been doing, creating fictions, exploiting people, their imagination, their fear, their greed, their misery, their suffering, their poverty, everything. But the moment science started discovering things, every religion became very alert and ready to stop science in every possible way, because if truth is revealed, the untruth dies by itself. There is no need to kill it. It simply disappears. Hence I say to you that now is the time for the first religion to happen. For 300 years the pseudo-religions have been fighting against science. Now they are tired, fed up, and know perfectly well that science is going to win. It has already won. So the old religions have lost their ground. You have to understand it. What you see in the churches and in the synagogues and in the mosques and in the temples is the dead body of the religion that once was alive. It is only a corpse. But they are pretending that it is alive, hoping against hope that some miracle is going to happen. But no miracle ever happens. And no miracle is going to happen. Science has taken firm roots. Now, if you want anything in the world to be called religion, then you have to start from ABC, from the very scratch, a religion which is a science, and not a fiction. Just as science discovers in the objective world, outside, religion discovers in the inner world. What science is to the objective existence, religion is to the subjectivity. Their methods are exactly the same. Science calls it observation, religion calls it awareness. Science calls it experiment, religion calls it experience. Science wants you to go into the experiment without any prejudice in your mind, without any belief. You have to be open, available. You are not going to impose anything on reality. You are just going to be available to the reality whatsoever it is, even if it goes against all your ideas. You have to drop those ideas, but the reality cannot be denied. The scientific endeavor is risking your mind for reality, putting your mind aside for reality. Reality counts, not what you think about it. Your thinking may be right or may be wrong, but the reality will decide it. Your mind is not going to decide what is right and what is wrong. The same is the situation of an authentic religion, a scientific religion. If I am allowed, I would like to describe science as two dimensions, the outer and the inner. The word religion can be dropped. You have two sciences, one, objective science, another, subjective science. And that's what is going to happen. Whether you call it a religion or science does not matter, names don't matter, but the methodology is exactly the same. You should not go in with a belief. No believer is ever going to know the truth. To believe is to miss. You have to put aside your ideology. Howsoever beautiful it looks, Howsoever systematic it looks, howsoever philosophical you have made and decorated it, you have to put it aside and see within. That's the whole method of meditation, awareness, watchfulness. Meditation, in short, is putting your mind aside. So the people who say that meditation is a discipline of the mind are absolutely wrong. It is not a discipline of the mind, because if you discipline the mind, it is going to become stronger. It is better to put it aside when it is weaker, undisciplined. Once it is disciplined, it is going to give you a tough fight. So it is more difficult for somebody who has been practicing concentration, because concentration is a mind phenomenon. Yes, it gives you a better mind, a disciplined mind, more penetrating. But to put aside this mind will be very difficult. First, you have given it strength, you have given it a certain crystallization. That's what happened to Gurdjieff and his whole school. It was a discipline of the mind. He called it crystallization, a very right word. The ordinary mind is a mess, a chaos. Gurdjieff's discipline gives you a crystallized mind, together, centered. And he was thinking that the more your mind is crystallized, the more you are coming closer to home. There he was wrong. A crystallized mind starts having certain powers. For example, it can read somebody's thoughts, which the ordinary mind cannot do. It cannot read its own thought, how to read somebody else's thoughts. But crystallization is not easy. It is a difficult and long process, years of work which will look absolutely unnecessary to you, but you have to do it because the teacher says so. For example, Gurdjieff's disciples will be told to dig a trench 1 mile long, and all the disciples are digging the trench the whole day, and by the evening, Gurdjieff comes to look at it and he says, "Fill it up. Only then will you get food. I should not find it there, when I come for my morning walk." Now, absurd. This man is mad, you will think. He was not mad, he was working very accurately, mathematically. The disciples started filling the trench. The whole day they were digging, the whole day they were thinking, why is this being dug? Now they are thinking, why is it being filled again? And nobody knows, tomorrow morning he may say, dig it again. That man was known to do that. What he is trying to do is to make you not the ordinary weak mind, who needs all kinds of argument, convictions to go into anything. Then chew, it never goes. He is trying to teach you that you need not bother about why. That is the teacher's job, to think, your job is to do. And if a person goes on this way, year in year out, he strangely finds things happening in himself which have never happened before. For example, you are passing by his side and suddenly he reads your thought. It happened, one of my students, when I was teaching in the university, was very interested in Gurdjieff. So he asked me, I am not asking whether Gurdjieff is right or wrong. Please just explain to me what the methodology is that Gurdjieff was using, and how I can use it. I said, if that is so, I can explain to you the method. But I am not responsible for what happens to you then. He said, of course you are not responsible. Because you are not giving me even a chance to say whether it is right or wrong. You simply want to know. I said, just as a professor, I am telling you this is the method. You practice it. The method is simple. Do anything, for example jogging. There comes a moment when you feel you cannot jog anymore. Now, that is the moment you have to jog. And suddenly you will be surprised that if you continue jogging there is a new release of energy. And you were feeling that it was impossible to jog anymore. There are 3 layers of energy. 1. The ordinary energy which you use in daily work, eating, walking, working, typing, this and that, just the superficial layer. Underneath is a bigger layer of energy. If, doing anything, you come to the point where the thin top layer is finished, that does not mean that your energy is finished, only the top layer is finished. Then the top layer is saying, stop. Don't stop, continue. Soon the second layer is broken open and becomes available. You were thinking you cannot jog, and now you can jog for hours. Then again a point comes when you feel, if I go on jogging now, I am going to fall down and die. It is not just tiredness, it is almost death. First it was tiredness, now it is almost like death. This is the third layer in you, which is vast. If you continue and you say, okay, if death comes it is okay, but I am not going to stop, the third layer opens up, and you have never seen such energy in you. That sometimes accidentally happens to you. You are tired. The whole day's work and everything. And suddenly your house catches fire. You were thinking to just jump into bed and forget the whole world. And the house is burning. You forget all about your tiredness. Suddenly you are fresh, young, as fresh and as young as you have never been, and you are running here and there, and doing all kinds of things. Perhaps it will take the whole night to put the fire out. And you will do it, and you will not feel tired. What has happened? The same thing that Gurdjieff was trying to do methodologically. But once your mind becomes aware of these three layers, with each layer new powers are attached. With the ordinary layer you cannot do much. Scientists say that even the most talented person uses only 15% of his energy. The most talented, it is not about everybody. And Albert Einstein uses perhaps 15% of his energy. The average, ordinary person never goes above 7%. Einstein, using 15%, becomes aware of many things which you are not aware of. He lives in a different universe than you live in. His universe is so vast you cannot even imagine it. It was said that while he was alive there were only 12 people in the whole world who understood exactly what the theory of relativity means, only 12 persons all over the world who understood exactly what he means. But if you use 30% of your energy, 50% of your energy, who knows what is in store? So this student of mine, he was a Mohammedan, and Mohammedans are fanatic people, very stubborn, trustworthy, but idiotic. Idiots are always trustworthy because they cannot doubt, they cannot suspect. So what I told him to work upon, he started working on it. He was a woodcutter's son, so I said, you go with your father and cut wood as much as you can. And when you feel you are going to fall down, you cannot raise the axe again, that is the moment that you have to raise it. Then is the right time to begin work. Up to then it was only superficial. From there Gurdjieff comes in. He did it. One day he came running to me, very much shaken and afraid. He said, what is happening? I was going in the bus and I just thought. A strange thought, I had never thought such thoughts before. A man was sitting in front of me with his back towards me and I just thought. Just by my thinking can he be made to fall from his seat onto the floor of the bus? And the man fell. He was just thinking this, can it happen? And it happened. He became very frightened, but he thought perhaps it may be a coincidence, so he tried it on another man, and the other man fell. The driver said, what is going on? One man falls for no reason at all, because there is no jerk, no turn. Then another man sitting just falls down, and he is not asleep, his eyes are open. And my student asked those two persons what happened. They said, we don't know. But he thought that before he came to me, he should try one time more, and better to try on the driver. He tried it on the driver, and he caused a whole accident of the bus in which two persons died and many were injured. Then he came running to me. He said, what is happening? Now, unknowingly he had got that energy by which he could project ideas into somebody's head, and they would work. Now his mind was becoming crystallized, coming closer. It was only the second layer. I told him, do you want to enter into the third layer? Because in the third layer you can cause the death of somebody. If you trust yourself, I can give you the method to go into the third. But then, that power, are you capable of not misusing it? He said, no, I am capable of misusing it. And forgive me, I was wrong when from the very beginning I said to you, don't say to me whether Gurdjieff is right or wrong, just give me the method, because I was reading the book and I was so impressed. I don't want to go into it. This is dangerous. Concentration, discipline, yoga discipline, other methods of chanting mantras, they all reinforce your mind and make it stronger, capable of using the powers that are in your subconscious, in your unconscious, in your collective unconscious. If you are not aware and you are not aware, this is like giving a sword, a naked sword to a child to play with. Either he is going to hurt himself or kill somebody, but something wrong is going to happen. You cannot conceive that anything good is going to happen out of it. The Brahmins in India have used the discipline of the mind for thousands of years to keep the whole country enslaved under them. In India, in 5,000 years no revolution has happened. And there were all the possibilities for revolution to happen thousands of times in these years. The Brahmins have made 1/4 of India untouchable. Those people cannot touch you. Not only can't the people touch you, they are so dirty, they are suffering from their bad, evil karmas of past life, that even their shadow falling on you is enough to disturb your existence. You have to take a bath immediately. Do you see the stupid idea? The shadow of a person passing over you has made you dirty. A shadow has no existence. A shadow cannot touch you. A shadow cannot carry any contamination. In India, for thousands of years, 1/4 of the country has lived in such slavery that they have to walk with a bell around their neck, just like you put a bell around the neck of a cow or a buffalo, so you know when the cow is coming because the bell goes on ringing. So they had to keep a bell continually ringing, so anybody hearing it can escape, even from their shadow. And at the back they had to attach a long brush, like a tail. That was to go on cleaning the path on which they are traveling. Because the shadow is falling there, and the shadow has to be cleaned because some Brahman may come afterwards and walk on the earth where some untouchable, some achut, that is their word, has passed. Now, what power had these Brahmans? They were not kings, they had no armies, they had no temporal power of any kind. But they had a tremendously disciplined mind, which became more and more disciplined with every generation. Alexander the Great remembers it in his memoirs. He came to India before Jesus Christ, and this was the thing that impressed him the most. Of course he came across thousands of things which impressed him, but this was the thing that impressed him most. He was the disciple of Aristotle. Socrates' disciple was Plato, Plato's disciple was Aristotle, Aristotle's disciple was Alexander the Great. When he was returning after invading India, he remembered that Aristotle had asked him, "When you come back, bring the 4 Vedas, which Hindus think are the only God-written books. And of course they are the ancient-most books in the world, so, God-written or not, they are the ancient-most treasure. Bring the 4 Vedas with you, I don't want anything else." So he inquired, "Can I find a person who has all the 4 Vedas?" People said, "Yes, in our village there is a great Brahman scholar, ancient, very old, perhaps 200 years old, and he has all the 4 Vedas. They are inherited, so there's no fear that anything can be wrong in them. They are thousands of years old, you can get them from him." Alexander went to the Brahman, asked the old man. He had never seen such an old man. In fact, he had never seen such a man. The old man looked into his eyes and said, "Okay, tomorrow morning, as the sun rises, I will give you the 4 Vedas." Alexander was immensely happy. He said, "Whatsoever you want me to do for you, you have done such a great favor for me. Because I was told that no Brahman will give you the Vedas. Even if you give your whole empire, no Brahman is going to give you the whole Vedas. And you have not asked anything. He said, No. No Brahman asks anything. Whatsoever he wants, he gets. Those who beg, they are not Brahmans. You come tomorrow morning and you will see. The whole night Alexander could not sleep. What is going to happen tomorrow morning? What kind of man is he? And what the old man did. He had 4 sons, he called all 4 sons. Sat around the home fire, which had been kept alive for thousands of years, burning 24 hours a day in, day out, year out, they all sat around that fire, and the father said, You take, each of you, 1 Veda. Read 1 page and drop it into the fire. Read another page and drop it into the fire. Before the morning rises you have to finish all the 4 Vedas. They did what the father said, and by the morning, when Alexander reached there, and he reached a little early, he was so curious, he could not understand what he saw. What was happening? They were throwing the last pages into the fire. Alexander said, What is going on? He said, Nothing. You take these, my 4 sons. These are the 4 Vedas. This is Rig Veda, this is Yajur Veda, this is Sam Veda, this is Atharva Veda. Alexander said, But I was asking about the books. He said, They remember every word. That's what we have been doing the whole night. He asked, How can a person remember the whole book in one night? The old Brahman said, You don't know Brahmans. This is our discipline. Our whole discipline is to sharpen the memory to such a stage that once you have read anything, there is no way to forget it. This story came into the hands of another great king, Akbar, a Mohammedan. He could not believe it, because the Vedas are big, voluminous collections. He inquired in his court, Find somebody who can repeat this incident in front of me. One man stood up and said, This is nothing. I know a Brahman in my village who can do 1,000 times more. This is nothing. The man was called to the court of the great Akbar. And in his court there were scholars of Sanskrit, Arabic, Persian, Prakrit, Pali, other ancient languages, because he was very scholarly himself and he wanted the topmost scholars to be around him. There were 30 people who knew 30 different languages. And this was the arrangement that was made. This man who was brought from the village looked like a villager, a simple Brahman. This was the arrangement, that everybody should keep in his mind 1 sentence in his own language. So there would be 30 sentences in 30 languages, and this man knows only 1 language, Sanskrit, so in those 30 languages Sanskrit was not included. This man will go to the first man. The first man will say the first word of his sentence, and a gong will be struck. Then he will go to the second man who will say his first word, and there will again be a gong. He will go to the 30 people again and again. Second round, second word, a gong, third round. Until all the sentences are complete. And then he will repeat all the 30 sentences. And he did it. Must have been a great computer. But if computers can do it, why not mind? If mind can create computers. And I have not heard about any computer yet creating a mind. The mind has much more power. You can discipline it in many ways, and the pseudo-religions have developed these methods of concentration. Remember, concentration is not meditation, because concentration is a discipline of the mind and meditation is putting the mind aside. In fact, the English word meditation is not the right word, because in the West nothing like meditation has ever happened. The Sanskrit word is dhyana. The problem was the same when Buddhist monks went to China. They could not find the right word to translate dhyana into Chinese, so they wrote dhyana, which to the Chinese sounded like jhana. Hence the Japanese Zen, It is a transfiguration of the word dhyana. Meditation gives again the wrong idea, as if you are meditating upon something, as if it is an activity, not much different from concentration. You are concentrating on something, you are contemplating on something, you are meditating on something, but you are always concerned with something. And what dhyana is dropping all objects, dropping anything on which you can concentrate, contemplate, meditate, dropping everything. Nothing is left unlike one who was concentrating, only the one who was contemplating. That pure awareness is dhyana. In English there is no right word, so you have to understand that we are using meditation for dhyana. Dhyana means a state of being where there is no thought, no object, no dream, no desire, nothing, just emptiness. In that emptiness you come to know yourself. You discover the truth. You discover your subjectivity. It is perfect silence. There are methods to put aside the mind, just as there are methods to discipline the mind. But in the West, and more so in America. Because if the West is bad, America is worse. I have been looking at American books, not now. For 4 years I have not touched a book. All the books that are bestsellers in America are somehow concerned with how to increase your willpower, how to influence people and win friends, how to grow rich, mind over matter. But they are all talking about the discipline of the mind. Certainly if you discipline the mind you are a better competitor, you can fulfill your ambition more easily. You can manipulate people more easily, you can exploit people more easily, you can use others as a means to your end. Friedrich Nietzsche has written a book, Will to Power. That is the very essence of the whole Western effort, will to power. Will to power needs first you should have willpower. And willpower is another name for your mind discipline, crystallized. No, these methods won't do. You have to learn methods to put the mind aside. It is already too powerful. Don't make it more powerful, because you are feeding your own enemy. It is already crystallized. Your school, your college, your university, they are all doing that. After remaining 9 years a professor in university, I resigned. I said to the vice-chancellor, I cannot do this work because this is destroying people. He said, what do you mean? That this means destroying people? Students love you. They won't allow you to leave. And I don't see on what grounds you are saying that you cannot continue to destroy people. I said, you will not understand, because although you are born in India, you don't know India. You have been educated in the West. He had remained his whole life in the West. All these books, all these psychologies that I have to teach, I am teaching against myself. I know these are going to do harm to these people. Their minds are already in a bad shape, and now they will become stronger. Their chains will be far stronger. Their slavery of the mind will be far stronger. The pseudo-religions depend upon disciplining the mind. The real religion's first work is to put the mind aside. And it is, in a way, very simple. Those disciplines are very difficult. To train the mind for concentration is very difficult, because it goes on revolting, it goes on falling back into its old habits. You pull it again, and it escapes. You bring it again to the subject you were concentrating on, and suddenly you find you are thinking of something else. You have forgotten what you are concentrating upon. It is not an easy job. But to put it aside is a very simple thing, not difficult at all. All that you have to do is to watch. Whatsoever is going on in your mind, don't interfere, don't try to stop it. Do not do anything, because whatsoever you do will become a discipline. So do not do anything at all. Just watch. Watching is not a doing. Just as you watch the sunset or the clouds in the sky or the people passing on the street, watch the traffic of thoughts and dreams, nightmares, relevant, irrelevant, consistent, inconsistent, anything that is going on. And it is always rush hour. You simply watch, you stand by the side unconcerned. The pseudo-religions don't allow you to remain unconcerned, because, they say, greed is bad. So if a thought of greed comes, you jump to prevent it. Otherwise you will become greedy. Anger is bad. If an angry thought passes by, you immediately jump, you have to change it, you have to be kind and compassionate, and you have to love your enemy just like yourself. If something against your neighbor comes up, no, you have to love your neighbor just like yourself. So all the old religions have given you ideas of what is right and what is wrong, and if the wrong thing is passing by, you certainly have to stop it. You have to interfere. You have to jump in and pull that thing out. You miss the point. That's why I don't say to you what is right and what is wrong. All that I say is, to watch is right, not to watch is wrong. I make it absolutely simplified, be watchful. It is none of your business. If greed is passing by, let it pass. If anger is passing by, let it pass. Who are you to interfere? Why are you so much identified with your mind? Why do you start thinking, I am greedy? I am angry? There is only a thought of anger passing by. Let it pass, you just watch. There is an ancient story. A man who has gone out of his town comes back and finds that his house is on fire. It was one of the most beautiful houses in the town, and the man loved the house. Many people were ready to give double price for the house, but he had never agreed for any price, and now it is just burning before his eyes. And thousands of people have gathered, but nothing can be done. The fire has spread so far that even if you try to put it out, nothing will be saved. So he becomes very sad. His son comes running, and whispers something in his ear, "Don't be worried. I sold it yesterday, and at a very good price, 3 times. The offer was so good I could not wait for you. Forgive me." But the father said, "Good, if you have sold it for 3 times more than the original price of the house." Then the father is also a watcher, with other watchers. Just a moment before he was not a watcher, he was identified. It is the same house, the same fire, everything is the same, but now he is not concerned. He is enjoying it just as everybody else is enjoying. Then the second son comes running, and he says to the father, "What are you doing? You are smiling, and the house is on fire." The father said, "Don't you know, your brother has sold it." He said, he had talked about selling it, but nothing has been settled yet, and the man is not going to purchase it now. Again, everything changes. Tears which had disappeared, have come back to the father's eyes, his smile is no more there, his heart is beating fast. But the watcher is gone. He is again identified. And then the third son comes, and he says, "That man is a man of his word. I have just come from him. He said, it doesn't matter whether the house is burned or not, it is mine. And I am going to pay the price that I have settled for. Neither you knew, nor I knew that the house would catch on fire." Again the father is a watcher. The identity is no more there. Actually nothing is changing, just the idea that, I am the owner, I am identified somehow with the house, makes the whole difference. The next moment he feels, I am not identified. Somebody else has purchased it, I have nothing to do with it. Let the house burn. This simple methodology of watching the mind, that you have nothing to do with it. Most of its thoughts are not yours but from your parents, your teachers, your friends, the books, the movies, the television, the newspapers. Just count how many thoughts are your own, and you will be surprised that not a single thought is your own. All are from other sources, all are borrowed, either dumped by others on you, or foolishly dumped by yourself upon yourself, but nothing is yours. The mind is there, functioning like a computer, Literally, it is a biocomputer. You will not get identified with a computer. If the computer gets hot, you won't get hot. If the computer gets angry and starts giving signals in 4-letter words, you will not be worried. You will see what is wrong, where something is wrong. But you remain detached. Just a small knack. I cannot even call it a method because that makes it heavy. I call it a knack. Just by doing it, one day suddenly you are able to do it. Many times you will fail, it's nothing to be worried about. No loss, it is natural. But just doing it, one day it happens. Once it has happened, once you have even for a single moment become the watcher, you know now how to become the watcher on the hills, far away. And the whole mind is there deep down in the dark valley, and you are not to do anything about it. The most strange thing about the mind is, if you become a watcher it starts disappearing. Just like the light disperses darkness, watchfulness disperses the mind, its thoughts, its whole paraphernalia. So meditation is simply watchfulness, awareness. And that reveals, it is nothing to do with inventing. It invents nothing, it simply discovers that which is there. And what is there? You enter and you find infinite emptiness, so tremendously beautiful, so silent, so full of light, so fragrant, that you have entered into the kingdom of God. In my words, you have entered into godliness. And once you have been in this space, you come out and you are a totally new person, a new man. Now you have your original face. All masks have disappeared. You will live in the same world, but not in the same way. You will be among the same people but not with the same attitude, and the same approach. You will live like a lotus in the water, but absolutely untouched by water. Religion is the discovery of this lotus flower within. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 20. Chapter title: You Cannot Manufacture Enlightenment. 18th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code 841185. Short title: Unconc 20 audio, yes video, yes length, 123 minutes. Beloved Osho, are you the world teacher? I am not even a primary school teacher, and you are asking about being a world teacher. But this foolish idea of being a world teacher is very ancient in India. Shankara, Ramanuj, Vallabha, Nimbarka, and hundreds of others down the ages have claimed that they are the world teachers. Strange, they have never gone out of their small states, not even all over India. They don't know anything about the world, but they are claiming they are world teachers. The world knows nothing about them, the world has not accepted them. How can they be world teachers? But they had found a logical basis for it, and they had all agreed upon it. That was, whosoever won in debating theological, philosophical questions, interpreting the so-called holy scriptures, whoever won in these debating competitions, the defeated one had to accept him as his teacher. And then that winner would go around the country challenging every other person who was pretending to be a world teacher. If he was defeated, then of course he had to accept the other person as a world teacher. If he was the winner, the other would follow him as a disciple. These people used just logical, linguistic discussions to decide who was the world teacher. Now, to win in a logical discussion is a childish game. You may not have experienced anything, yet you can be a good logician. You may not know anything at all about the truth, but you can argue well. That is a totally different quality. In Greece these people were called sophists. By and by they became condemned. In the beginning they were respected just like the world teachers of India. The work of the sophists was to argue and to teach how to argue. And argument is simply a game, just like chess. It has nothing to do with truth. Nobody has ever achieved truth through argumentation. Yes, you can defeat somebody. You can even defeat the person who may have experienced. If you are articulate enough and can bring in language and logic in your support, there is no difficulty. By the time Socrates arrived on the scene in Greece, the sophists were everywhere. It was Socrates who condemned sophistry. He said, I can argue from any side. You tell me to be for God or to be against God. I can argue from any side, and I am going to win. And he demonstrated it. He would argue from both sides, and he would win from both sides. And he said, what is the meaning of all this argumentation? I know it because it happened to me. While I was a student in the university, I loved only one game, and that was argument. I hated every other game because all other games looked very childish. If you know argumentation, then there is no game compared to it. And I was going from one university to another university for debating, for eloquence competitions. In Nagpur University it happened. Two people always used to go, one person with me, one for and one against the subject. One, the person who had gone to speak against the subject, suddenly became sick. It was time to go to the university auditorium, and he had diarrhea. He said, it is impossible. I cannot make it, I cannot go. I cannot remain even 5 minutes in the room and I have to run to the bathroom. How am I going to wait there for 3 or 4 hours continuously? And one never knows when our number is to come. Impossible. So I said, don't be worried. I will take care of it. He said, how are you going to take care of it? I said, you will see. I was for the subject. This was my approach always, that whoever was going with me. It was a competition first in the affiliated colleges, you have to win in all the affiliated colleges, then the university competition, your own university competition, you have to win that. Then two people would be chosen. Then they had to decide which one was going to be for, and the other would be against. It was always troublesome because people wanted the stronger side. With me it was never a problem. I always told them, you choose the side you want to be on, and the remaining one is mine. But, they said, that never happens. People fight and then we have to draw chits for and against, or we have to go to the Vice-Chancellor to decide. With you it is so simple, you allow us the choice. What is the secret? I said, there is no secret. If you know how to argue, it does not matter for what you are arguing. If you don't know how to argue, then too it does not matter. I was speaking for. I spoke for, then it was the number of my opposite colleague, his name was Karl. I stood up and went to the opposite side. The Vice-Chancellor of Nagpur University was presiding. He said, what? You have just spoken for, and now you are standing against. I said, what can I do? The man who was to speak against is suffering from diarrhea. It is not my fault, and for me there is no problem. But, he said, just now you have spoken for. I said, yes, I have spoken for. Now listen to me speaking against you. Just forget that I am the same person. Why bother about the person? You have to listen to the argument. Who is arguing should not be your concern should be for the argument. He said, okay. I argued against. I won both the prizes. Against, I won the first prize. For, I won the second prize. And I told the Vice-Chancellor, look, what do you say now? Of course when I was arguing for somebody else then I did my best. When I was arguing for myself, I knew perfectly well that I was going to be first, so who bothers? But I am neither for nor against. I am absolutely neutral. It is just a game, and you are taking it so seriously. That's what Socrates did in Greece. And sophistry, because of Socrates. A single man's Understanding, experience, awareness condemned the whole development, and it was almost a 1,000-year-old development of sophistry. And they were very respected people. Kings would send their princes to learn sophistry. The function of the master was to teach how you can argue from any side and yet win. He was not concerned about truth. The concern was winning, conquering. Socrates condemned sophistry. He said that your approach should not be for conquering, for winning. Your approach should be to know the truth. You are using even the name of truth to fulfill your ego desire. But in India, the same sophistry continues even today. Of course, it is not called sophistry. The word was beautiful. It comes from Sophia. Sophia means wisdom. It was not wisdom. What was happening in the name of wisdom was just stupidity, good to play a game, but not to find out and seek the truth. The sophist was respected before Socrates, but after Socrates the very word became so condemned. And Socrates proved it so basically and finally, that after him, in the West, that game completely stopped. Philosophers continued to argue, but argument was not to win but to discover. And this is a totally different attitude. But in India it has continued even today. Still there are Jagat Gurus. Jagat Guru means world teacher. The world teacher is simply a translation of Jagat Guru. And you will be surprised that there are many world teachers in India. Every Shankaracharya is a world teacher because the original Shankaracharya was really a sophist. He went around the country 1,000 years ago and defeated all the known, respected philosophers, scholars, anybody who had any claim to know he defeated, from one corner to another corner. His disciples wrote the book Shankara Digvijaya, Shankara's world conquest. But that was their world. He conquered Buddhists, Jainas, atheists, and different interpreters of the Vedas, and he became the most famous world teacher. And the world knows nothing about him. But just like a frog in a small well thinks that that is the whole world, for Shankara India was the whole world. Outside India the people were not really human beings. The condemnation in Shankara's mind was the same as that which India has carried for 10,000 years. Whoever lives outside India is subhuman. India is the chosen race, the Aryans. Adolf Hitler got the idea of Aryans from India. He got the symbol, the swastika on his flag, from India. It is an Indian symbol, one of the most ancient symbols of India, and the word Aryan is Indian. And certainly, basically all the Europeans have come from the same race as the Indians. It is proved by their languages, because all these languages, German, English, French, Italian, Spanish, Dutch, Swedish, all have their roots in Sanskrit. From 30% to 70% of their words are derived from Sanskrit roots. That simply means that originally all these people have come from the same stock. So Germans are Aryans, but the idea that Aryans are the chosen ones also comes from India. That's why there was a great sympathy in India for Adolf Hitler, for two reasons. India was against the British because they had been enslaving it for 3 centuries, exploiting it. And now Adolf Hitler was promising that India was the homeland of the Aryans. So one of the greatest Indian leaders, Subhash Chandra, escaped from India and reached Germany, and Adolf Hitler had never received and welcomed anybody else like Subhash. And he was nobody, he had escaped from a British jail. What Adolf Hitler had said, receiving Subhash Chandra, is worth remembering. He said, "I am the leader of a small group of Aryans." This man, Subhash Chandra, comes from the original Aryan home. I represent only a small fragment, he represents the whole Aryan race. Give him the respect that he deserves. It was Adolf Hitler who sent Subhash to Japan to persuade them to attack from the other side. The idea that you are special needs some way to be proved, and argumentation is a very sophisticated way to prove it. The sword is not a very sophisticated way to prove that you are right, but argument is. It looks very cultured, but deep down the game is the same, just the same ego, the same trip. It is unfortunate that in India there was no Socrates. I have been meeting these world teachers, and they have become so settled with the idea of their being world teachers, now it is inherited. When one Shankaracharya dies, he writes a will for somebody else to succeed him. That one becomes a world teacher, not even defeating a single person in debate. And I have been discussing with many of these world teachers. They have forgotten completely what argument is. I am reminded, with one Jagatguru, with one world teacher, I came in conflict. That was my first conflict with a Shankaracharya, in a world religious conference. He was telling a simple story, a very simple story which I had used many times before. And I have nothing against the story. The story is beautiful and significant to explain a certain truth. But it is not a question of truth. It was the way he was speaking, that he was the world teacher. He told the story. The story you may have heard. 10 blind men crossed a river holding each other's hands. When they reached the other side of the river, one of them said, "It is better to count. We are blind. Somebody may have been left in the river. The current was strong. Somebody may have gone with the river. So let us count." So they started counting. One tried. There were 9, because he started counting from the person by his side, excluding himself. Of course he came to the number 9. The second one tried. Again 9. Then they became very afraid. One man was lost. The third tried. Again there were 9. It was settled. One is lost. One man sitting by the side was watching the whole thing. He laughed at the foolishness of these blind people. He came close to them and said, "What is the problem? Why are you crying and weeping?" They said, "We have lost one of our friends. We were 10, now we are only 9. One person has been taken away by the river." The man must have been a very non-serious, joyful man. He said, "You just do one thing. Stand in a line and count the way I tell you. I will hit on one person's head and he has to say, 1. Then I will hit twice on the second person's head, he has to say, 2. Then I will hit thrice on the third person's head, he has to say, 3. They said, "This is perfectly right." And of course there were 10. They all fell at his feet and said, "You saved us." This is an ancient story, in perhaps one of the most ancient collections of stories, Panchtantra. You know, in the West, Aesop's fables, they are derived from Panchtantra. All the stories of Aesop are very ancient. In fact, there has never been such a person as Aesop. Panchtantra is at least 5,000 years old. It has all the fables that Aesop has, and many, many more. Buddha loved to explain matters through fables, so he used those from Panchtantra. In the West, by and by, as people came to hear about Buddha, first Buddha's name became Bodhisattva. And from Bodhisattva, where it became Aesop is still not known. But it is Buddha's name that turned into Aesop's fables. All those fables are there. This one is not in Aesop's fables. This is one of the most significant. For 5,000 years the wise men have been telling it. Remember that you have to start counting from yourself, that you are the first and foremost responsibility. Remember that the other is number 2. The other can never become number 1, there is no way. And the other is available to your eyes, to your senses. The other is an object there, outside, visible, tangible, and you are inside where your senses don't reach. So there is every possibility of forgetting yourself, not counting yourself. I had used the story myself many times. But that day it was a question of argument and the haughty way the Shankaracharya was telling it. I had to stand up, and I said, the whole story is absurd. There were at least 50,000 people. They were in shock. I was absolutely unknown in Punjab at that time. That was my first entry into Punjab. And Punjabis and Sikhs. Dangerous people, and to challenge their Jagat Guru. There was pin-drop silence. The Jagat Guru asked, he must have thought nobody could prove this story absurd. In 5,000 years not a single person had questioned it. He said, you come to the microphone and prove that the story is absurd. I said, it is so simple it needs no proof. How did these people know that they were 10? They must have counted themselves before they entered the river. And if they could count rightly before they entered the river, it is strange that after getting out of the river they forgot how to count. You tell me how they came to know that they were 10. Now he was in shock. How did they come to know? If somebody else had counted, then they would have known how the counting was done. Later they knew, they got hit on the head by a man, then they knew what was missing. They were not counting themselves. If somebody else had counted, then they would have known. If they themselves knew how to count, what happened in that small river, their arithmetic went with the current? I said, you have to answer that first, otherwise the story is absolutely absurd. He could not answer. He started trembling. He was an old man, he died after 3 months. He became so angry that I said to the people, look, he is so angry. So all this wisdom and that peace and that silence, where has it gone? With the arithmetic of those 10 blind people? He is the 11th blind person. He became so violent that he thought that if he remained there on the stage he might say something, or do something or attack me, so he simply jumped off the stage and left. And I said, look, he is escaping. This is your Jagat Guru, the world teacher. He cannot explain a simple story, which he had raised, what to say about other things. But this is the way sophistry functions. It can prove anything right, it can prove anything wrong. In Jabalpur, where I was for at least 20 years, there was a Shankaracharya, a Jagat Guru, a world teacher, and he lived just very close to me. So once in a while I used to harass him. Whenever I saw that there were people there, I would go there. And the moment I arrived he would say, today's meeting is dismissed. I would say, whether you dismiss the meeting or not, you cannot dismiss me. I am going to remain and have a few arguments with you. I told him, nobody knows you in the world, and still you call yourself a world teacher? Do you have any grounds for it? He said, I don't have any grounds for it, but don't raise such questions before the public. They don't understand. I said, yes, they don't understand because of people like you who are preventing the raising of valid questions. This is a valid question. You know that the world knows nothing about you. The world has not accepted you as its teacher. I told him, if you start following my advice, then I can give you valid grounds. He said, what are the valid grounds? I am ready to follow your advice. I said, you just do one thing. You have one disciple who continually serves you. He was almost like a servant. You change his name. He said, but how is that going to help? I said, just listen. Call him Jagat, the world. Jagat is a common name in India, so you call him Jagat and of course you are his guru. By calling him Jagat, you logically become Jagat Guru. He said, this is right. Then nobody can ask me why I call myself Jagat Guru. These fools. But in the beginning of this century the idea was brought to the West by one of the most bogus religious movements that has ever happened in the world. It was Theosophy. Theosophy was a world movement, and Theosophy translated the word Jagat Guru as world teacher. And just as the Jews are waiting for the Messiah, Buddhists are waiting for Buddha's coming. His name is going to be Maitreya, the friend. And this is the time predicted by Buddha, when I will be coming back. So the Theosophical movement took the opportunity. It is a hodgepodge of all the religions: Christianity, Mohammedanism, Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism. From everywhere whatsoever good, whatsoever appealing has been found, they have collected. But sometimes you can do such an idiotic thing. A nose is beautiful, so you cut it off. Somebody else's eyes are beautiful, you take them out. Somebody's hands are beautiful, you cut his hands off. And you go on collecting all these features from different people, and then put them together. Do you think you will have the world's most beautiful person? You will simply have a corpse, not even alive. And a nose that may have looked beautiful on a certain face, may not look at all beautiful in this new combination. The eyes which were beautiful with one kind of hair, with one color of hair, may not look beautiful with this man at all. This hodgepodge of a man is dead and all the parts are disconnected. There is no thread running between them. That's what theosophy is. It has taken everything beautiful from every place possible. They did a great job. And when they came across the idea that this is the time that Buddha is to come, they started, because only then would their religion be well established. Otherwise it was only a scholarly job, a few scholars working from Jaina sources, other scholars working from Buddhist sources, other scholars from Hindu sources. And it is a big job even to work from one source. There are so many Buddhist books, so many Jaina books. They are not as poor as the Christians, one Bible. They are not as poor as the Mohammedans, one Quran. They have thousands of books, and commentaries on those books, and then commentaries on commentaries and commentaries on commentaries. For centuries. One book may have created a series of 1,000 commentaries, one commentary upon another commentary. To find out the best parts is not easy, but theosophists worked tremendously. They have one of the most precious libraries, in Adyar, in Madras, India, where they have collected all possible sources of religion. Even religions which have disappeared and of which there are no followers, they have searched through and worked on. If they have not been able to find authentic sources, then they have drawn from other contemporary religions, because they were constantly arguing. One religion may have disappeared, but its arguments are compiled in some other religion, a contemporary religion, which is alive. From these sources, secondary sources, they started collecting, and they created great literature. They created a tremendous following around the world. Because people were fed up with all kinds of old religions. It was very appealing that they have taken the most essential core of every religion and had created theosophy. Theo means God, Sophy means wisdom, wisdom about God. But unless they had a founder like Gautam Buddha, Jesus Christ, Krishna, Mahavir, Muhammad, a man of authority who can say on his own experience that this is so. And they had only scholars. Those scholars could say, this is written in this book, upon that page. But they themselves had no experience, so the religion had no foundation. So then they started looking for somebody who could be declared Jagat Guru, a world teacher. That's how the expression world teacher came into English, a translation of Jagat Guru. They prepared small boys. They searched for some genius, and wherever they found a small boy who seemed to be immensely talented, intellectual, and had the potentiality, if he could be trained and conditioned to become. This was a strange experiment, never done before. Buddha are born, not made. This was for the first time that people were trying to make a Buddha. But our century is accustomed to ready-made things. So they tried to tailor a Buddha. Of course they were not perfectly certain whether this man would turn out or not, so they tried on at least 5 people I know of. Perhaps they tried on more. One of them was J. Krishnamurti. The second was Nityanand, J. Krishnamurti's elder brother. The third was an Anglo-Indian, the fourth was a Ceylonese, the fifth was also an Indian, and the sixth was a German. And they tried to train them, rigorous training and discipline. Nityanand died because of too much training. He was a fragile person, not very strong, and they were training him according to all the laws of all the religions. Anybody would go mad. He preferred to be dead. So when he was 22, he died. He died simply because of discipline, because you had to sleep 3 hours only, you had to take 3 baths every day, you had to eat certain food, not just anything. You were not allowed to mix with women or touch any woman or even talk to them, all kinds of disciplines. One religion is enough to kill you, and they had all the religions after you. And these boys were small. Krishnamurti was 9 years old when they caught hold of him, Nityanand was 11 years old. At that time both used to take a bath in the Adyar river near the headquarters of the Theosophy movement. Nearby their father lived, who was a very poor man. Their mother had died, and the father was in great difficulty because he had to function as a clerk the whole day, and then to take care of these 2 children, prepare food for them, and send them to school. He was just looking for some opportunity to get some help for these children. And it came as if from God. Leadbeater, who was one of the leaders of the Theosophists, and was thought to be a man capable of knowing the future. And it is not right, because he proved absolutely wrong. The 5 people he chose all failed in one way or other. He watched these 2 boys every day, and he felt that these 2 boys could be potential victims. He suggested them to Annie Besant, who was the president of this world movement. It was just like John the Baptist used to say, "I have come just to prepare the ground for the Messiah to appear. My work is not to give you the message. My work is to prepare the ground, so when the Messiah comes you can recognize him and you can understand him, and you can follow him." And when Jesus came, John the Baptist initiated him and told his people, "Now the Messiah has come. My work is finished, now he takes over this work and I go into isolation." Of course he could not go into isolation. He was caught by the Romans and beheaded, jailed and beheaded, because he was a very fiery man, his words were always full of fire. He was in the real sense a prophet, plus a revolutionary. The Theosophists said, "Our function is to prepare the ground. Soon, the Messiah, Maitreya, the friend of all, the reincarnation of Gautam Buddha, the world teacher, will appear and transform the whole world." Just the same idea, salvation, redemption, transformation, and for the whole world, just his coming is needed. And he is already on the way. They did not declare him because they were themselves not certain who it is going to be out of these 6 people. One died. If they had declared him, and he was far more intelligent than J. Krishnamurti. If they had to choose between the 2 they would have chosen Nityanand, but he died in time, before they could force him to become the world teacher. The other, Raj Gopal, another Indian, proved to be mediocre. They could see that he could not be declared a world teacher. At the most he could be a helper to the world teacher, but not the world teacher himself. The German fellow, seeing that they are leaning more and more towards Krishnamurti. Krishnamurti, of course, after Nityanand was the most potential person. The German fellow, seeing that they were going to choose Krishnamurti, immediately split from the group and declared a new movement in Germany, Anthroposophy. Theosophy means. Theo means God, Sophy means wisdom. Anthroposophy means. Anthropo means man, Sophy means wisdom. He said, God, and all talk about God, is absurd, meaningless. We have to think about men, and we have to explore the wisdom hidden in man. So the German theosophical movement turned into Anthroposophy. Leadbeater, who was thought to be a knower of the future, firstly did not know, Nityanand is going to die, don't waste time. They wasted 20 years on him, that this German fellow was going to create a split in the movement, don't waste time, that Raj Gopal was going to prove to be mediocre. The Ceylonese was taken back by his parents. Even Krishnamurti's father tried to take Krishnamurti back, and there was a case in the Madras High Court, because when he heard about what was going on there, one boy had been killed. He had given the boys thinking that they would be well educated, would become something. He could not make anything out of them. One boy was killed now, the other was there and they would kill him too. These people were strange, and what went on in their inner circle, which was not known to anybody outside. Krishnamurti was not even allowed to meet his father, because a world teacher should be above all attachments. He has no father, no mother. That's how Jesus behaves with his mother. His mother comes to see him, hearing that he is speaking in the town, and there is a crowd. Somebody in the crowd says, "Jesus, your mother is standing outside, and she wants to see you." And how ugly it looks that Jesus says, "Tell that woman that I have no mother. I have only my Father who is above, in heaven." They were teaching the same to Krishnamurti. Finally the father had no other resort except to go to the court and ask that, "My son should be returned." But it was British rule in India, who listens to a poor Indian. And Annie Besant was a very powerful woman, powerful in England, powerful in India, powerful around the world. George Bernard Shaw wanted to marry her. She refused. He was below her. She was the president of the Indian National Congress. Even though she was English and the Indian National Congress was fighting against the British, she was respected so much in India that she was chosen the president of the Indian National Congress. And she was the president of the Theosophical World Movement. So naturally it was very difficult. The case went on and on, from one court to another court, from the High Court to the Supreme Court. From the Supreme Court she took the case away to the Privy Council, which was in London. That was very cunning. That was the last resort, above the Supreme Court of India. The Privy Council was in England. She took the case there, and because the case was now to be fought in England, she took Krishnamurti away to England. Once he was outside India, then no Indian law was applicable. He still carries a British passport, the same that was given to him by Annie Besant. He is a British citizen because Annie Besant made him a British citizen, so that nothing from India can bother him in any way. Krishnamurti was going to be declared the world teacher. Great preparations were made. In 1925, in Holland, a world conference was called of all the theosophists. 6,000 representatives from every country of the world gathered there for this great event. Krishnamurti was going to declare himself the world teacher, and immediately there was going to be a tremendous transformation in the world. But Krishnamurti was also tired of these theosophists. They had been as nasty to him as anyone can be. And it was not his desire, it was imposed upon him forcibly. Books were written in his name by others and he had to sign them. He was going to be the world teacher, so he had to show some wisdom before he declared it. So there is a book, at the feet of the master. Krishnamurti does not remember at all that he ever wrote that book, and that is one of the best books Theosophy has produced. It is rare, a masterpiece. It must have been the work of Leadbeater, because he was a master writer, a master orator, or perhaps many people may have joined together. The book is of immense value in itself. Who wrote it does not matter. But Krishnamurti does not even remember. He says that 3 hours of sleep and the whole day he was feeling sleepy. And they were chanting mantras and they were reading Tibetan scriptures and Chinese scriptures, and telling him the meaning, and he was not there at all, he was almost in the state of a zombie. And they were taking signatures from him for all kinds of things. He took good revenge. At the first day of the meeting he stood up and declared, "I am not the world teacher at all, and I dissolve the organization that has been created for me." A special organization, Star of the East, a wing of the Theosophical movement, was created especially for the world teacher. It was to have offices all over the world, secretaries, funds, lands, everything that Krishnamurti as a world teacher needs. He was donated castles, palaces, and this whole wing of thousands of people he dissolved. He returned all the castles and all the palaces to their owners and he said, I am finished with it. Leadbeater had failed again. And why did Krishnamurti become so adamant against the idea of world teacher? These theosophists made him. It was a constant torture. This was for the first time he was free to speak before the world audience. Now they could not do anything else. Annie Besant started crying and weeping. But what can you do? And he was saying, yes, yes, up to the last moment, and at the last moment he just turned around 180 degrees and said, I am nobody's teacher. The theosophists must really have tortured him, for his own sake. He still carries the scars, they are not healed. Krishnamurti is not healed yet. He is still angry at all those people who died long ago. Not one of them is alive. But he carries those years with them. From the 9th year to his 25th year were too much because they were trying to compress the whole wisdom of the world in him. Wisdom does not happen that way. They were filling him, forcing him, striving so that he memorized everything, and he was doing whatsoever they were saying because he was at their mercy. All that together became a revolt, and the scars have gone so deep and the wounds are so deep. I feel sorry for him. What those theosophists did is not of much importance now. They are all dead, have been dead for at least 40 years, all of them. The theosophical movement has dispersed, it has no grounds. I feel sorry for Krishnamurti. If he cannot get rid of that anger, that rage, his unfoldment will not be complete. He has to get out of this trap. It is only a memory, but he is so trapped in the memory. Otherwise he is an immensely intelligent man. But the memory surrounds him from everywhere, anything resembling. And he immediately loses his temper. It has been happening. My sannyasins go to listen to him. If they ask me, I say, certainly you can go. You can go anywhere. If you don't ask me which movie you are going to see, why should you be bothered about whom you are going to listen to? Go, and particularly to Krishnamurti you go, and sit in front. They don't know why I say, sit in front. When for the first time it happened in Bombay that a few of my sannyasins asked, I said, you go and sit in the front. They said, but why? I said, that I will tell you later on. They went and they sat there, the whole line in the front row, and the moment Krishnamurti saw the red and orange, the color of sannyasins, he was so angry, and started on against sannyas and against the master and the disciple. The sannyasins were shocked. What has happened? He was going to speak on some other subject. He forgot everything and he spoke on this subject. And since then it has been happening almost everywhere, because now my sannyasins are everywhere. Wherever he goes he finds my sannyasins and he behaves just like a bull. You show the red flag and immediately, seeing the red sannyasins, he is like a bull in a china shop. Then he loses all control. Then he forgets against whom he is speaking. These people have not done anything to him, I have not done anything to him. But the people he thought were his masters, the people to whom he was taught to surrender and be a disciple, the people to whom he was forced in every possible way to be committed, their ghosts are following him. Unless he gets rid of those ghosts, he will not be able to blossom fully. Then something inside remains tethered to the dead, to the past. And a man tethered to the past, to the dead, cannot be fully alive. He is carrying so much dead weight that he cannot see the present, he cannot see anything else. I am not a world teacher. I am not a teacher at all, because I don't teach you anything. Teaching means conditioning you. Teaching means giving you a certain doctrine. Teaching means words, ideologies, philosophies. I am not giving you anything. Whatever I am doing is trying to destroy everything that you may have gathered from somewhere. You may have gathered from me, because you are such a gatherer. Things just simply go on clinging to you like iron filings to a magnet. They come from all directions. I want to destroy this state of continually gathering crap. But it is so difficult. The day I declared the Sambodhi Sansad, the Senate of the Enlightened Ones, I declared a few names just as a joke shoe. But people are so foolish. I declared that Somendra is enlightened, although he is no longer a sannyasin. And do you know what happened? Actually what I was thinking, exactly predictable. He immediately wrote a letter. Suddenly I became, beloved master. It has happened, in the letter that was the only content, again and again, it has happened. Now, enlightenment does not happen that way. It is not there it happens, and very easily, $250 and 2 weekends, and it happens. That's how it happened to Werner Erhard. He must have seen the Indian gurus doing great business in California. It happened to him too. Looking at his name you will think he is a German, Werner Erhard. He is not, he is a Jew. He changed his name, good strategy, only a Jew can do it. Now, being a Jew, who was going to listen to him? And who has ever heard of a Jew becoming enlightened? He changed his name. He dropped his family, his wife, father, mother, escaped from there. And of course California is the right place for it to happen. And since then, to everybody and anybody it is happening. When you pay $250 you cannot say it has not happened. That looks stupid. Then why did you pay $250? Somendra did the same. Immediately the letter, it has happened, it has happened. And what I was expecting. He wrote a letter to Tirthachu, asking, has it happened to you or not? Because he was continually in competition with Tirtha, that was his trouble. He has not dropped out of sannyas for any other reason. It was the competitiveness with Tirtha. He wanted somehow to be above Tirtha. And he tried in every possible way. But when he could not manage. So the second letter comes to Tirtha on the same date. Has it happened to you or not yet? And I have not included Tirtha in the Sambodhi Senate knowingly. These 2 letters I was waiting for. You don't need a certificate for enlightenment. Who has heard of it? Never in history has it happened this way, that you receive a certificate that you are enlightened. And fools believe immediately. Fools are, after all, fools. And remember, it is not only about Somendra, it is about you all, about everybody. Remember, the ego plays very subtle games. The games are so subtle and the work is sometimes very delicate. It is almost like brain surgery, perhaps finer than that. In brain surgery, if your hand trembles a little it may cut thousands of tissues inside the brain. Your hand has to remain absolutely untrembling, and you have to be perfectly certain where your instrument is going, because in this small skull you have 7 million cells. All those cells are contributing to your life, and everything is controlled from these 7 million cells: your sex, your love, your poetry, your mathematics, your pain, your pleasure. Everything is being controlled from those cells in the head. Whatever you feel on your hand is not really felt there. It is felt in the head and projected there. There are brain surgeons who say that it is within our control now to put electrodes in your head. This is one of the mysterious phenomena about the brain, that it is absolutely insensitive. Once your skull is opened you can put any instrument inside and you will not feel it, because the inner structure of the brain has no sensitivity. If something is left there, you will never feel it. In the Second World War, it happened after the war, 3 years after, a man's head was opened for some other reasons. He had some growth which was creating trouble, headaches, and his eyesight was being affected. So for the growth, to see whether it was canceric or not, his head was opened. They were puzzled. It was a bullate, and around the bullate the growth had happened, just to cover it, but the man for 3 years was unaware that he was carrying a bullate in his head. The bullate must have gone there, and in a military hospital he must have been treated as if there was just a wound. The wound was treated and the bullate remained inside. Now brain surgeons say you can put an electrode. There are 700 very significant points in your skull, in the brain. Those 700 points control your whole life. These are exactly the 700 acupuncture centers for the body. So what acupuncture does, has been doing in China for centuries, is trying, through the body, to manipulate the brain center. Each brain center is connected to a certain center in the body. So, for example, when you are having a sexual orgasm, do you think it is happening in your genitals? You are wrong, it is happening in your head. Now it is possible to put an electrode at the sex center in your brain, and give you a remote control which you can carry in your pocket. Any time you push it you will have immediately a sexual orgasm, far stronger. It depends on you how much you push. You can have it as much as you want. You will be surprised that when this experiment was done by Delgado on a white mouse. Strange why they do it on a white mouse. Perhaps they think black mice are not so intelligent or something. An electrode is fixed on a white mouse at his sex center in the brain, and he is shown the button in front of him. He just has to put his feet on the pedal and he will have a sexual orgasm. Can you believe, in 1 hour he tried it 700 times. And died. Yes. What else can you expect? It was such a great joy, he forgot about eating. Food was placed around him, water. He wouldn't look at them. Beautiful white females. No interest at all, because what this button was giving had never happened before. And it was in his control, he could go on pressing it deeper, 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 and it could go on endlessly. All these religions up to now have been simply working on these brain centers unknowingly, putting ideas at certain centers in your mind through exercises, disciplines, fasting. Yoga is nothing but changing your body chemistry and making it possible that you start controlling your mind centers. That's why a yogi can remain without food as long as he wants. It is that he is not hungry. He simply goes on pressing, through a certain discipline that he has learned. You may not be aware of it, the discipline is such. He knows the posture in which to sit, and then in that posture hunger cannot happen. In that posture a particular brain center is pressed, and you feel as if you have just eaten. He can remain without water for days. He can remain without breathing. He can drink any kind of poison that can kill a person immediately it touches their tongue. He can drink as much poison as you want. And yogis have been photographed, X-rayed. The poison simply does not touch them at all. It simply goes through their system without affecting the system at all. Because they know what to do with the system, they have prepared the body in such a way, arduous, difficult, year-long processes, but they have done it, they have tried it. Mohammedan fakirs cut their tongue underneath, where it is joined to the bottom of the mouth. Slowly they go on cutting it. A time comes when the tongue is no more joined there. When it is no longer joined, then it can be turned up to close the nose from behind. Then you cannot breathe, the mouth is closed, the nose is closed. But in that particular position the tongue presses a certain center in your brain which makes it possible that you can exist, remain alive, without breathing. All the religions have been doing things with you, which you may not be aware of. In fact, even the so-called teachers may not be aware what they are doing, but the effects are there. But this has nothing to do with realization, enlightenment, awareness. It has nothing to do with knowing the truth of your being, and the being of the whole universe. So remember, when I am saying anything, For example, I use the name of Somendra, but don't simply laugh at Somendra. It has nothing to do with Somendra, you have to watch yourself. Santosh is here. Do you know what he wrote? Exactly predictable. I knew that he was going to write this. He wrote, Osho, I am not much impressed by the declaration that I am enlightened, but I am very much impressed that I have been included in the council of the enlightened ones. Now, can you see the contradiction? First, I am not impressed by being declared enlightened. Then why are you bothering to write to me at all? Because nobody else has written. You want to show me that you are not impressed, you are far above that. Enlightenment is far below you, you are not impressed by it. But you are impressed, otherwise there is no necessity for writing this letter. Why waste paper? Why waste this letter? If you are not impressed, good. I have not declared you enlightened to be impressed. And in the same sentence he says, but I am impressed that I am included in the council of the enlightened ones. Why are you impressed that you are included in the council of the enlightened ones? If you are not impressed by enlightenment, then what does this council mean to you? It does not mean anything. If enlightenment does not mean anything, then why? Does being included in the council mean so much to you? You cannot hide anything from me. You are impressed by enlightenment. If your name was not declared, you would have been in the same position as Somendra. He always wanted to be the chief disciple, so desperately. And my trouble is there are no chief disciples here. There is no teacher, no taught, so what is the point of being chief? Who is chief disciple? Nobody is a chief disciple. And why should you be impressed by inclusion in the committee? The same ego comes in from the back door. You were pushing it out from the front door. That, I am not impressed. That will be egoistic to be impressed. You were pushing it out from the front door and it said, okay, I am coming in from the back door. And it has come in immediately in the same sentence. My effort here is such that it can only be called an absolutely thankless job. I have to hit you, I have to hurt you, I have to remove so much cancer in your consciousness. And you go on watering it. I am trying to remove it some way, and you are trying somehow to grow it. Even in the name of egolessness the ego comes in. Now Somendra is spreading all over Europe the news that he is declared enlightened. Just now he has gathered 150 people in Holland, and many sannyasins are in it, most of them sannyasins. He has become enlightened. Have you ever heard that people become enlightened by certificates? Have I got any certificate from anybody? It is not a question of certificates, it is not a question of declaration. It is a question of your realization, and the moment you receive my letter it happens. And now when he hears what I am saying today, then it will disappear. The third letter I received was from Gunakar in Germany, who has become many times enlightened, many times unenlightened. Each time he goes to Germany he becomes enlightened. Then he used to come back, and when he came to me I would explain to him, and he would say, yes, it is foolish, but what to do? The urge. And he would become unenlightened again. Since I have come to America he has not turned up. Perhaps out of the fear. Because whenever he comes to me he becomes unenlightened. When he goes to Germany is far better. He has a beautiful castle and a few sannyasins taking care of him, and he becomes enlightened and they all recognize his enlightenment. I have received his letter. He is so angry because he was in a great competition, the same competition as Somendra was in with Tirtha, Gunakar was in with Somendra. Both were candidates for enlightenment. Now that Somendra has received it, Gunakar is very angry. He wrote a very angry letter saying, I want to drop sannyas and I want to forget all this. How come Somendra has become enlightened? Now what trouble is it to you if Somendra becomes enlightened? Let him become. But before Gunakar? It is not possible. And he has been declaring himself enlightened many times, but he needs a certificate. That's what the letter is for. A certificate is needed urgently. Otherwise, how is he going to fight with Somendra? They have been exchanging letters and writing strange things to each other, showing that this is how enlightenment is: absurd things, meaningless things. Both were doing the same job. I told both of them, don't waste time. This is not a way to prove your enlightenment, and even if you convince Somendra that you are enlightened, will you be enlightened? Or if Somendra convinces you that he is enlightened, will that be his enlightenment? Then it is very simple, a mutual understanding. You both recognize each other's enlightenment and be finished with it. It is only a problem between you two. No, it is difficult for you to understand me, my ways, my devices. It is difficult for you too. See what I am doing, why I am doing it. Whatsoever is happening around here is only for one thing, that you become unburdened of all that burdens you. So light, as if you have grown wings, and you can fly. The only right comment came from Maitreya. He said to Sheila, Osho is naughty. That's true. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 21. Chapter title: Enlightenment, the Only Way Home. 19th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code 841195. Short title: Unconc 21 audio, yes video, yes length, 118 minutes. Beloved Osho, what is enlightenment? Have the experience and the idea of enlightenment evolved with time? Enlightenment is not something special. It is one of the most simple, natural phenomena. Just because it is so simple and natural, it has become extraordinarily difficult for man to understand. Man's mind is attracted towards the difficult. There is challenge, something to prove, something to feel one's mettle. Man is interested in going to the moon. It is absolutely pointless. There is nothing there at all. It is a dead planet. But man is ready to risk his life to go to a dead planet where he is not going to meet anybody, even to say hello. Man is interested in reaching Everest. The peak, the highest peak in the world, is so narrow that you can barely stand on top of it. You cannot do anything else there, and there is nothing else to do. Eternal snow. But for 100 years, hundreds of adventurers have been going to climb Everest. The majority of them have died on the way, but still it has not prevented new adventurers, new climbers. One has to understand this point very clearly. The difficult is attractive because it is ego-fulfilling. The impossible is very magnetic. It pulls you to risk everything, to risk even life, because if you can manage that which has been thought up to now impossible, you have fulfilled your ego the way nobody has yet been able to fulfill it. You are the first man, like Edmund Hillary on Everest, the first man in history, but what is the point? What have you gained? What has humanity gained? No, nobody even asks the question. Everybody knows, deep down, the answer. That's why nobody asks the question. The more difficult, the more impossible, the more attractive. Its impossibility has a fascination. The ego is not interested in the simple, in the ordinary, in the day-to-day. Everybody is doing it. Because of this stupid ego, religions turned enlightenment also into something very difficult, perhaps the most difficult thing in existence. It has to be so. It is the realization of God. It is the realization of eternity. It is going beyond death. It is moving into the very mystery of existence. All the religions of the world have been exploiting your ego. And the ego is very vulnerable to being exploited. It is just ready to be exploited. Show it a goal, give it away, make it difficult, almost impossible. I say almost impossible. I'm not saying absolutely impossible, because if you make it absolutely impossible, then the ego loses hope. You have to keep the candle of hope burning. It is difficult but possible, almost impossible, but yet possible. But it is possible only for rare, superhuman beings. All the religions learn the simple strategy, in what man becomes interested, and why. And they want you to remain interested your whole life. It is not something that you achieve today, and you are finished tomorrow. Religion does not deal in the commodities which you can get and be finished with. It deals with commodities which you can never get, but only hope for. And you go on hoping till death comes and destroys you. Enlightenment itself is absolutely simple, but to say so is to destroy all priesthood. To say it is ordinary is to take away the very base of all the religions, their great scriptures, great masters, rabbis, messiahs. What meaning will these people have if enlightenment is an ordinary, simple, human experience? No, they all will deny that it is simple and human, and they will all emphasize that it is superhuman, very arduous. Hindus say it takes thousands of lives to attain it. Buddhists say even Gautam Buddha, such a superman, had to pass through millions of lives before he could manage to reach the peak which is enlightenment. In fact, the very idea of extending life into millions of lives is a byproduct of making the experience of enlightenment so difficult, so impossible, so far away, that one life is not enough. How can you attain enlightenment in one life? One life is too short. Perhaps that is the reason that in Mohammedanism, Judaism, Christianity, there exists nothing equivalent to enlightenment. These three religions were born outside India. These three religions believe only in one life. Just in one life, all that you can do is to believe in a Savior, in a Messiah, cling to his apron and he will take you. You cannot depend upon your own effort, because what effort can you make? Just look at your life. Half your life is simply wasted in sleeping, taking baths, eating food, changing clothes, shaving your beard. The most important years of life are wasted in learning all kinds of rubbish. Geography, history, geometry. By the time you come out of university, you are almost 30. If you have gone on to attain a Ph.D. or D.Lit. You are 30. The best time of your life has gone down the drain. And now you have to get married, and the wife, and the children, and the service, and the politics. All your time is taken up. If you count, you will not find even 7 hours in 70 years which are absolutely yours. No, life keeps you engaged. In the movies, with the television, with the radio, in the churches, in the synagogues, in things in which perhaps you are not interested at all. In God. I can't think what kind of a man is interested in God. And why? What wrong has he done to you? You don't even know whether he exists or not, but you listen to sermons on God every Sunday. People are reading the same Bible, the same Gita, every day continually, their whole life. And how much life you have got? Only 70 years. One day just sit down and note how your life is being wasted, and how much time is left just for you. You will not find 7 hours. I am absolutely certain it will be impossible to find 7 hours in 70 years of life. If sometimes you have some time, then friends are there, picnics are there, football matches are there, Olympics are there. From every direction you are being called. So these three religions never developed the idea of enlightenment. In English there is no equivalent to the Eastern words for enlightenment. Enlightenment is a very poor substitute. In the Western languages, a person who is well educated, cultured, you call him enlightened. A whole century, when science developed in the beginning, is called the Age of Enlightenment. In Western history books you will call Bertrand Russell a very enlightened man. About each and every subject he is very progressive. He does not accept anything just because tradition has brought it to him. No, he thinks it over. Unless he is rationally satisfied, he is not going to believe in it. He was born a Christian, but he wrote a book, Why I Am Not a Christian, because he found so many logical contradictions, fallacies, inconsistencies in the Bible, that he could not accept it. And he wrote a beautiful book bringing in all his arguments as to why he cannot accept Jesus. He would love to accept him, but he cannot because of the contradictory nature of his statements. He cannot accept him because Jesus gives no logic, no proof. What proof has he got that he is the only begotten Son of God? Anybody can say that. Any madman can declare that. There are madmen who have been declaring that. There have always been madmen who have been declaring that. Neither they have any proof nor did Jesus have any proof. What he says and the way he behaves are contradictory. He says, "Blessed are the humble." But he is not a humble person at all. He is very arrogant, very irritable, very egoistic. What more can the ego declare than to say, "I am the only begotten Son of God"? At least Mahavir accepts 23 other Tirthankars. He is only the 24th. Buddha accepts 24 lives of his own before he became a Buddha, but he accepts the fact that others can become a Buddha. Anybody who tries, endeavors, is capable of becoming a Buddha. So it is not his monopoly. But Jesus seems to be very monopolistic, a real Jew, the only begotten Son of God. He closes all doors for anybody else to be the Son of God, nobody before him, nobody after him. He is incomparably unique. Hindus have 24 avatars, and Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, all the three religions born in India, believe in cycles. One creation is one cycle. And it seems to be very close to modern physics and its explorations. Modern physics has come to know that in existence there are black holes. It is a very strange thing, the black hole. And there are white holes. Anything coming close to a black hole is simply pulled in. For example, if this Earth passes by the side of a black hole, it will be pulled in. It will be a decreation. It will disappear into the basic elements, electrons, protons, neutrons, of which it is constituted. It is only a hypothesis right now, that perhaps the black hole is one side and the white hole is the other side of the same phenomenon. The black hole pulls things into decreation and the white hole creates them again. From the white hole, new Earths, new stars, new suns go on pouring out. This has been accepted by all the three religions of India, that this is only one creation. It is a cycle, just as the sun rises, then the sun sets, then again the sun rises, then again the sun sets, in a cycle. In one cycle there are 24 Tirthankars, according to Jainas, in one cycle. They are not making claims about the whole universe and eternity. There are millions of cycles, infinite cycles. There is no beginning and no end. Each cycle will have 24 Tirthankars. If you count all the Tirthankars of all the circles, they will be millions and millions. So Mahavir is nothing unique. He is not trying to say, "I am the only one, with me comes the full stop." What happened to God after Jesus? Has he accepted the idea of birth control? Or is the Holy Ghost no longer interested in women? Has become really holy? What happened to God? In India the religions make enlightenment very difficult, but they have a different strategy to make it difficult. One cycle is millions of years. Even if you can attain in one cycle, you have attained it easily. Otherwise souls go on from one cycle to another cycle, and just moving in the same vicious circle again and again and again. A man, a very rich young man, listening to Buddha, asked to be initiated. Buddha said, You should think about it, don't be so hasty, because Buddha knew about the man. He was well known in the capital. Perhaps he was the richest man after the king. And he lived such a luxurious life that even the king was jealous of him, because the king had to think of many things, the whole kingdom, and this man has no responsibility of any kind. He was living as luxuriously as one can live. So Buddha knew about the man, that he has never even walked on the bare earth. He sleeps the whole day, and the whole night goes in music, dances, girls, wine. He was a drunkard. It was a miracle that he had come in the early morning. Perhaps he had come directly from his wine and women. He had not gone to sleep, thinking, one day at least I should listen to this man. So many people are going there, and talking about him. Gather about him. Shron was his name, that young man's name. Indian stories use names with some significance. Shron means one who is capable of hearing, of listening. So the name is significant. He heard Buddha for the first time and he went to him and he said, "Initiate me." Buddha said, "Think it over. I know you, I know about you." Shron said, "Once I have decided something, I have decided it. I am not accustomed to thinking twice about anything. Give me initiation right now." As he was so determined, Buddha gave him initiation. He became a Buddhist monk. But he was the latest arrival. The serai, the caravanserai where Buddha was staying, was full of Buddhist monks. There was no space inside for him to sleep, so he had to sleep just on the steps, and he could not sleep. He had never even dreamed of such hardship. Just on the steps. And Buddha had this idea that the monk can have only 3 pieces of material for clothes. So one he uses for the bed, a long piece of cloth, and also uses it to cover himself, so it becomes a kind of sleeping bag. And 2 he uses for himself, one for the lower body, one for the upper body. That's all a Buddhist monk is allowed to use. He could not sleep on a stone step with just a thin cloth. And there were so many mosquitoes, and the whole night monks were coming in, going out, coming in, going out, and he was just on the steps, so each time anybody would come out or go in he was awakened. Just early in the morning, when he was falling asleep at last, tired, Buddha came, awakened him, and said, "There is still time, you go back home. Nobody knows you have become a sannyasin. Once people know, it will be difficult for you to go back. Go back. I know the whole night you have not been able to sleep. It is difficult. There are mosquitoes, and only 3 pieces of cloth are allowed, and in this place there is no space. And you are the youngest monk, just 1 day old, so you cannot have the space of some elderly monk. There is a seniority, and you are the last." Shron said, "Don't disturb me. What step I have taken, I have taken. Now whatsoever consequence has to be suffered, I will suffer. But I don't know how to look back. The question of going back simply does not arise. I never even look back." Buddha said, "It is good, because in the last life you had become a monk and just because of these same difficulties you had gone back. So I thought perhaps you might do it again, because people go on in the same vicious circle again and again and again, the same habit. And they go on moving in the wheel of the habits. I had come to ask you particularly because I knew that in the last life you had turned back. This is a good sign that you have grown up. That you have stopped turning back. But ahead it is not easy, perhaps a few lives with this determination, if you go on and on and on, you might achieve nirvana, that is the Buddhist term for enlightenment. Bertrand Russell cannot be called an enlightened person. He is a very great intellectual, a rational being, very progressive, and capable of getting out of the bondage of convention, tradition, but the reasons he chooses to get out are all of the mind. He finds Jesus to be contradictory, it is a mind statement. Jesus behaves arrogantly, and he talks of being humble. He says to the people, "Blessed are the poor," and then he promises them the kingdom of God. Now, there is an apparent contradiction. If poverty is a blessing, then all the sages in heaven should be the most poor, because it is a blessing. In fact, the people who live in hell should all be rich, super rich, if you follow it logically. Jesus says, "Even a camel can pass through the eye of a needle, but a rich man cannot pass through the gates of heaven." Well, where are rich men going? They must be going somewhere. So all the rich and super rich, if you want to meet the Fords and Rockefellers and Morgans, you have to go to hell. They will all be there, with all their riches. Because if rich people cannot go to heaven, how can their riches go? Who will take them? And perhaps hell will be, right now, the most luxurious place to live in. You will find all Hollywood there. Where else will they go? All the actors and actresses must be there in hell. Blessed are the poor, for theirs is the kingdom of God. But what is the kingdom of God? Is it poor or rich? If you call it a kingdom, it means it is rich, tremendously rich. So it is a strange logic. Being poor makes you capable of being rich in the other world. Being rich makes you capable of entering into hell. This is strange. It is against all mathematics, because these poor people will not be able to enjoy the kingdom of God. They have known only poverty. Only the rich people have exercised, prepared for how to use riches. In fact, they should get into heaven and the kingdom of God. They are prepared and they will enjoy it. What are the poor people going to do there? And what kind of argument is this, that poverty makes you blessed in the eyes of God? Bertrand Russell could not agree, hence he is called one of the enlightened men of the 20th century. But this is not the meaning of enlightenment when I use the word. It is out of compulsion that I have to use it. The Buddhist word is nirvana. Nirvana means, literally, you are sitting with a candle on a dark night and you blow out the candle. Suddenly the light disappears and all is darkness. With the light disappearing, all the objects that were seen because of the presence of light disappear. Now there is infinite darkness and silence. Nirvana simply means cessation of the candlelight, so that you are in absolute silence. And darkness has no bad connotation in Buddhism. It is peaceful, it has depth. Light is shallow, darkness is infinitely deep. Light is always bounded, it has boundaries. Darkness has no boundaries, it is unbounded. Light comes and goes, darkness always is. When there is light you cannot see it. When light is not there you can see it. But it is always there, you cannot cause it. Light has a cause. You burn the fire, you put on wood. When the wood is finished the light will be gone. It is caused, hence it is an effect. But darkness is not caused by anything, it is not an effect. It is uncaused eternity. Nirvana is a very simple phenomenon. It simply means blowing out the small candle of the ego. And suddenly, the reality has always been there, but just because of the candle of the ego you were not able to see it. Now the candle is no longer there, the reality is. It has always been there. You had never lost it in the first place. One cannot lose it even if one tries. It is your very nature, so how can you lose it? It is you, your very being. Yes, you can. Forget, at the most. Now, see the emphasis. It is not an achievement. Achievement is in the future, far away. Achievement is difficult, can be almost impossible, will take time, will take will and willpower, struggle. No, it is not an achievement. You have not lost it. Even if you want to lose it, there is no way to lose it. Wherever you go it will go with you. It is you, too. How can you escape from yourself? You can try, but you will always find you are there. You can hide behind trees and mountains, in caves, but whenever you look around you will see you are there. Where can you go from yourself? So nirvana is just like darkness. The light is put off and your reality is all there, with all its beauty, benediction, blessing. But there is no word in English to translate nirvana. Jainas use the word moksha. Moksha means absolute freedom, ultimate freedom, freedom from all fetters. And the biggest fetter is the ego. Other fetters are just parts of the ego: greed, lust, ambition, anger. All that is thought to be sin in other religions, in Jainism is thought only to be a fetter. But the root, the main root of the whole tree of your slavery, is the ego. So cut the main root and all other roots will die of their own accord. Don't bother to cut small roots, branches, leaves, because they will come again. Cut the main root and the whole tree will die. And when all your fetters fall, what remains? The unfettered consciousness, the freedom. That freedom is not anything political, anything economic. It has nothing to do with the word freedom and its connotations that you have become acquainted with. It is simply an unfettered existence. You don't find anywhere around you anything holding you. You are no longer tethered to anything. This untethered state they have called moksha. It makes no difference, just their terminology is different. Patanjali, the founder of the system of yoga, has his own name. He calls it Kaivalya. Kaivalya means absolute aloneness, where the other is no longer needed. Otherwise you are continuously in need of the other, the father, the mother, the brother, the wife, the children. You are continuously hankering for the other. You cannot live alone, you are afraid of being alone. You have never tasted it, still you are afraid, because from your very childhood you have not been told to make a distinction between two words, loneliness and aloneness. All your dictionaries go on saying they are synonymous. They are not. They are as far away from each other as two things can be. Loneliness is where you are missing the other. Aloneness is when you are finding yourself. Aloneness is the finding of your true and authentic being. Loneliness is simply searching for the other, to get occupied, because if the other is not there then you don't know what to do with yourself. Anytime when you are lonely you start doing something or other. For 20 years I was traveling continually in India. And I was always traveling in an air-conditioned coupe, so there was always a possibility that once in a while there would be another passenger too, rarely, because very few people bother about air conditioning. But once in a while it was a great opportunity for me to watch the other. And it was sometimes a 24-hour journey, or a 36-hour journey, or even more. I was living exactly in the middle of India, and traveling all around. So if I was going to Calcutta it was 24 hours in one direction, and if I was traveling from Calcutta to Bombay, then it was 48 hours. And if I was going to Guwahati, it took 6 days, and so many trains to be changed. But it was a great experiment to be with someone for 48 hours, and I would not speak. He would try. He would say, "Where are you going?" And I would say, "I am going to Calcutta. I am coming from Jabalpur. My father's name is this. My mother's name is that. My profession is, just to hit the garbage out of people's heads." I would answer anything. He would say, "I have not asked about all these things." I would say, "I am answering once and for all, because then, please, be silent, for 48 hours, no questions. You can ask anything else that you want right now. In the beginning let all the questions be settled. Otherwise soon you will ask, where do you live? How many brothers? I will tell you that I have 11 brothers and sisters. Everything." He would say, "You are a strange man. I have never come across a man. I have just asked, Where are you going? And you are telling me everything, what your grandfather's name was, what work he usually does. I said, I am trying to finish it all so nothing is left for you. Then I remained silent and just watched the man, how difficult it was. He opened his suitcase, and he knew, and I knew, and he knew that I knew it was meaningless. He closed it, put it back, but what to do? He opened the window, and he knew that this is foolish, opening the window of an air-conditioned compartment. He knew that I was there, so he shut the window again. He started reading the same newspaper he had been reading since the morning, again from the beginning, went to the bathroom, came out again, called the servant to bring the tea. 48 hours. After a few hours he said, "Do you really mean that you won't speak?" I was quiet. I did not even answer this question, because once settled, it is settled. Then by and by he started forgetting me, because how long could he remain remembering me? He was suffering. I have seen people in air-conditioned compartments perspiring, so nervous, trembling. There is nobody is going to harm them. I am absolutely harmless. I had told them in the very beginning, I am absolutely harmless, and you need not be worried about me. You can sleep. You can do whatsoever you want to do, I will not interfere. You can dance, you can sing, you can make faces, you can do anything you want. I am not the type of person to interfere in anybody's life. Just don't talk to me, because that is interfering with me. And for 48 hours I would see such misery and suffering, for no reason. The person had a beautiful, comfortable coach, air-conditioned, clean, good food, servant continuously available. It was no problem for him. But no, this was not the real problem. The real problem was that he was finding himself without somebody to be occupied with. Anybody, even if it was his enemy, even if it was a quarrel, that would have done, he would get engaged and he would be able to forget himself. I was not letting him forget himself, that was the trouble. He was perspiring. He was nervous because he knew only one thing, and that was loneliness. He had never tasted aloneness. When he was departing I again said to him, just look. Remember one thing, I was also in the same compartment, I was not perspiring, I was not nervous. I was not opening my suitcase again and closing it. I was not calling the servant unnecessarily. I was not reading the same newspaper again and again. Why were you doing it? Can you see the difference? I was alone, and you were lonely. Just remember it. Perhaps sometime it may be of help to you. Kaivalya means aloneness. That is Patanjali's word for enlightenment. Now, in English there is no word which can convey these tremendous insights. Enlightenment has been chosen for the simple reason that it means you become full of light. Yes, it is a lightning, uncaused, not from the outside, but an explosion within. And suddenly there is no problem, no question, no quest. Suddenly you are at home, for the first time at ease, not going anywhere, for the first time in this moment here now. Enlightenment is a very simple and ordinary experience. I emphasize it again and again because I am not a priest, I am not a rabbi, I am not a messiah. I have no desire to exploit anyone in the world. My function is totally different. I want to share with you something that is overflowing in me. I don't need anything in return. Just that you share it is enough obligation upon me. I am grateful. That's why I say this is the first religion in the world. Because all those religions were making you, forcing you to be grateful to the Messiah, to the Tirthankar, to the Master, but why? Why should you be grateful to Jesus or Buddha or anybody? If Buddha had something too much in him, and was overburdened just like a cloud full of rainwater, in tremendous need of showering upon you, actually that's the case. Buddha wants to shower upon you, then woe is going to be obliged? He or the earth that receives it, that opens its heart and invites it? A real master is grateful to the disciple, to the devotee. Only a pseudomaster tries to satisfy his ego trip through the disciples, the crowd of disciples, the number of disciples. And because it is your own nature, I'm not giving anything to you. All that I am doing is just putting a mirror before you so that you can look into it. The mirror loses nothing when you look into it. Or do you think it becomes less of a mirror once you have looked into it? Twice you have looked into it, thrice you have looked into it, is it exhausted, spent? No, in fact the more you go on looking into the mirror, the more you go on cleaning the mirror, because you have to see into it. If nobody looks into it, dust is going to gather on it. The mirror is grateful that you go on looking into it, and you go on cleaning it. But the mirror does not give you anything. Still, in a way it gives you. It gives you yourself. It takes away all the wrong ideas you have about you, and gives you your original face. You have asked, Sheila, has the experience and the idea of enlightenment evolved with time? Experience is the same. It cannot evolve, because it is not a thing. It is an experience when all things and thoughts are dropped, just a clean mirror, empty. Now in what way can emptiness become more empty? If it can become more empty, then it was not emptiness in the first place. Emptiness, aloneness, freedom, all these different names, they can only be total. It is just like the circle in geometry. You cannot draw half a circle, or can you? If it is half, it is not a circle. You may have thought before that you can draw half a circle. What is wrong in it? You cannot draw half a circle because, just because it is half, it is not a circle. It is only an arc. The circle is always complete. There is no other way for it to be. So whenever enlightenment has happened, 10,000 years ago, now, or 10,000 years ahead, it is the same experience. As far as experiencing is concerned, it is the same. But the idea evolves, the concept evolves. You have to understand the difference between the experience and the idea. The experience is when you are absolutely thoughtless, wordless, in absolute emptiness. No movement, utter rest. When you bring it into language, then it becomes an idea, it becomes a concept. Then certainly as language evolves, man evolves, the idea, the concept evolves. For example, Judaism, Christianity, Mohammedanism use very crude and primitive terms, the kingdom of God. This is a very primitive way of pointing to enlightenment. But Jesus is a poor man, uncultured, uneducated, a carpenter's son, born in a country which is very primitive. Buddha was born 500 years before Jesus, but that was the peak for India. It never came to such a height again, not even now, and perhaps may not come to that peak again. The languages had evolved to such accuracy, to such scientific expression, to such beautiful poetic potentiality. Now, no language can compete with Sanskrit. There are beautiful languages in the world, tremendously beautiful languages in the world, but no language can compete with Sanskrit. It has such a long history of evolution that for an experience like enlightenment. In English you have to coin the word enlightenment, and you have to know that you can be misunderstood because it is being used in other contexts too. Bertrand Russell is an enlightened man, Kant is an enlightened man, Hegel is an enlightened man. None of them is enlightened in the way I am using the word. They are far away from enlightenment, much farther away than you are because they are more in the mind, and they have very disciplined minds, hence they are caged in their own minds. And they have not even heard. Bertrand Russell lived 100 years and had not even heard about enlightenment, the way I am using the word. Buddha used another language which had evolved side by side with Sanskrit. He used Pali. Mahavir used Prakrit, another language, which is perhaps more ancient than Sanskrit, perhaps the most ancient language in the whole world, out of all the languages. Its very name indicates it. You will have to understand, Prakrit means natural and Sanskrit means refined. The very word Sanskrit means refined, cultured. Prakrit is the language which is not refined. It is not yet the language of the scholars, of the learned people. It is the language of the masses. But it is certainly far more experienced than Sanskrit, because Sanskrit is nothing but Prakrit refined, just like crude oil. You go on refining it and it becomes petrol, and you refine it more and it becomes something else. Sanskrit is refined Prakrit. Prakrit is just like a raw diamond, just out of the mine, not polished, not cut, not given a shape yet. But that too has its beauty, because it has its naturalness. Sanskrit is very refined, very polished. For 10,000 years millions of Brahmans were refining it, giving it such a quality which is not available in any other language. It is so difficult to translate anything from Sanskrit to English because Sanskrit has 52 letters in its alphabet, almost all the possibilities. You cannot make another sound, more than 52. They have exhausted all the possibilities of sounds. In English you will be in trouble because there are not 52 letters in the alphabet. So those letters which are missing you will have to somehow coin, somehow make. And the same is true about words. Because the experience of enlightenment has been going on for thousands of years, different people using different languages use different words, nirvana for example. Nirvana is a Sanskrit word. Buddha actually never used the word nirvana. Pali is the language of the masses, so he used the word nibbana. Now that is crude, nibbana. Sanskrit has cut it, made it rounded, nirvana. Given it music. But you cannot hope for that from Jesus. He is at a loss. He has to use the Old Testament words, which were available to him. He must have felt the difficulty, and he got into unnecessary trouble. If he had used some words other than Kingdom of God he might not have been crucified, and there would have been no Christianity at all. These words, Kingdom of God, created suspicion in the Romans, who were the rulers of Judea. They thought that this man really means a kingdom. And Romans have never been philosophical. They are not like Greeks. They have not produced a single Socrates or a Plato or an Aristotle or a Heraclitus or a Diogenes or a Plotinus, not a single man who can be counted in the galaxy of philosophers. Romans were soldiers, great soldiers. But a soldier's life and work is very momentary. Poetry lasts longer, philosophy lasts longer. But the Romans were only soldiers. They had no idea what this man was talking about. They were afraid, they were really so afraid. King Herod, who was on the throne in Judea, heard this Jewish story, that soon the Messiah is going to be born, and once the Messiah is born you will be redeemed from all suffering. Naturally Herod thought, this means you will be redeemed from slavery too, you will become free from the Roman Empire. He asked his soldiers, find all the children below 2 years of age and kill them all. Don't leave a single child below 2, because the Jews were saying, the Messiah is born, and he must be near about to by now. The rumor was spreading so fast, like wildfire, because everybody was waiting for the Messiah. They were in so much suffering, they could not do anything other than hope. And this was purely a rumor. But Herod became so afraid that he ordered a massacre, a wholesale massacre of all children below 2 years of age. Joseph and Mary just heard that this was going to happen, that it had started happening in the capital. Soon they would be coming into the villages, and the smaller villages. Bethlehem was a very small village, so small. And perhaps there may have been some story about it, I don't know, because it is said that Jews used to laugh at the idea that the Messiah has been born in Bethlehem. They used to say, Who has ever heard of a Messiah being born in Bethlehem? Perhaps it was something like a city in India, which is called Hoshiarpur. Hoshiarpur means the city of the wise, but the rumor about the city is that every single person in the city is an idiot. If you are traveling near there in Punjab, don't ask anybody where he comes from. If he comes from Hoshiarpur, there will be difficulty. Then, why do you ask this question? What do you mean? Do you think everybody is an idiot? Immediately there will be trouble, because he cannot accept the idea, but the rumor seems to be old enough. In the times of Akbar, even 400, 500 years ago, the Hoshiarpur myth was there. The story is that they all complained to the great Akbar, "We are just normal people, just like everybody else. But we cannot even pronounce our town's name if somebody asks it. If we say, Hoshiarpur, people start laughing, and they say, you must be joking. Nobody believes it. And if they do believe it, then they believe we are idiots." So they asked Akbar, "Please send an inquiry to look into the matters of Hoshiarpur, and declare whether we are idiots or normal people, so that this thing is simply finished." Nobody knows who started it. Perhaps the name Hoshiarpur may have given the idea, city of the wise. The name may have given the idea, because it means city of the wise. And it is so difficult to find even a single wise man, and this is the city of the wise, it must be that all its men are fools. Akbar sent a commission. 11 very learned people from the court went to Hoshiarpur, and in Hoshiarpur there were tremendous preparations to receive them, and to prove to them that, we are not idiots. Everything went well. Those 11 people were surprised that it was absolute nonsense. Those people were all normal, better than normal. Everybody was behaving the best he could manage. They looked better than normal. Their answers were wise, because they had been preparing for months. When the commission was going to come for 3 days, you had to prove, once and for all. This notoriousness had to be dropped. Everything went well, and the commission was very happy. The chief of the commission said, "I am very happy, and I will say to the great Akbar that not only are the people normal, they are far better than normal, they are far superior." And the people were immensely happy. They went with them for miles to give them a send-off. It was very difficult to persuade them to go back, they were so happy. In their whole life they have never been so happy, because now the great Akbar would declare, "You are superior to the normal people." While coming back they started talking. Had anybody committed any mistake or anything? One man said, "I have committed one mistake, but I was afraid to say so, because you will kill me." He was the cook, the best cook in Hoshiarpur, who was preparing food for the 11 members of the commission. A small spice in India, jeera, it is called, a small spice, nothing significant, but it gives a good taste to things. He said, "I forgot to put jeera in the dal." They said, "You destroyed everything. What will they think? These people are absolute idiots, they don't even know about jeera, which every villager knows. Even the most idiot person knows that jeera exists. What will they think? And you remained silent for so many days." They turned around, kicked their horses into a run, stopped the commission, and they said, "1 day more." The commissioners said, "What is the problem?" They said, with tears in their eyes, "1 day more." But, the commissioners said, "There is no problem. Everything has gone perfectly well. We have prepared our report, and you are going to be declared superior by the king." They said, "We don't agree. A great mistake has been committed, and you know it. You are just being gentlemanly and nice with us, saying, you are superior to idiots. We are idiots." The commission members said, "What happened?" They said, "What has not happened?" And they brought the cook whom they had beaten. The commission members asked, "What have you done to this man?" They said, He needs to be killed. He forgot to put jeera in your dal. The commission members said, Jeera? But we were never aware of it. And he has made everything so tasteful that who cares about jeera? But one thing is certain, that you are a city of idiots. You go back. They threw away the report they had written and they said, now you are idiots. So something about Bethlehem must have been true. I don't know what was the matter, why Jews consistently again and again said to Jesus and his apostles, who has ever heard of a Messiah being born in Bethlehem? It was a small village, a very small village, almost a nonentity. So first they were destroying the children in Jerusalem. As they started destroying the children in Jerusalem, Joseph and Mary ran away to Egypt. That's the only place Jews knew. From Egypt they had come, that's what the great dream of Moses had been, he had brought them from Egypt. Now, putting Mary and the small Jesus, he must have been 1.5 years old or something, on their donkey, they started moving towards Egypt. That's how a beautiful story happened on the way. They were getting farther away from the danger and Mary said, Joseph, have you thought what name we are going to give to our little boy? At the moment she said that, Joseph was struck by a rock, and said, Jesus. Mary said, right, that's a beautiful name. It suits him. And Jesus was brought up in Egypt. Whatsoever he knew was only heard from others. He traveled far and wide but still he was an uncultured man, uneducated. He could not give a concept, a refined idea to enlightenment. So it has not happened because Jesus was not able to give it. The fools who have been following Jesus, and remember, only fools follow, the popes and the so-called Christian saints and sages. They have all been following and they have been stuck where Jesus left them, because he was the last word of God. So no evolution has happened, otherwise they would have come to beautiful concepts, beautiful ideas. Islam has stopped where Muhammad stopped, and he was even more uneducated than Jesus. But Buddha was very cultured, the son of a great king. All the great scholars were teaching him every possible subject that was available in those days. Mahavir was very cultured. He was also the son of a great king. So they brought refined words, and that process has continued. It has never stopped in India, because India has a tradition of writing commentaries which no other country has. People think that what Jesus has said is enough. When I spoke on the Gospel of Thomas, I received many letters from Christians. What is the need of commenting on it? What Thomas has said is enough, clear enough. Certainly it is clear enough, because Thomas was also an uneducated man. He has ideas that are not very complex, that can be explained. But if I want to make something complex out of something simple, I can. That is not difficult. And when they heard me on Thomas, then they started writing letters to me. We had never known that this is the meaning of Thomas. It has nothing to do with Thomas, it is simply my meaning. It is my gun on poor Thomas' shoulder. I am using him as a jumping board, and I have used all these people as jumping boards. I don't say that what I have said is their meaning, how can it be? I have come 25 centuries after Buddha, how can it be? 25 centuries have not gone by uselessly. So when I speak on Buddha, it is not the meaning of Buddha, it is my meaning. I am using his words and putting my meaning into his words. This has been a continuity in India that makes for a tremendous development of ideas. Krishna's Gita, there are 1,000 commentaries on it. 1,000 people, of different kinds, using their intelligence, their experience, and putting it into Krishna's mouth. Of course if Krishna comes back he will be very angry, particularly with me, because I have put many things into his mouth with which he cannot agree. But he is not going to come, so there is no problem. I don't think that we are going to meet anywhere. And even if we meet, I can simply say I'm sorry. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 22. Chapter title: Theology, The Jungle of Lies. 20th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code 8411205. Short title: Unconc 22 audio, yes video, yes length, 119 minutes. Beloved Osho, you say there is no God. Can you explain why man has ventured into the spiritual realm in search of God? Existence as such has no meaning. Nor is it meaningless. Meaning is simply irrelevant to existence. There is no goal existence is trying to achieve. There is nowhere it is going. It simply is. Meaning is goal-oriented, some purpose, some achievement. Man's mind brings the problem of meaning. The mind is the root cause of all the questions that arise in you. The mind cannot rest at ease with things as they are. It is the nature of mind. The oceans are not worried about God, the mountains are not contemplating on God, the trees are not thinking about God. Look at it from a different angle. A ship sinks in the ocean. Is the ocean moral or immoral? The very question is irrelevant. The ocean is not doing it purposefully, there is no motivation. It is not gaining anything out of it. It was not intending to do it. If it had not happened, the ocean would not have been in despair. If it has happened, the ocean is not going to celebrate the victory. In fact, for the ocean, the very existence of the ship is not in any way a concern. So the accident of the ship sinking is neither moral on the part of the ocean, nor immoral. It is amoral. Morality is man's mind game. Existence knows nothing of it, animals know nothing of it, the birds are not aware of it. It is only man. And man is different from the whole existence because of the mind. It gives him a totally new dimension. The mind asks, why is existence there at all? Who created it? Why did he create it? There must be some purpose behind it, because the mind cannot conceive of anything which has no purpose. The mind is very Jewish. It thinks in terms of business. What are you going to get out of it? If you are not going to get anything out of it, then why are you doing it? You cannot say, just for its own sake. Then you are mad, crazy. I am reminded, somebody asked Picasso, he was painting something by the beach, near the ocean. A man was standing there looking, he could not figure out what it was. In fact, it is very difficult to figure out Picasso's paintings. And that is the genius of the man, that he has brought his paintings to the state of existence. They are existential. You cannot ask their meaning, their purpose, what they are. But the man was perfectly right. He asked, I have been waiting, watching. What are you doing? What is this? What is this painting? Picasso looked at him and he said, I know you have been waiting, watching, and I was worried that you were going to ask this question. I don't know. I myself don't know what it is, and I don't care to know. Nobody asks the flowers, what are you? Why are you? Why are you red? Why are you blue? Why are you yellow? Why this shape and not another shape? And why this season, not another season? And why this perfume, not another perfume? Nobody asks the flowers. Nobody asks the clouds, where are you moving to? What is the purpose of all this activity? Nobody asks the stars. The whole existence is continuously active. Everything is moving, nothing is static. Nobody asks, so why do people go on torturing a poor painter? I just enjoy doing it. Is that not enough? I am immensely happy that it has happened. I don't know what it is. The man simply thought, he is mad. But painters are forgiven. People don't expect them to be sane at all. Poets are forgiven. You know that they are a little bit crazy. Otherwise, who bothers about painting and poetry when there are so many things to do in the world? To earn mountains of money, to be presidents and prime ministers, kings and queens. And these fools are wasting their time, their life, and if you ask them, for what, they don't even have the answer. The man simply moved away. He said, I knew it, that you don't know what you are doing. No madman knows what he is doing. Picasso laughed, and he said, that is right. I would prefer to be a madman rather than to be a reasonable, rational businessman. I want to be part of this existence. Mind is part of the society. It is not part of existence. Hence, it needs a society for its growth. The better established the society, the more proficiently the mind grows. The question of God arose in the very beginning, perhaps 10,000 years ago, because in the Rig Veda, the oldest scripture in the world, one of the most important statements occurs. And that statement is, we do not know who created the world. We do not know whether anybody created it or not. This must be in the very beginning when man starts the first stirrings of thought. Who created the world? We do not know. Yes, the theologian has not appeared yet. The man with the answer has not appeared yet. He comes very soon, he is not far away. Once you ask, we do not know who created the world, the cunning man amongst you will come with the answer. He will say, you don't know, I know. And immediately he becomes your superior. He becomes the wise man, the priest, the Rabbi, the Messiah, because he knows, and you don't know. Later on, priests condemned this statement in the Rig Veda by entitling it Nastya Sutra. It means negative sutras. The title must have been given by those people who were pretending that they knew. But the people who must have written those sutras, raised those questions, were more innocent. They were simply saying, we do not know. And there seems to be no way to know who created it all, or whether anybody created it at all. It may have existed forever. Is there any necessity that there should be a beginning and an end? Yes, in a human story you have a beginning and an end. In a movie you have a beginning and an end. But in existence there is no beginning, no end. But the mind cannot conceive that there is no beginning. The mind can conceive, you can take it as far back as possible, millions of light years back. It can conceive of any beginning, but it cannot conceive that it is a beginningless universe. Mind feels some intrinsic incapacity to conceive beginninglessness and endlessness, that is the truth. But mind wants the answer to, who began it all? And to satisfy the mind. Otherwise it goes crazy, asking these questions and finding no answer. It becomes more and more desperate. It becomes a constant anguish. Because we don't know the meaning of our lives, then 1,000 other questions arise. Then why do we go on living? If we are just accidental, without any purpose, we happen one day, and one day we disappear, leaving not even a trace behind, the mind is not capable of conceiving it. It wants to create history, it wants to leave its name behind. It makes pyramids which will last for thousands of years. It makes monuments. Even ordinary people. In Jabalpur, where I lived for many years, there is one of the most beautiful spots possible. One of the most beautiful rivers of India, the Narmada, passes for almost 2 miles between two mountains of marble, pure white mountains of marble for 2 miles on both sides, mountains of marble. You can see their reflection in the river, and on a full moon night it becomes absolutely a dreamland. You cannot believe it. When I took one of my professors, Dr. S.K. Saxena, because I was saying again and again to him, one day you have to come with me. Finally he said, I don't believe that something can be dreamlike, but if you insist, I will take the chance. He used to live 120 miles away from Jabalpur. I took him on a full moon night to the Marble Rocks. And the moment we entered the Narmada, he looked here and there. In the beginning, for half a mile, it is just an ordinary river. After half a mile, suddenly you enter into the marble world. He could not believe it. He said to me, "Forgive me that I doubted you. Take me close to the mountains because I want to touch and see whether they are there or there is some trick, some magic. It is really dreamlike, but I want to touch and see that it is real, not just a dream, not that you have brought me into some magical world." I had to take the boat close to the mountains. He touched the mountains, felt the mountains and took a small rock with him. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I will carry it to remember that it was not a dream. This rock will remind me that it was a reality. Otherwise in the morning I may start suspecting. It is unbelievably true. But if you ask for the meaning, there is none. If you ask for the purpose, there is none. It is utterly beautiful, just pure beauty. But bring the mind in, and immediately the question, why? The mind wants first to know, why? Where? By whom? For what purpose? So the first rising of the mind in human beings. You can conceive what they had faced. The sky full of stars. Just think of yourself as Adam and Eve, the first man and woman on the earth. To you it does not create any question because you don't even see the stars. You have become accustomed, you take them for granted. But the first glimmerings, stirrings, of intelligence in man. All was a fairyland. Everything was a question mark. So many stars. Why? Who created them? So many trees, so many flowers, who goes on painting them? The sunrise, the sunset, everything was thrilling, ecstatic. And all the questions became one question, and that question is God. God is not a simple question. All these questions of purpose, meaning, motive, beginning, end. The cunning priest exploited the situation of the simple human mind. He said, "You don't know, but I know." God is the invention of those cunning people. God created it. And then they started figuring out about God, because people started asking, who is this God? Where does he live? Why did he create? So they had to invent, God is omnipotent, all-powerful. He can do anything. Just the other day I received a letter. I receive many letters from Christians. This poor fellow says, "You don't know, miracles happen. I have seen it happen. They have happened to me. My truck was stuck in the mud, and I tried everything that I could, but it wouldn't budge. Then I prayed to God, and suddenly, the miracle, the truck moved. And you say there are no miracles." Now this poor fellow thinks that God is so interested in him and his truck, which is stuck in the mud, that when he prays, God immediately runs, as if he is a mechanic. Prayer is a phone call. He runs immediately, fixes it, and the truck is on the road. And you say that there are no miracles. All these Christians have been relating their experience of miracles, which are just like this. Man's ego finds it very satisfying that God cares even about you, knows about you, even about your truck stuck in the mud. But this man is not aware of what he is saying. It has nothing to do with God, it has something to do with the ego. The cunning priest played the game, fulfilling your ego, answering the questions raised by your mind in such a way that with one stone he killed two birds. The answer was a fulfillment for the ego and a fulfillment for the mind. If it was not fulfilling for your ego, you would have rejected it. You would have doubted. You would have raised 1,001 questions, but it was very fulfilling to the ego. To doubt means your fulfillment for the ego disappears. It is better to drop doubting. It is far more profitable. your ego is fulfilled. God creates the world. He is omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient. He knows everything, past, present, future. Unless he knows everything, he will not know you and your truck, stuck in the mud in Oregon. And can you conceive the idea of the mind and the ego, and their games? Up to now they have counted at least 2 million galaxies. Our sun, our moon, our earth, all the planets, and all the stars that you see with your bare eyes, are one galaxy. This sun is the center of this solar system. Everything is moving around the sun. The sun is the center of one solar system. At least 2 million galaxies have been discovered. Many more are there, one can be certain about it, because we have not come to the end of the universe, and we are not going to come to the end. The mind cannot conceive of it. The mind always thinks somewhere there must be an end. When Columbus was persuading people, because nobody was going with him, there was nobody ready. It was one crazy queen of Spain who said, "I will give the money. You try." It was not a problem for her. Money was simple for her and she was known for crazy things, and this idea struck her, it is perfectly good. If you are lost, you are lost. You are asking for it yourself. I will pay for the trip, but you find the men. He needed at least 90 people to go with him to take care of the ship, food, everything, because he estimated it would take at least 3 months to come back home. To make a round trip and come back home would take at least 3 months. That was his calculation, which was proved wrong. But because the Queen was helping, a few daring people, courageous people, started to be ready to go with him. And one day, with 90 people he started. The Pope sent him the last warning, "I tell you, don't do such a stupid thing. You will repent forever, because it says in the Bible the earth is flat. So one day you will come to the very end of the earth and your ship will go down. From the very edge of the earth, where will you go? You will fall into eternal hell. There is bound to be an end. You cannot go on forever and ever. The earth is flat, so there is an edge and you are going to fall off, and with you these 90 fools who are going, they are going to fall. I am giving you the last warning. Don't go against God." But Copernicus, Columbus, Galileo, these people are not gullible. They are not the mediocre masses which the priest can exploit. Columbus said, "I am going. It is better to fall from the edge, but at least I will see with my own eyes the edge of the earth, the flatness of the earth. And I will see what happens after the fall, where we end up, whether we land anywhere or we go on falling. We will see." But as days started passing, weeks, months, the 90 people who were with him started becoming afraid. Only 3 days more and their rations would be finished. They had traveled 2 months, 27 days, and he had promised that in 3 months we would be back home. There seems to be no sign anywhere. They all gathered in the night when Columbus was sleeping, to kill him, and go back, because alive he was not going to go back. He was not a man to go back, he would rather fall into the eternal ditch. He was not the man to go back, even to say anything about it was impossible. But Columbus suspected that these people must be getting afraid. He himself was having doubts. 3 months were ending and there was no sign, neither home, nor the edge. Nothing had happened, and there seemed to be that ocean going on and on. So when he saw that all the 90 people had gathered, he had pretended to sleep, he was not sleeping, he went to listen. They had closed the door, he listened. They were saying, "We throw him into the ocean, and we go back. This is the only way, otherwise we are finished. He is finished, we are finished. He is finished because of his own stubbornness, we are unnecessarily finished." Columbus knocked on the door, they became afraid. They opened the door, saw Columbus. Columbus entered. He said, You are perfectly right. There is no need to conspire. You can throw me into the ocean. But listen to one thing. You have rations for only 3 days. If you go back, you need rations for at least 2 months, 27 days. 3 days won't help. After 3 days, what will you do? In 3 days, will you reach home? That much is absolutely certain. My calculations may have gone wrong, but this calculation you can do yourself. We have come this far in 2 months 27 days. Now, going back will take the same time, if you don't drift here and there, if you don't lose the way. If you go back exactly on the right course, which is not certain, then you need that much rations. You don't have that much rations. And you will have one person less, Columbus. You idiots! Listen to me. It is better to go ahead. Perhaps in 3 days we may reach, because going ahead is open. We may reach, we may not reach, but there is a possibility we may reach. And I have absolute certainty that we will reach because today I saw a bird flying in the sky, and I have seen a few leaves floating in the ocean. So we are very close to land. We may not reach our home, but we are going to reach some place. The logic was absolutely clear. Even those idiots could understand that that was true. Backwards, it was absolute death. After 3 days they would start starving, and without the intelligence of Columbus. Ahead there was a possibility, he might still prove right. 3 days were still left. They changed their plan. They asked to be forgiven. Columbus said, "No problem. I myself doubt many times what I have done. I am not concerned about me, I am concerned about you because it is not your project. It is my project, and you are unnecessarily being sacrificed for it. But wait 3 days more. Give me my 3 months completely." And in 3 days he reached America. He did not reach home. He did not reach India. That was his second thought, that if they don't reach Spain, then they might reach halfway at least, to India, from the other side. From one side the traffic was open, between Spain and India, between England and India, the traffic was open. So at least from the other side they might reach India. And he thought, this is India. That's why the people who are living here, were living here, to whom this country belongs, are called Red Indians. That is not their name, it is the name Columbus gave to them. They were of a red color, reddish, and he thought it was India, so he called them Red Indians. The priest did 2 things. He satisfied your mind, put it into a coma. There is God, He knows all, and He has created everything. When the all-knowing, all-powerful, everywhere present God is there, you need not worry about the purpose. He will take care. He has already taken care. He has created man as the supremost creation to rule over the whole world of animals, mountains, oceans, trees. He has created man in His own image. Just think of that statement, God has created man in His own image. The priest is fulfilling both things. He is saying, you are created by God in His own image, you partake of something of God's. You are His inheritors. It helped, consoled, took away the worry, anxiety, fear. You have somebody so powerful, so all-knowing and everywhere present, that there is no need to be worried whether in time of trouble you call and He has gone somewhere else. He is present everywhere. So you can pray and He is listening. And He is all-powerful, so don't suspect that He will not do it. He can do anything. So you can ask for anything, if you ask with total faith. See the trick. These are the tricks that the priest has played over the whole history of man, with total trust. Now, trust can never be total, doubtless belief. Now, belief can never be without doubt. He is giving you conditions to fulfill. So that if your prayer is not fulfilled, you will know why it is not fulfilled, not that God is not there to listen, not that he is deaf, not that he is no longer concerned about you, not that he has retired or died. No, your belief is not absolute. You are having doubt, by the side, around the corner. And you know the doubt, so you are at fault. And once in a while, when the truck moves out of the mud, then it is so gratifying to think that in 2 million galaxies, and each galaxy can have many solar systems, and each solar system has one sun and many planets, your tiny Earth. It is a very tiny Earth. This sun is 60,000 times bigger than the Earth, and this sun is a very mediocre sun. It is not the biggest sun, just in the middle range. There are suns which are thousands of times bigger than this. So this small Earth, and on this small Earth, this small America, and in this small America, this small Oregon, and in this small Oregon, the big muddy ranch. Your great truck caught in the mud and God comes running. It is so gratifying. So, once in a while, if you go on praying, once in a while you will find that your prayer has been heard. Then it is gratifying. Then you completely forget that there was still doubt. No, when things are gratifying, who bothers about such uncomfortable, inconvenient truths? No, one completely forgets, one is so overjoyed in one's belief. And one is satisfied also that one's belief is so powerful that God has to listen to it. Now these fools write to me in their letters that they are praying for me to God, that God should forgive me. They should pray to me that I should forgive their God, because he has tortured humanity enough. He and his company of messiahs, avatars, tirthankars, pegambaras, this whole lot, and the priests all over the earth, have been sucking the blood of humanity. They should pray to me that I should forgive their God and their messiahs and their tirthankars and their avatars. But they are asking that I should be forgiven because I don't know that miracles are there, because I don't know that Jesus is the true Messiah, that he is really the only begotten Son of God. They are praying for me. At least a dozen letters every day, we will pray in the church to Jesus, to God, that you should be forgiven. There is no God. Even if I want to forgive him, it is pointless. There is no God whom I can forgive. And I cannot forgive the company that has used the name of God and exploited the whole of humanity up to now. I cannot forgive, nor can I forget, because this company is the worst gang of criminals possible. They have used your weakness. The mind's weakness is, it wants a certain support of meaning. They give it, a false support, a promise which is not going to be fulfilled. And they fulfill the ego, which is one of the greatest barriers to knowing existence. So both ways they have committed such a crime that it is incalculable. On the one hand they stop the mind from getting into the quest, because they supplied ready-made answers. A true religion will say, your question is valid, go on searching. And there is no answer which can be given by anybody to you. Any answer given to you by anybody else is a wrong answer. Remember it. It is not a question of whether it is right or wrong. If it is given by somebody else, the very fact that it is given by somebody else to you, not found by you, means it is false. You have to find it yourself, and you have to risk everything to find. The question is valid. The answer is wrong. So in the Rig Veda, the statement, we do not know why this existence is, who created it, whether there is anybody who created it at all, is the only authentic statement in the whole Rig Veda, and the priests call it the negative sutra. They think some atheist. The Rig Veda is not a book written by one man, it is a collection. Hundreds of poets, seers, scholars have contributed to it. It is almost like the Encyclopedia Britannica. The 4 Vedas contain all the knowledge of those days, 10,000 years ago, whatsoever was known, whatsoever questions were raised. It contains all. It is really an encyclopedia. It should be put with the encyclopedias. It is not a holy book. There is no holy book at all. It's just like the Jews and Christians are so very worried about the Song of Solomon in the Old Testament. They would have loved it not to be there. But what can they do? It is there, and now it is too late to take it out. And they are really ashamed. No Rabbi comments on it. No Christian priest comments on it. And it is the only beautiful piece in the whole Bible. But because it is a song of love and Solomon is singing in the praise of his beloved, it is very sensuous. I don't think any poet has ever come close to the Song of Solomon in sensuousness. Your D.H. Lawrence, Henry Miller, and others have much to learn from the Song of Solomon. But Jews go on hiding it, Christians go on hiding it. If you simply go to church, you will never know that there is something like the Song of Solomon. No Rabbi is going to comment on it, he will feel ashamed. Solomon is so authentic about his feelings, emotions, sensuality, that it seems he knows Sigmund Freud perfectly well, and that Sigmund Freud may have to learn something from Solomon. Solomon need not bother about Sigmund Freud. You will be surprised that the Song of Solomon is a Jewish and Christian phenomenon, but in India, Solomon is called Suleiman. That is the Indian pronunciation for Solomon. And in India there is a proverb, if somebody tries to be very wise, he is told, don't try to be a Suleiman, don't pretend to be a Solomon, don't pretend to be so wise as Solomon was. Now, in India that proverb is very ancient. But India can accept Solomon because it can accept Khajuraho. Solomon's song should be engraved in the temples of Khajuraho, only there is it befitting, where stone has been turned into such sensuous beauty. The thousands of women and men which are sculptured look so real you would like to hug them. You will feel ashamed. Why are you not so beautiful, so proportionate? Solomon's song will be exactly the right book for the temples of Khajuraho, Konark, Puri. And in India this is one of the ancient proverbs, don't try to be a Suleiman. But Jews and Christians don't accept Solomon as a really wise man. He seems to be the only, otherwise, man in the whole Bible. The same is the situation of the Nastya Sutra in the Rig Veda. To me that is the only sutra which is authentic. Anybody who wrote 10,000 years ago, we do not know. We only have questions, we don't have any answers, must have been a man of tremendous courage. And this courage is needed to search, to seek, and to find, but you will not find God, you will find yourself. You will not find the Creator, but you will find the creative energy that surrounds you, within and without. If you listen to others, it is God the Creator. If you search on your own, then it is godliness, the creativity. Once the priest started answering that there is God, and people started asking about God, they forgot why they had asked in the first place for God. Who created the world? The priest answered, God. And in every country, the priest was free to imagine what God is, how he looks. The Chinese God looks like a Chinese. He cannot have a beard like me. Chinese cannot afford my beard, that is impossible. They have just a small beard, hairs you can count on your fingers. The Chinese God also has the same beard. When one Chinese friend brought me a statue of the Chinese God, I told him, you could have been a little generous, at least with your God. What kind of beard? Just 12 hairs. And a flat nose, and both the cheekbones standing out. It has to be Chinese. The Hindu God has to be Hindu. I was telling you about Khajuraho. If you see those women, they are Hindu women, and not of today, but of those days when those women were carved. Women must have modeled, otherwise you cannot have all that proportion. You will not find such round breasts anywhere in the world, as you will find in the Khajuraho statues. But Indian women used to have that kind of breast. Unless a woman had that kind of breast, full grown, fully rounded, she was not beautiful. And she was missing something, she could not be a true mother. Of course, little kids would have been in trouble with those breasts, that I can understand. When I was visiting Khajuraho again and again because Khajuraho is one of the tremendous phenomena. Those 30 temples, I asked the guide, who finally became a sannyasin, he is now a sannyasin, the guide who was in Khajuraho, I asked him, if the breast is so round, then it will be very difficult for the child to drink milk out of it. His nose will go into the breast. He will choke. Because the mouth is drinking, the nose will be closed, he will die. He said, "You are a strange man. I have been here for 30 years, I have shown thousands of people these temples, but nobody bothered about it. Not even I myself have thought. It is true." He said, "There is no need to try, it is absolutely true. With such a round breast, the nose is bound to be squashed and the child cannot breathe. It would have been really difficult for the kids. But I have looked in the ancient-most scriptures of India. The breast is depicted by Kalidas, Bhavbhuti, by all the great poets, in the same way. In the West the breast is disappearing. In the East also it is no longer the same. Something has gone wrong somewhere. Something has changed. In the West, the woman is trying to be equal to man in every possible way. Her psychology is different now. She wants to wear the same clothes as man. Naturally her body is changing its shape. With the clothes, with the psychology, with her desire, her body is changing. Her breasts and her bottom are both disappearing. She is becoming a straight pillar, with no ups, no downs. That is ugly, but unless she stops the idea of becoming like man, the body follows the mind. It slowly fits to the idea of the mind. I have been a guest in tribes, very ancient tribes, where the woman is stronger than the man. For the first time when you see the fact, you cannot believe it. All over the world the man is taller, stronger, muscular. The woman is smaller, not muscular. But in these tribes in central India, the woman is taller. The woman has muscles. The woman does all kinds of work, the man takes care of the children. Naturally he has shrunk. He is no longer the same man because he is not using his muscles. He has become the wife has become the husband. Once your psychology changes. And why did it happen in central India? Because the man found it easier. You can marry as many women as you want, so man started marrying many women. And he started putting them to use, to work, go to the farm, go to the orchard, go to the river, go to the well to bring water. What should all these women do? Sitting in the house. He started resting and the women started working. And of course when women are working, they will leave the children with the husband, saying, "Just watch over the children, take care of them." Slowly the woman became taller, stronger. Now the situation is, the man cannot beat the woman. In central India the woman beats the man, and that is accepted, just as in other parts of India, if a man hits his wife it is accepted. He need not even give an apology, it is his right. The same is true in central India. The wife can beat the husband, it is her right. If he has not been taking care of the children well, he is going to be punished. All over the world the woman has remained small because man has been imposing the psychology. I am bigger, stronger. I am your caretaker, your safety, your security. And he is making the woman weaker, because the weaker she is, the more she will be dependent on him. So don't educate her, don't let her work, so financially she is weak, educationally she is weak. She has to depend on you. Where can she go? What can she do? How can she earn her livelihood? It is impossible. When Bhavbhuti, Kalidas, and other poets, and these unknown sculptors, were painting the women, it was not imaginary because it is not only in one place. All over India, in any temple, you will find the same statue, the same kind of statue, the same figure. It must have been common. But it started disappearing as the Mohammedans entered India. As the Mohammedans entered India, they brought women who used a veil called a burqa, a black veil covering all the body. They rarely see the sunlight. Many may not ever have seen the sun in their life. They rarely see other human beings, other than their husband, their children. Their bodies are pale, are bound to be, weak, fragile. They don't have round, big breasts. Their bodies cannot support that kind of breast. When Mohammedan women came to India, and Mohammedans are very interested in other people's women because they can marry 4 women. In their own society they cannot find 4, because the proportion always remains the same, naturally, as many boys as girls are born. You will be surprised, nature has a way of its own arithmetic. 100 girls are born, then 110 boys are born, because by the time they become mature 10 boys will have died. Boys are weaker, their resistance to diseases, to sickness, is less than the woman's. So 100 girls and 110 boys, that is the proportion nature brings. 10 more, because 10 are going to be finished before they become marriageable. By the time they are 16 they will be of equal numbers. So it seems to be a natural arrangement, 1 man, 1 woman, that should be the way. How can you get 3 other women? From where? So they were grabbing anybody's women. With the Mohammedans, Pardah, Ghungat, entered India. The Indian woman also started hiding herself in her sari, with her sari pulled down over the head so nobody could see her face, and she started using clothes which don't show her breasts. Otherwise she was joyous about her body. With Mohammedans coming to India she became afraid of her body. She became, deep down in her psychology, shrunken. To be a woman became a sin, a danger. It is from the Mohammedan period in India that the woman lost her old beauty, her old proportions. She is no longer the Khajuraho woman. What I was saying is that Solomon in the Old Testament is the only authentic, realistic, existential person. He is not a priest and he is not a rabbi and he is not a prophet. He is truly a man, a human being. And he is not ashamed of being a human being, or of human qualities. The same is true about the Nastya Sutra in the Rig Veda. We don't know who wrote it, but whoever wrote it, humanity owes much to that unknown man. 10,000 years ago, when everybody was trembling before the priests. And what all the priests were doing was all mumbo-jumbo. They were not allowing the people to read the scriptures, because if the people read the scriptures they will know what is written there. It is all rubbish. So the priest would repeat it, and Sanskrit is such a beautiful and poetic language, that even if you are reading the daily newspaper it will look like poetry. It will look like great poetry. It is so musical that listening to Sanskrit you will forget that you need to understand what is being said. You will simply love and enjoy the chanting of it, the music of it, the rhythm of it. And that quality the priest used very cleverly. He did not allow the masses to read them, so they never understood what actually was written. The masses had to use other languages to talk. Sanskrit was only for the priests, Brahmins. So they kept what was written there unknown to everybody. Women were completely cut out because no woman was allowed to read the holy scriptures, the Vedas. The Sudras, who are 1/4 of the country, were completely prohibited, so that if they were found even hearing the scriptures, to say nothing about reading them. If some Brahman was chanting and some Shudra, hiding, tried to hear it, it was enough. He could be given the ultimate punishment, the death penalty. Even a man like Rama, whom Hindus worship as God's incarnation, did such an inhuman act that single act is enough to condemn him forever. A Brahman came to Rama with his young son who had just died and he said, "My son has died." And this shows that some Shudra, some untouchable, somewhere in your kingdom, is reading the Vedas. Now, what is the connection with a Shudra reading the Vedas? Now everybody can read them, they are available in all the libraries, and all the Sudras are reading them and no Brahmans are dying. Why would this particular Brahman's son die if some Shudra somewhere was reading them? Immediately a great search was made. It was found that one Shudra was not reading, but hearing the scriptures. Somebody was chanting, and he was listening because the chanting was so beautiful. There was nothing wrong in it, but this was enough. He was called to the court, and Rama ordered that molten lead should be poured into both of his ears so he would never again hear anything. And this man is God's incarnation. This was done, such a cruel act. It does not help the Brahman's son. He had died, he did not come back to life. If he had come back to life, then there would have some meaning to it. He did not come back to life, but this man was deaf for the rest of his life. And perhaps it might have destroyed his brain cells, his eyes, who knows, because the scriptures don't bother to describe what happened to the man, whether he died or lived. You are pouring fire into both his ears. And the ears are connected with the nose, connected with the eyes, connected with the brain. You may have destroyed such fragile tissues in his brain that even if he was alive, he would have been just a robot. And what was his sin? He had heard some Brahman chanting a mantra, which he could not even understand because he did not know Sanskrit. The priest tried to make sure that people could not know much about scriptures. They should not ask questions, they should not raise doubts, their function is to believe, to pray, to worship, and they will be benefited in the coming life after death. God is the greatest lie that has been uttered. Now I laugh because I have been in the courts a few times. One time I was in a court and they said to me, "Take the oath in the name of God." I said, "Don't mention the name of God, because I cannot take the oath of truth in the name of the greatest lie." The judge could not believe it. He said, "What are you saying?" I said, "God is the greatest lie. And you are telling me to take the oath of truth in the name of God? If you want that, I will do it, but remember, I am taking the oath of truth in the name of a lie. The truth means nothing, the oath means nothing, and you are giving me absolute freedom to lie from the very beginning." Then he said, "Then there are other alternatives. You can take the oath on any holy scripture you believe in." I said, "I don't believe in any holy scripture. I have never come across any holy scripture." Then he said, "The last thing is, you can take the oath in the name of the Constitution of India." I said, "I am not ready to take the oath in the name of those scriptures which have some beautiful statements, which have some beautiful poetry, which are written by poets, seers. Some of them may have known the truth, but as a whole I don't consider any book holy, so I am not taking the oath on them. Do you really think I will take the oath in the name of the Constitution, written by third-class politicians, the worst people in the country?" Then he said, "Then what can be done? The oath has to be taken." I said, "I can take the oath on my own authority. That's the only way. There is no other way. All other ways are created by the priests, and I don't believe in priests. The priests have given you the greatest lie, and then to protect their lie they have to create more lies. That God punishes you, that He rewards you, that He sends special messengers to you, that whenever there is trouble, whenever there is suffering, He comes. It is strange that people go on believing it. People are living in suffering and misery, and He does not seem to come, except to remove a truck. A great miracle. People are dying. So many wars. So many people being killed, and He is not coming. Do you think those millions of Jews who were gassed in Germany, many of them were rabbis, very learned ones, were not praying? He comes to move a truck in the muddy ranch, and what about those millions of Jews and hundreds of rabbis being gassed, and He does not come at all? What happened in Russia? Since the revolution, at least 10 million people have been killed. And not rich people, because where can you find 10 million rich people in Russia? Poor people, for whom the revolution was made, in whose name the revolution was made, in whose name the Communist Party was ruling, were being killed for small reasons. Those poor people. And Russia was very poor, one of the poorest countries, because the Tsar and the super-rich people who were surrounding the Tsar were exploiting the whole country so tremendously for hundreds of years that everybody was starving, dying, sick. Now, a man has two hens, and you can just see that poor man. He has two hens, and only two hens, it's all that he has. So he can sell 2 eggs every day, and with some earning out of it, some earnings from somewhere else, somewhere he can work. Now the Communist Party says everything belongs to the state. These 2 hens are now the property of the state. Now, that poor man does not understand communism or anything. He understands only one thing, that his 2 hens are going. He tries hard not to give them his hens, so he is short because he is fighting against communism. He was simply fighting for his 2 hens, without which he cannot live. Such poor people. Millions of people were simply shot, and they were all very Orthodox Catholic Christians. The Russian Church was the most Orthodox church in the whole world. The Vatican is nothing. And it was independent of the Vatican just because of orthodoxy. It thought that the Vatican was too liberal. It was absolutely orthodox. These people who were praying every Sunday in the church, what happened to them? What happened to God? Did he suddenly disappear from Russia? Was he afraid of the Communist Party? Was he afraid of Stalin? Was he afraid that he would be shot? What happened to his all-pervading wisdom, compassion, love? Everything disappeared, and these millions of people simply died, went on dying. So the priests have to invent miracles. They have to invent great fictions, stories, in which God does great things. He never does them in front of you, not a single eyewitness for anything. It is just written in the books. Jesus raised Lazarus from his grave. Now, a man who can raise a dead man back to life is absolutely important on the cross. That was the time to show the miracle. He could have changed the cross into a crown, into a golden throne. That would have been a miracle. But at that time he could not do anything. He prays to God, and up to now he was doing miracles. Now he is asking God to do the miracle. And God is completely deaf. Jesus shouts, "Have you forsaken me?" But there is no reply from the sky. Priests created God. Then, to support a lie, they created other lies. They went on creating lies for thousands of years, and people went on searching for some way to find the truth among these lies. You will be lost in those theological lies. It is a jungle of lies. No, that is not the way to the truth. The way to truth is just to avoid all theology, Christian, Hindu, Mohammedan, Jaina, Buddhist, avoid all theology. Avoid all that the priests have invented. Remain with your question, and make it a quest and search within. It is better to ask, "Who am I?" rather than to ask who created the world. Even if you know, what are you going to do? I say, I created the world. Then what? You will ask, who created A? The real religious question has nothing to do with God at all. The authentic question is, who am I? And the only way to know is to be silent, be alert, be aware, watch your thoughts, and let them disappear. One day you will find all has become silent, not even a murmur of thought. Everything has stopped, as if time has stopped. And suddenly you are awake from a long, long dream, from a nightmare. And once you know your being, you know the whole of being, because your being is not an island. It is not separate from the whole. It is part of the whole continent, of the whole existence. And once you have known your part, you have tasted. And the taste all over the existence is the same. The moment one comes to know oneself, one knows that all religions have been businesses, business establishments founded by a cunning people. You have been cheated. The moment you know yourself, you know such a blessing that in that blessing all doubts, all questions disappear. Have you observed a simple fact? That when you are happy you never ask, why am I happy? But when you are miserable, you always ask, why am I miserable? When your head is healthy you don't ask any questions, why is my head not suffering from a headache? But when you have a headache, then certainly you ask, why this headache? I am trying to remind you that when you are full of blessings inside, all your questions will disappear, not answered, disappear, dissolved, not solved. And being in that state of no questioning, no doubting, no belief but utterly fulfilled, contented, knowing happens. One becomes a Solomon. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 23. Chapter title: The Only Way to Fail Me Is Not to Be Yourself. 21st November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code 8411215. Short title: Unconc 23 audio, yes video, yes length, 124 minutes. Beloved Osho, have we failed you in any way, that you have to start speaking again? It is impossible to fail me. It is not in your hands. You can fail Moses, if you don't follow his 10 commandments. I have not given you any commandments. You cannot go against me. You can fail Jesus very easily because whatsoever he is telling you, teaching you, is against human nature, and you are human beings trying to be superhuman. You are bound to fail. I have not given you any superhuman ideas. I have never, in any way, persuaded you to go beyond your ordinariness. How can you fail me? Jesus says, love your enemy, just the same as you love yourself. You may not be able to find the contradiction. First you accept somebody as your enemy. In that very acceptance, you have hated him. And now, Jesus is saying, love him. He is saying, love the person you hate. Translated directly, that's what his statement means, love the person you hate. People have done it, but just the other way round. They have hated the person they have loved. And at the moment Jesus says, love thy enemy, he is not aware of the fact that you cannot even love your friend without hating him, that hate and love are two sides of the same phenomenon. Whomsoever you love, you hate too. Sometimes the hate comes up and love goes down, and sometimes the love comes up and the hate goes down. And in 24 hours you can watch the wheel of love and hate going up and down, towards the same person. Jesus is talking about love but seems to know nothing about it, because the first thing to know is that love and hate are not two things. You cannot separate them. If you want to love, you have to accept hate too. Yes, your love can be so understanding that it absorbs the hate in itself, that you accept the hate as an essential part of it, that you don't hate hate, and you don't create a division in yourself. You cannot fail me for the simple reason that I have never expected anything from you. All these messiahs have been expecting things from you. You have to do this, and you have not to do that. Once you go against their idea of how you should be, you have failed. And you are going to fail them out of sheer necessity, because you cannot fulfill somebody else's idea. You have a being of your own which needs fulfillment. You have no responsibility towards me, to fulfill my idea. My idea I have fulfilled. Now it is your idea, your being, your essence that has to be fulfilled. Nobody else can give you the discipline. But down the ages people have ruled people in 1,001 ways. They will rule you through money, they will rule you through power politics, they will rule you through knowledgeability. They will rule you by becoming a certain image that the society respects. For example, I would like to say something about Mahatma Gandhi. It was an everyday affair in his ashram that some disciple failed him, because what he was asking of those poor people was so unnatural, so devoid of any reason and sense, that unless they were absolute idiots they were going to fail him. That was the only way to save themselves, otherwise they would be destroyed by him. In Mahatma Gandhi's ashram you could not drink tea. That was enough to fail him. Now, tea is such an innocent thing. Buddhist monks have used it for thousands of years as a help to meditation because it keeps you alert, awake. When you are feeling sleepy, just a cup of tea brings you a little awareness. The story is that Bodhidharma was determined to remain awake for 24 hours. But the body is the body, the eyelids get tired, and when they get tired the eyes close. He became so angry that he cut off his eyelids and threw them in the grass. Then his eyes could not be closed. It is a symbolic story. It did not happen, it cannot happen, because I know Bodhidharma perfectly well. He is the last person to do such a thing. But the story is significant, although it is just a story. Those eyelids grew into a plant that became the tea plant. And because those were the eyelids of a man like Bodhidharma, the tea still carries the quality of awareness. That is the significance of the story. In every Buddhist monastery, the first thing is the tea. But in Gandhi's ashram, if somebody was caught drinking tea it was a great sin. He has failed the master. And the master was a sadomasochist. All disciplinarians, whether they are Mahatmas, sages, rabbis, saints, principals, teachers, headmasters, all disciplinarians are, deep down, dictatorial. Discipline is a beautiful name for an ugly thing, dictatorship. But you cannot revolt against a disciplinarian. You can revolt against a dictator. You can revolt against Stalin, you can revolt against Mussolini, but you cannot revolt against Mahatma Gandhi, and there is the danger. Why can't you revolt against Mahatma Gandhi? Because before he disciplines you, he tortures himself. He is a sadomasochist. Before he tortures you, he tortures himself more than he is asking you to. You cannot revolt. This man is not simply torturing you like Joseph Stalin. He has tortured himself, he has disciplined himself, far deeper than he is asking you. How can you revolt against him? You cannot find any excuse. Gandhi had one ashram in South Africa, in the beginning of his career of Mahatmahood. The ashram was called the Phoenix Ashram. There, he tortured his wife and his children so immensely that I wonder why nobody bothers and nobody thinks about it. And people like Richard Attenborough make films on Gandhi, and all that is essential, all that should be brought to the eyes of the people, is completely left out. Perhaps these people like Attenborough are blind completely, blinded by his Mahatmahood. What was he doing to his wife? First, she had to clean the toilet. And you don't know the Indian toilet. Don't compare it with the Western toilet. The Western toilet can be cleaned, there is no problem. There is nothing to clean, it is already clean. But the Indian toilet is really dirty. And Kasturba, Gandhi's wife, could not say no either, because Gandhi himself was cleaning. When the husband is cleaning, she knew that he was a Mahatma. She knew that it was a dirty job and she did not feel like cleaning other people's dirt and carrying it out from the outhouse, way back, and throwing all the shit into a ditch, because Gandhi had this idea that the shit should not be misused. Everything had to be used. He was really a miser. There is no question about why he suffered from constipation. His whole life he was carrying the enema with him everywhere. It was his psychology. The shit had to be collected and thrown into a ditch behind the house, and then mud had to be thrown over it, so it becomes manure for the next year's crops. Now, for Kasturba it was so difficult. And the way it has to be carried in India, you cannot believe. But in India, they have reduced 1/4 of the country to such a state that they are not allowed to do any other work. So only this work is available, they have to do it. They are born to do it, that is their destiny. So they collect the shit in buckets, and carry it on their heads for miles. In India, Kasturba had never thought that she would have to do this, because she belonged to a higher caste. She was not a Shudra, and untouchable. But Gandhi was carrying it himself, and he was the Mahatma. And when he carries it, he gets a subtle right over you. You have to understand the subtle power politics in such small things. Because he gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning, everybody has to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And when the old man is getting up at 3 o'clock, you are young, you will feel guilty if you don't get up. And if you are caught, then you have failed the master. And what is the master going to do? He will not punish you, he will punish himself, because he had this egoistic idea that if he is truly pure then nothing can go wrong around him, then everything is going to be right. If anything goes wrong, that simply means something is impure in him, so he has to purify himself by fasting. So if you fail him, he will torture himself. That will create even more of a burden on you. First, guilt that you failed him. Second, guilt that now he is suffering because of your stupidity. You could have awakened at 3 o'clock, it was not such a big deal. And now for a few days, nobody knows. Because he would always start a fast unto death. Although he never fasted unto death, he would always start a fast unto death. Then Gandhi had to be persuaded, then all the leaders of the country had to run to his ashram and say to him, just for one man's failure you cannot punish the whole country. Then after 2 or 3 days he would be ready to take food, and that one man would be condemned by the whole country. He had been punished more than you could have imagined. Wherever he went, people would talk about him, this is the man for whom Gandhi is fasting unto death. And if Gandhi died, they would have killed this man, they would not have left this man alive. One night Gandhi threw Kasturba, who was pregnant, out of the house because she was reluctant to clean the latrine. A pregnant woman, a woman who does not know any other language, in a foreign country, absolutely dependent on him, he closed the door, threw her out, and said, if you don't clean the latrine, then this is not your house, then you don't belong to me. If you cannot follow my discipline, if my own wife fails me, then who else is going to listen to me? In the cold winter Kasturba wept outside, and finally decided that she should agree to clean the latrine. Only when she agreed to clean the latrine was she allowed in. Now, you can fail such a man very easily by anything, just by smoking a cigarette, drinking a cup of tea. Anything. He did not allow his children to be educated. He didn't send them to school. They wanted to go, their mother wanted it also. Naturally she wanted them to be educated, otherwise who is going to feed them? And their whole life is ahead of them. You are educated, you are a barrister, you earn. And you are a Mahatma, even if you don't earn, you have thousands of worshippers. But your children, don't you send them even to the primary school? He was against the education that is available in the schools, colleges and the universities. Why? Because it creates doubt, it destroys people's faith. Because it teaches people science and technology, which he was against things so simple and so essential that you will not be able to believe it, that in the 20th century a man can be against the telephone. Now, the telephone does not do any harm to anybody. One can be against nuclear weapons, I can understand, but the telephone. Railway lines. Trains. Airplanes. He was against anything except the spinning wheel, that was the only technology that he accepted. Beyond that, all technology was evil, all science was evil, so why send your children to learn the devilish ways of science, technology, logic, philosophy, and destroy their faith, their belief in God? No, he would not send them. His eldest son, Haridas, escaped. Seeing the situation, this man is going to destroy our lives completely. He escaped, reached a relative's family and told the whole story, what was happening, and that, I want to go to school. Just see the situation. The boy has to escape from the home to get into school. Boys escape from school, not to go there. And Haridas had to leave his home and ask some uncle, some faraway relative, please help me. At least I would like to be a matriculate, then I will see later on. But up to matriculation, that much education is absolutely necessary. Gandhi was very angry. The prophet of non-violence was angry, violently angry. What he said was, now this home is closed for Haridas. He should not be allowed in and nobody from my family should meet with him. Even his mother, his brothers, his sisters, nobody should see him and meet him. If anybody meets with him, he also goes with him. He has failed me. You impose such stupid ideas. Now, what Haridas was doing was perfectly right. This man had to be disobeyed. The other children did not escape, they were weaklings. Haridas had some guts. And he showed later on that he did have some guts. Gandhi used to say, all religions are one. That was also a political gimmick. All religions are one, Hindu, Mohammedan, Christian, Jaina, Buddhist, Sikh. All religions are one. But the basic politics was to capture all these people and their votes, and to keep the whole of India undivided, so that Gandhi's party ruled over the whole of India, not only a part of India. In his prayer meetings every morning the Quran was recited, the Bible was read, and other holy books were also included. Just a few pieces read from the Bible, a few pieces read from the Torah, a few pieces read from the Quran. And there too was great cunningness, because I have looked into those pieces that were read. They were the pieces which were synonymous with the Gita. Only those pieces were chosen from the Bible that were synonymous with Krishna, because Gandhi used to call the Gita his mother. He never called the Quran, my father, or the Bible, my uncle, at least. Only the Gita his mother. And all these fragments that he had chosen were deceptive. They were simply translations, as if they were the same message, so there was no problem. All that was against the Gita, or different from the Gita, not even against it, was not chosen. So he was deceiving Mohammedans, he was deceiving Christians, he was deceiving Jainas, he was deceiving Buddhists, he was deceiving Sikhs, everybody. And they all thought that this man is a supersage, that is the meaning of Mahatma, the great soul. As if souls are also small or great. Souls are simply souls, neither small nor great. But the great soul, Mahatma, because he was so liberal, unprejudiced. And he was full of prejudice. Haridas knew it. So what he did was, he converted himself to Mohammedanism. He did. Well, I appreciate him. The doors of the home were closed. Gandhi had abandoned him, declared, he is no longer my son. I am no longer his father. He has utterly failed me. If he had died it would have been better. And what sin had he committed? He had gone to school. But he was really an intelligent boy. As he left the school, he turned to Mohammedanism. And Mohammedans rejoiced. They enjoyed the idea that Gandhi's eldest son found shelter in Mohammedanism. They started calling him Mahatma Abdullah Gandhi. They kept Mahatma and Gandhi so people remembered who he was, and changed Haridas into Abdullah, which means literally Haridas. Abdullah, servant of God, and that is exactly the meaning of Haridas, servant of God. It is the Arabic translation of Haridas, so it was exactly the same. But Gandhi was so shocked. You can imagine, if just his son's going to school was enough for Gandhi to abandon him as a son, now he has become a Mohammedan. Gandhi wept. Now, this is the man who says all the religions are the same. So what is the difference? Whether he is Hindu or Mohammedan, what difference does it make? And even his name was nothing but an Arabic translation of the Sanskrit name, an exact translation. Just by coincidence, there was a meeting in Bombay. Just by coincidence, Gandhi was going into the same train from which Haridas was getting out. Kasturba, after all, was a mother. She wanted at least to have a look at her son. She knew that her husband wouldn't allow them to talk, but Gandhi didn't allow her even to see him. He said, "Remember, don't look at him. He is dead for us. He has slapped me on my face by becoming a Mohammedan." He forgot all that synthesis of all the religions. And still the prayer continued the same way every day. You can fail this type of people very easily. You cannot fail me, it is impossible. There is no way to fail me, because I don't impose any discipline on you. How can you fail me? I don't give you any doctrine against which you can go. How can you go against me? All that I go on saying to you is, be authentically yourself. Now, the only way to fail me is not to be yourself. How can you do it? And it is good that you cannot do it. It is not because of your failing me that I have started speaking. It has nothing to do with you. I am just a man who lives moment to moment. One day I felt like going into silence. I went into silence. Anybody in my place would not have gone into silence that way because so much was incomplete, so many things had to be done. But I couldn't care less. One day I will die, and things will be incomplete. Have I to postpone my death too? I live life as I will live death, moment to moment. If things are incomplete, let them be incomplete. Perhaps that is their destiny. Perhaps somebody else will complete them. Who am I to be bothered? So one day I stopped, because I felt like it. And one day I started speaking. I just told Sheila, that time also it was poor Sheila, I told her, I'm going to stop speaking. She was shocked. What would happen to the whole movement? How would the sannyasins survive? They had become so accustomed to hearing me every day. It had become their nourishment, daily nourishment. But I never consider anything. I am very inconsiderate. Whatsoever I feel, I do, without thinking at all about the consequences. I am ready to accept any consequence happily. Again it was poor Sheila. I told her, I am going to speak today. She asked me, but arrangements have to be made, and this and that. Can't it be tomorrow? I said, no. That is your business, arrangements and other things. I am going to speak today. It has nothing to do with you. It is just my way of life, moment to moment, remaining spontaneous, remaining unpredictable. Not only to you or to the world at large, to myself I am unpredictable. I don't know, tomorrow I may not speak, I may stop again. I cannot guarantee about tomorrow because tomorrow is not in my hands, it is open, undecided. We will see when it comes. We will see what it brings. And I have lived this way my whole life. One day I left my family. They were all worried about me. They wanted me to go to a science college, and I simply refused. I said, that is not my interest. I am going to study philosophy, religion, psychology. That is my interest, because against philosophers, theologians, priests, psychologists, I am going to fight, my whole life. My father said, a strange interest, you are going to fight against these people. I said, yes, that's why I have to study them as deeply as possible. With science I have no conflict. Science I am going to use, but the religions, the philosophers, these people I am going to fight. My father said, will you ever come to your senses or not? I am not going to give you a single pie to study in any arts college. I said, I have not asked for a single pie. Even if you give me money, I will not accept it. He did not think that I was serious. He loved me so much. I left home without taking a single pie from my parents. I traveled without a ticket, 80 miles away to the nearest university. When my father saw that I had really gone, he rushed to the station. By the time he reached it, the train had left. He inquired, and people said, yes, we saw him, he has gone. He followed me on the next train, got hold of me and said, don't take my words seriously. I was just trying to persuade you some way so that you go to a science college, become a doctor, become an engineer. What are you going to gain out of art? I said, that is not the point at all. I am not after gain. And I cannot conceive of myself being a doctor. I would rather commit suicide. Constructing bridges and houses, I cannot think of myself as an engineer. That is not anywhere in my being. I don't feel any synchronicity, no bell rings in me. Seeing a doctor, I say, poor fellow. The whole life he will be just bothering about diseases, sicknesses, sick people, and he will completely forget that his whole life, his own life, is going down the drain every moment. He is thinking about other people's life and how to save them, and he has forgotten completely that he is not saved yet. He said, forgive me. You go to the arts college. I will be sending you money. I said, I cannot accept it. You know me. You told me you will not give a pie. I said, even if you give it, I will not accept it. Now you are giving, and I am not accepting. And I did not accept money from him. In the night I worked as a journalist on a daily newspaper, as an editor, and in the day I was going to the university. He was really very much troubled. Every month he would come, again and again. It took 2 years for him. Then one day when he came, I said, okay, I accept. He had not said a single word. I said, don't say a single word. If you say a single word, then I have told you that if you give me any money, I will reject it. So don't give it to me, and I will not reject it. Simply go on putting the money here on my table, whenever you feel I will need it. Neither you give, nor I accept. And that's how it continued for 6 years. He used to put the money there. He would not say to me, this is for you, because if he said that, there would be trouble. Nor would I talk about the money. Money was not a thing to be discussed, because we had settled long things long ago about it. Of course I had not said that if I find money on my table I will not use it. I have lived without thinking of the past, without thinking of the future, and I have found that that is the only way to live. Otherwise you only pretend to live, you don't live. You hope to live, but you don't live. You remember that you had lived, but you have not lived. Either it is memory or it is imagination, but it is never reality. And I don't make anybody responsible to me. Try to understand my basic approach. All the religions have said that you are responsible towards God, towards Jesus, towards Buddha, towards your parents, towards your teachers, towards this, towards that. None of them has said that you are responsible only towards yourself. And I say to you that you are not responsible to God, because God exists nowhere. You are not responsible to Jesus, because Jesus was not responsible to you. So what business have you to be responsible to Jesus? You are not responsible to your parents, because they had not asked you, we are going to give birth to you, are you ready to come into the world or not? You came to them just accidentally. I say to you, you are responsible only to yourself. And the miracle of this statement is, if you are responsible to your own being, you will find many responsibilities are being fulfilled without being considered at all. I was never responsible to my parents, but I don't think anybody else could have fulfilled his responsibility to his parents better than I have done. But I have not done it. It is just a byproduct of my responsibility to myself. The moment I was fulfilled, the moment I was blessed by truth, of course I wanted it to be shared, and it was natural that I would share it with my father, with my mother, with my brothers, with my sisters, whom I had known longer than anybody else. And I shared it. I never asked them to become sannyasins, never. It was their decision to become sannyasins. If they wanted to become sannyasins, it was their decision. If you have become sannyasins, it is your decision. I do not convert people. I think of conversion as one of the dirtiest things one can do to you. Christian missionaries go on doing it to people, converting them. Who are you to convert anybody? You can open your heart. If you have some light there, you can share it with others. If they feel it, they will start searching within themselves. It will not be a conversion, it will be an inversion. If you know me well, you will try to know yourself well. That's the only way. Knowing me well, you cannot feel responsible to me. You will feel responsible, utterly responsible, to yourself. So much life you have wasted, and who knows how little is left? So each moment has to be lived intensely, totally, fully. You can fail yourself, you cannot fail me. The person who could fail me is dead. It was I myself before I knew. That was the person who could have failed me. But instead of failing me, he died, because only in his death was my life. Only by dying was the space for my life to grow created. So I am thankful to the dead person that once I was. And I will remain thankful for eternity. You cannot fail me because you are not responsible to me. You can either be fulfilled, then you will be grateful, thankful, or you can remain unfulfilled, then you will be angry with me, as if I have prevented your growth. Neither I can help your growth, nor can I prevent your growth. I can only share my growth, expose myself in utter nudity to you, so that you can see what happens when one comes home, when one arrives. And that glimpse may trigger the process of transformation, not of conversion, but of transformation. Beloved Osho, what is the difference between the Christian way of being selfless, modest and humble, and your way of being egoless and? The Christian way of being humble, modest, selfless, is basically wrong. The words they are using may sound exactly the same as I use, but they don't mean the same. When Jesus says, be humble, what does he mean? He means just the opposite of the ego. The ego is standing on its head, but the ego is there. Upside down. When I say be ordinary, the ordinary is not against the ego. The ordinary man is not humble. I am not a humble man. I am not an egoist. I am just exactly in the middle. The humble man is exactly opposite to the egoist. I am reminded of a small story. There were 3 Christian monasteries, very close to each other, belonging to 3 different denominations. One day, just by chance, the chiefs of all the 3 monasteries met on a morning walk. They sat under a tree to rest for a while. One of them said, "Your monasteries are also doing our Lord's work." Carefully take note what he was saying. Your monasteries are also doing our Lord's work, but as far as scholarship is concerned, you cannot beat our monastery. The second chief said, I agree perfectly. Your monasteries are also doing our Lord's work, but as far as service to the poor, to the sick, to the old, to the orphans is concerned, you cannot come even close to us. You are far behind. The third monk said, You are both right, your monasteries are doing our Lord's work. And this is true, The first monastery has great scholars in it. The second monastery has great servants of the people, of the poor, of the sick. But as far as humbleness is concerned, we are the tops. Humbleness is nothing but the ego standing upside down. A humble person is not egoless. He has repressed his ego, forced his ego to stand on its head. He is trying to be the humblest man in the whole world. But what is ego? Somebody is trying to be the richest man in the world, then it is ego. And somebody is trying to be the humblest man in the world, then is it not ego? If the president thinks he is at the top, then it is ego. And when the saint starts saying that he is at the top as far as humbleness is concerned, everybody is below him, then is it not ego? Jesus has to be analyzed very carefully. He says, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the kingdom of God." On one hand, to be meek. But why to be meek? The motive? The motive is given in the other part of the sentence, to inherit the kingdom of God, great meekness. Jesus also says, if somebody hits you on one cheek, give him the other too. These statements look so beautiful because you have been conditioned to hear them again and again, and you have completely forgotten that they have to be analyzed, psychologically understood. Great research is needed, in depth. Research is needed into a statement like this. When somebody hits you on one cheek, Jesus says, give him the other too. It looks like he is teaching nonviolence, he is teaching love, compassion. But what he is teaching is to behave like a superman, and reduce the other man to subhumanity. Have you ever thought that if somebody hits you, and you give the other cheek, what you are doing to him? Are you not saying to him, look, I am a saint? Yes, you are not saying it, but it is all over the place. It is quite loud, even though you are not saying it, that, look at my saint lines, my humbleness, my meekness. You hit me on one cheek, I give you the other. When Jesus was teaching this message to his disciples, one of them had asked him, and if he hits you on the other too? Jesus may not have thought of the possibility of such a question. Yes, that is possible, because if you yourself are offering another cheek, it will be just ungrateful not to accept the offer. And if you enjoyed the first hit so much that you are welcoming another, he may give even a stronger one. So the man asked, then what have we to do? Jesus said, you have to forgive 7 times. He said, okay. From the way the man said, okay, it was clear that he knew that 7 times he could tolerate it, but let the 8th come, and in just one single hit, I will show him that what he has not been able to do in 7, I can do in a single one. Looking at the man, the way he said, okay, Jesus said, no, 77 times. But even 77 times will be finished. Jesus is not trying to solve the problem, he is simply postponing it. First he postponed it twice, then 7 times. Now seeing the person, that it makes no difference, after 7 times he will do exactly the same as he would have done the second time, the first time, in the first place. But he is again postponing it, making it longer, 77 times. But I say, even 77 times will be finished. Then will your humbleness be finished too? And then what are you going to do? No, this is not the right way. You are not being humble. On the contrary, you are humiliating the other person. Jesus has told you to give him the other cheek. Deep down he is saying, humiliate him. He may not be conscious himself of what he is saying. He may be thinking that he is giving you a great teaching. I do not doubt his intention, but his intention is not in question at all. What is in question is the statement, the principle. What is the basic psychology in it? Somebody hits you and you give him your other cheek. You reduce him into a subhuman being, and deep down your ego is fulfilled, so pious. But the ego feeling pious is far more dangerous than the ego feeling wrong, ugly, because you can get rid of the ugly ego, you cannot get rid of the pious ego. The pious ego is a treasure to be saved, to be protected. That man has made you a saint. That's what Jesus himself did on the cross. Even on the cross he is humiliating the people. He is asking God, forgive these people because they know not what they are doing. As if he knows. In fact, those people know perfectly well what they are doing. They know that they are crucifying him because of his claim that he is the Messiah, and the scriptures say that the Messiah will be crucified and the miracle will happen. He will be resurrected by God. And that will be the only proof of his being the true Messiah, otherwise he is a false one. They knew perfectly well what they were doing. But even hanging on the cross, the pious ego still has the last word. God, Father, forgive these poor people. They don't know what they are doing. Only he knows, and nobody else there knows. And what does he know? Just a few moments before he himself was asking God, have you forsaken me? There was doubt. He was shocked that the miracle was not happening, that nothing was happening, that the sky was absolutely silent, no response. All kinds of doubts must have arisen in his mind. You can think of yourself on the cross, and you have been declaring. And he believed it. I never doubt his intention. It was not that he was befooling or cheating. He was not a fraud, he was sincerely insane. He believed he was the Messiah who had come to redeem the whole of humanity. And he went to the crucifixion himself. There is every possibility of a strange conspiracy. Only Gurdjieff used to talk about it. He was the first man to talk about it. Christians of course cannot talk about it. And Jews have never bothered about the crucifixion. They have not even mentioned anywhere that this carpenter's son was crucified. They simply ignored it, just a mad guy, in their history books, their religious book. Nowhere is crucifixion mentioned, other than in Christian books. That is the New Testament, which was written 300 years after Jesus. Crucifixion, so-called crucifixion. Gurdjieff had a few very significant ideas. I can only call them ideas because they cannot be authenticated by any other source. But Gurdjieff was a man of penetrating mind. One idea was that the story of Jesus is not historical. It was a drama that was played year after year in olden times, just as Rama's story in India has been played year after year for 5,000 years. Even today, every year in every village, every town, every city, even the smallest village has its own group of actors playing the story of Rama, Ramlila. The same time each year the story is played. There is a possibility that there has never been such a man as Rama. It has been only a story, but it has been played for 5,000 years continually so that it has taken a historicalness about itself. Gurdjieff said Jesus' crucifixion and the whole story of Jesus was a drama played every year. No historical event happened. I don't agree with this, because if it was so the Jews would have continued to play the story, just as Hindus have continued to play the story. Why were they stopped? What happened? The story is beautiful. Why did Jews simply stop it? And no Jewish source mentions it, even as a story. And if it was being played for thousands of years, it is impossible that there was no other source where it was related. And why did it suddenly stop 2,000 years ago? No, it cannot be just a drama. And a drama cannot create so much trouble in the world. A drama cannot create Christianity. A drama cannot create all that the Christians have done to humanity. No, no drama is so powerful. His second idea is also very significant, and there are moments when I think perhaps he is right about the second idea. With the first idea, I simply disagree with him. But the second idea is that Judas did not betray Jesus, he was Jesus' closest disciple. It was Jesus who persuaded Judas to deliver him to the enemies. That too has no source anywhere. Gurdjieff was a strange man, but once in a while he used to stumble upon certain fragments of truth, certain aspects. I can see some possibility of truth in this, because there was no need for Judas to betray. They had never been in a fight. There was no question about his being the successor, because he was the most literate, the most cultured, the most educated person amongst Jesus' apostles. All the others were just very ordinary people from the masses. He was the only one. He was far better educated, far more cultured than Jesus himself. It was absolutely certain that he was going to take over once Jesus was gone. There was nobody to compete with him. There was no conflict. There had been no fight, and it was not possible that he would sell his master for 30 silver pieces. And if he was really so much against Jesus, then why did he commit suicide after Jesus' crucifixion? Christians don't talk about Judas' suicide, which is very significant. Perhaps Gurdjieff is right. Perhaps Jesus persuaded Judas, ordered Judas, "Go and deliver me to them, and deliver me in such a way that they don't suspect that you are being sent by me, so if they offer some bribe, you accept." They offered 30 silver pieces. He accepted gratefully, and he brought them to the place where Jesus was staying. Jesus was caught, and the next day he was crucified. It seems Gurdjieff has a point there, because Jesus knew beforehand that he was going to be crucified the next day. How did he know it? He knew that Judas was going to deliver him to the enemy. How did he know it? The Christians will say, he is all-knowing, he is omniscient, he is the Son of God. But what happens to the Son of God on the cross? Suddenly God abandons the Son. Forgets about him. Does not listen to his prayer? No, the possibility is he knows, because it is his own plan that he should be delivered to the high priest, and only Judas could do it because he was so obedient and he could be relied upon. The others were emotionally attached to Jesus. Only Judas was intellectually attached to Jesus. The others were not reliable. They might say, "No, we cannot do this. How can we do this to you? What are you talking about?" And even if they were sent, they would have come back without telling anybody about Jesus. They were simple folk. Only Judas was capable of some integrity. And if Jesus says, "This is the way we have to function. You deliver me to the high priest and let them crucify me, and let God show the miracle of resurrection, so immediately we become recognized, and we can transform the whole world and redeem everybody from suffering." And Judas believed it. He was not against Jesus and he was not betraying Jesus, he was really obeying him, obeying to the very extreme. Only a very obedient disciple could do that. But he also believed that there was no problem in crucifixion. Crucifixion was just a game. He was the Son of God. You should put yourself in Judas' position, then you can understand that he was not betraying. He never thought for a single moment that this is a betrayal. He is simply fulfilling the plan and the Master is giving him the order. And it is written in the scriptures, the Messiah will be betrayed by his own disciple. Everything is written in the scriptures. He knows the scriptures, he is the only person who can read. So a disciple has to play the role. It is just a role, because he believes totally that after the resurrection the world will be redeemed. And he is doing a great service to humanity. He is not betraying Jesus, he is fulfilling his mission on the earth. Gurdjieff's idea is a little outlandish, but worth consideration. Anyway, whether it is right or wrong, one thing is certain, that Jesus was very keen to be crucified, more keen than the chief priest of the great temple of the Jews. He rushes fast towards Jerusalem for the annual festival, because it is known all over the country that this time, if Jesus comes to the temple. Last year he had created chaos in the temple, He had upturned the tables of the money changers, thrown them out, had beaten them, and declared, "This business cannot continue in my Father's house. The temple is my Father's house." So there had been a rumor around for 1 year continually, "Next time, if he comes, the priests are ready." Last year they were not ready. It happened suddenly, they could not do anything. But this time they are getting ready, and they have persuaded the Roman governor, Pontius Pilate, "This man is dangerous religiously to us, and politically to you." Jesus knew. All these rumors were reaching him through his disciples and people and travelers, but still he rushed to the festival. For what? He had a tendency to be a martyr. That is another name for the suicidal instinct, a good name. But he believed, madly believed, that nobody could harm him. When God is the Savior, who can harm him? But on the cross his hopes disappeared. But still, the ego, the arrogance of the humble man, who always forgives, even if you crucify him, is there. These poor people should be forgiven. And who were these poor people? Learned rabbis. Their whole life they had wasted in learning the Torah, the high priest and hundreds of other rabbis. Because the temple of the Jews was one of the biggest temples in the world. Hundreds of priests were functioning there, working there. And the chief priest, the high priest, was in egoistic conflict with Jesus. Unless Jesus had that ego there, the conflict would not have arisen. It was the rule that every year the centralmost shrine of the temple was opened. The only man who entered there was the high priest, and the door was closed. Only he was allowed to utter the name of God. That's why, you will be surprised, in Jewish books written in English, they don't write God, because that would be pronouncing the full name. The O is dropped, leaving an empty space in place of O, G, empty space for O and D. You should not pronounce it, because unless you are pure enough you should not pronounce the name of God. Only the high priest was entitled to pronounce the name of God. Others were not entitled even to hear it. So the door was closed in the innermost shrine, completely closed, and there was only one door. Then he would call out, "God," and pray and ask for the redemption of the Jews. Send the Messiah. And this man Jesus entered into the temple the year before, disturbed the whole structure of the temple, the system of the temple, and declared himself the Messiah. Not only that, he declared, "I am the only begotten Son of God. This is my Father's house, and what business is it that you are doing? I will not allow this kind of business here. Get out of the temple." Now, this was a sure challenge for the high priest that an even higher priest has arrived, the Messiah has arrived, the prayer has been heard. Not only the Messiah, God has sent his own Son. Now this Son has to be somehow finished with, otherwise the purpose, the function of the high priest and the 1,000 priests and the whole temple is lost. Jesus rushed, got caught, was crucified. But even in crucifixion his arrogance was the same. He asked that these people should be forgiven, because they did not know what they were doing. If you enter deeply into such statements, you will be surprised that what appears on the surface is not the whole reality. So when the Christians say humble, they mean the ego has been repressed. But it has come in from the back door, claiming that, "I am the most humble person." When they say selfless, they tell you to practice selflessness, be humble. Once a Christian monk came to see me. He was traveling all over India, and one of my Christian friends had given him a letter saying that if he passed through my city he must see me. He had written a letter to me saying that, "Brother so-and-so is coming on these dates, and he is the humblest person you will ever come across, absolutely selfless. He is exactly what you teach. So I am telling him to meet you, and I implore you also to meet him. He is a man worth meeting." Brother so-and-so appeared one morning. He was carrying a Bible, and was living just like a Hindu monk. He looked very simple, gentlemanly. But I didn't say to him to sit down. He said, "Your friend has sent me." I said, "I have received the letter. But why are you carrying that rubbish with you?" He said, "Rubbish? This is the Holy Bible." I said, "This is holy nonsense." His eyes became fire and he said, "What kind of man are you? My friend was saying that I would be welcomed and received. You have not even asked me to sit down and you call my holy Bible, holy nonsense, rubbish. I cannot stay here anymore." I said, "I don't want you to stay here anymore, because you are not the person whom he describes in this letter, the brother so-and-so who is very humble, the humblest person you will ever come across. You are not a humble person. If you were, what is wrong in my calling your Bible rubbish?" You should have laughed. You should have said, "Okay, that is your opinion. And if I have not asked you to sit down, nor have I prevented you. The chair was there. Why were you waiting for me to tell you to sit down? A humble person? You could have sat down. I have not prevented you. And just think of your anger. You are enraged." I said, "Now I say, please sit down. Put your holy Bible here on the table." He said, "No, I cannot stay here a single moment more. You are a dangerous man. You disturbed my 20 years humbleness." I said, "A humbleness which has been practiced for 20 years and is disturbed within 20 seconds is not worth much. You can repress the self, you can repress the ego, you can behave the way a humble man behaves. You can discipline yourself in any way, but it is all a circus, disciplining. Deep down you will remain the same. Anybody who knows how to scratch your thin layer of discipline can bring your reality out within seconds. When I say be without the ego, I am not saying repress the ego, I am saying try to understand the ego. I am not saying fight with it. I am saying become aware of it. And the more you become aware of the ego, the less it is. The day you are fully aware of the ego, it is not found. When the ego is not found, then a quality arises in you like a fragrance, which is humbleness, which I call ordinariness, just to make the difference from humbleness. That word humble has been so misused by religious people that I have to use the word ordinariness, because no religion has used that word. So I don't want to use the words humble, selfless. I would like you simply to understand that I am just ordinary as everybody else is ordinary. And this understanding comes by becoming aware of the ego, not by repressing it. One woman has written a letter in which she says, "You are not a gentleman, not only that, you are not even a Christian." I started to think, is to be a Christian a necessary condition for being a gentleman? Then the whole world who is not Christian is not gentlemanly. Only Christians are gentlemen. And my experience shows, and your experience shows, that this is not the case. Christians, because of Jesus' egoistic claims, continue in the same egoistic stream. Their Pope is infallible. I used to think that I have come to know all the kinds of idiots, but coming here to Oregon I came to know that that was not right. The Oregonian idiot is a special category in itself. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 24. Chapter title: The Psychology of Being, the Golden Key. 22nd November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code 8411225. Short title: Unconc 24 audio, yes video, yes length, 98 minutes. Beloved Osho, what is the function of mind in religion? The mind is the most complex phenomenon in the whole of existence. It will be a little difficult to understand the function of mind in religion. You will have to go through 3 doors. The first is the modern Western psychology's attitude about mind. Psychology says mind has 3 functions: cognition, thinking, feeling. Through cognition you become aware of the whole objective world around you. Everything that you see, hear, taste, smell, touch, it is all cognition. The world is known through cognition. The five senses are the five ways of knowing the world. But through cognition there is no way to know yourself. Just because through cognition you can know only the world of things, Western psychology has dropped the idea of being, of your innermost self. It is a very strange situation, because they say you become aware of the world through cognition, but they deny you. Who becomes aware of this objective world? Who sees the sunset and the sunrises? Certainly not the eye. There is somebody behind the eye, but the eye cannot see that someone who is behind the eye. Who hears the sound, the music, the song, the birds in the morning singing? It is not the ear. The ear is only a passage. Somebody is standing behind the passage. You recognize the window, but you don't recognize the person who is standing behind the window and looking at the sky. Western psychology is in a very stupid state because of this denial. You recognize knowledge, you recognize the known, but you don't recognize the knower. Now, without the knower, how can there be knowledge? How can there be anything known? But strange, no Western psychologist has even raised the question. Cognition certainly cannot help to go within. All the five senses are five ways that lead you out, away from the center. But they have no way to turn upon the center itself. For that, something else has to be known. We will discuss it. Because these three functions are recognized, first let us discuss those three functions. Cognition is knowing the world, the other, but ignoring you. You become knowledgeable about everything and you become absolutely ignorant of yourself. Do you see the strange situation? Knowledge goes on growing, and the knower goes on shrinking, and the knower is the most important thing, because it is you. The second thing is thinking, another function of the mind. Thinking can produce philosophy, theology, science. But thinking cannot give you the truth of your being, because thinking is always going to be about what the cognition supplies you. It is dependent on cognition. For example, a blind man cannot think about light. There is no way for him to think about light, because in the first place he has no eyes. The cognition of light has not happened. The object is not there, hence he cannot focus his thinking on something that is not present. It is impossible for a deaf person to think about music. How can he think? There is no way to conceptualize. So philosophy is dependent on cognition, but it only thinks, it never goes farther than thinking. It never experiments. Science is a further step. It is a byproduct of philosophy. When thinking starts experimenting, starts searching for facts. Because thinking, in itself, remains fiction. A thought is just hot air, unless you prove it by some facticity. Science comes after a long tradition of philosophy, when philosophy becomes fed up, going round and round and round, and not catching anything which can be called factual. Yes, it comes to know what is logical, but the logical is not necessarily real. Sometimes the logical proves to be unreal. Sometimes the real proves to be illogical. They are not synonymous. But both philosophy and science are important as far as religion is concerned. Yes, theology they can create. Theology is nothing but philosophy about God. That's the meaning of the word theology. Theo means God, logi means logic, logical thinking about God. Nothing can be more absurd. You don't know God, cognition has not supplied God. That's why science goes on succeeding, and theology goes on failing, because science has some grounds, through cognition, to enter objective reality. Theology has no way through cognition. So it simply remains thinking about a fiction. It thinks about God. You don't know God. How can you think about God? Before you start thinking, you must have some sort of experience. So theology is pseudo-religion, pretending to be religion, but it is not religion. The third function psychology recognizes is feeling. Feeling gives you the whole dimension of all the arts, poetry, painting, music, dance, literature, but feeling also has no way of proving facticity. It can give you beautiful poetry, but it cannot prove that it is a fact. Nobody asks the poets to prove facticity, that would be meaningless. Poetry is not supposed to give you facts, it is supposed to give you beauty, the enjoyment of beauty, which is a feeling. If there is nobody to feel, do you think the sunset will still be beautiful? You are wrong. The sunset will be there, but it won't be beautiful. Nothing will be beautiful, nothing will be ugly, nothing will be good, nothing will be bad. All these divisions are through your feeling. The same is true about cognition too. You will be surprised. First your mind will tend not to believe it, but it is a fact so nothing can be done about it. The moment you close your eyes, all the colors in the room disappear, for you. If everybody closes his eyes, then all the colors in the room disappear for all. In this room then, there is no color, because color needs light and eyes meeting. It is at the meeting point that the color happens. If the eyes are closed, the meeting point is missing. Light will be there but there will be no eye to contact it, and through the contact, to create the color. Every ray of light consists of the 7 colors of the rainbow. Your robes are red for a strange reason. They are not really red. Your robes are absorbing 6 colors of the ray of light, all except red. The red is thrown back. The other 6 are absorbed. Because the red is thrown back, it falls on other people's eyes, so they see your clothes as red. It is a very contradictory situation. Your clothes are not red, that's why they appear red. If they appear blue, then they are not blue. If they appear green, then they are not green, because whatsoever they appear means that color is not being absorbed. The remaining 6 colors are absorbed, only 1 color is left out. And the color that is left out reaches to people's eyes, and naturally that color they project on your clothes. It is coming from your clothes. But when I close my eyes, your clothes immediately are no longer red because my eyes will not be projecting the color. So even science can only say that it deals just with facts, not with truth. This is a fact, that your clothes are red, but this is not a truth. Know the difference between the fact and the truth. Fact means, as things appear to your senses. And truth means, as things are, without any reference to your senses. Theology has nothing for cognition, so it is pure fiction. Philosophy is also fiction, but halfway, because it can turn towards theology, then it becomes more fiction, or it can turn towards science, then it becomes non-fiction, a factuality. But none of these 3 has any way to know about the person who is knowing through all these 3 functions, who is behind these 3 functions, cognition, thinking, feeling. And because he is not available through these 3 functions, psychology simply denies him. It is the most dangerous error that Western psychology has committed. The second door, the second possible way of looking at the functions of the mind in reference to religion, is Western psychoanalysis. Western psychoanalysis again divides mind into 3 parts, the conscious mind, the unconscious mind, and the collective unconscious mind. That is the Jungian division, and I am using it because it is a step further than the Freudian. The Freudian division is conscious mind, subconscious mind, and the unconscious mind. In fact, the subconscious mind is only the boundary line between the conscious and the unconscious. It is not very important, hence I am not using the Freudian division. Jung's division is far more important. He is saying you have a conscious mind, through which you think, see. All those 3 functions of psychology happen through the conscious mind. Just underneath, 9 times bigger than the conscious, is the unconscious mind, which has immense possibilities, which comes to life in your dreams, in your fantasies. It has also possibilities like telepathy, clairvoyance, thought transfer. It can read other people's minds, it can project its thoughts into other people's minds, and they will think that these are their thoughts. It has a certain capacity which is known as hypnose. Hypnose is a deliberate kind of sleep, not natural sleep, but a deliberate kind, a special kind of sleep. In ordinary sleep you lose all contact with the outside world. In hypnose, the word, means sleep, but I am using it just to keep ordinary sleep separate. Ordinary sleep is when you are disconnected from all the outside world, the world of objects. Hypnose is when you are disconnected from all outside objects except the one person who has created the sleep in you, with whom you remain in contact. You will not hear anything else. If somebody speaks, you will not hear, but if it is the person who has put you into hypnose, in hypnosis, you will hear it. If he orders you, you will follow. If he tells you to do something, you will do it. And this unconscious mind, in the state of hypnose, can do things which look like miracles. For example, you can walk on fire. There are many people around the world. Mohammedan Sufis walk on fire, Buddhist monks walk on fire in Ceylon, in India, in China, in Java, in Sumatra. Every year, in many places, in many temples it happens. And thousands of people are eyewitnesses. You can also walk on fire. All that you need is, in hypnose, to be told by the person who has hypnotized you that you can walk and you will not be burned. The unconscious mind is so powerful that it transforms your very physiology. You walk in fire, and you are not burned. The other way is also possible. You are in a hypnotic sleep, just a cold stone is put in your hand, and you are told that this stone is red hot, just pure fire and your hand will be burned. No, the stone cannot burn your hand. What has happened? Your unconscious mind is so powerful that the body simply follows it. Religions have used this capacity of the mind tremendously. In India, you can see in almost every village people putting spears in their mouths through one side and taking out the spear from the other side. 2 holes, in both cheeks, and not a single drop of blood. And for hours they will move around in that state, with the spear in their mouth. When the spear is taken out, no blood appears and the wounds heal immediately. No scar is left behind. But it needs the same faculty to function, hypnosis. Now in Russia they are using hypnosis for education. The child sleeps with earphones, and in a very, very slow and almost silent voice that does not disturb his sleep, he is being taught things. He will remember them in the morning, and he will remember them far better than if he had tried to remember them while he was conscious. Because while you are conscious, your mind is doing 1,001 other things too. But when you are in a hypnotic sleep your mind is not doing anything. It is simply absorbing whatsoever is being poured into it. Now they are using it for indoctrination, for teaching communism. They are using it on prisoners of war. In China it has been used so widely that when the people who were caught in the Korean War came back to their countries, they were totally different people, they were communists. And they had gone to fight communism. They had gone with a very anti-communist attitude, and when they came back from a prison camp they were communist, absolutely for communism. And nobody had told them anything, everything was done in their sleep. But the sleep has to be managed. It has to be hypnotic, not ordinary sleep. And that can be done because all the religions have been doing it for centuries without your knowing. For example, if you chant a mantra before you go to sleep at night, and you go on chanting, 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 till you fall asleep, it will not be ordinary sleep. You have created hypnose yourself. It is auto-hypnosis. Now you will have a totally different kind of sleep, and certainly in the morning you will feel the difference. You are more refreshed, more rejuvenated, more clear, clean, younger, fresher, because in hypnose nothing moves, all activity ceases. And it was auto-hypnosis, so nobody was torturing you. But you can manage to hypnotize yourself and indoctrinate yourself also. For example, you can go on chanting a certain mantra with the idea, "Tonight I will see Krishna, Krishna is going to appear in my sleep." In the background, the idea, and you go on chanting. And Krishna will appear in your sleep as real as anything you have seen. You can touch him, you can talk to him, he will be answering you. There is no possibility for you to doubt. That's how Christians see Christ, Hindus see Krishna, Buddhists see Buddha, and once they have seen them in their hypnotic sleep, their belief becomes absolutely indubitable. Now you cannot shake their belief until you disturb the hypnotic conditioning that they have created. The people who were caught in China were all religious people, coming from different countries. When they came back they were all anti-religious. Their whole religion was taken away in the same way that it had been put in the first place, the same method. The unconscious has tremendous powers. It can communicate. It communicates sometimes even without your practicing it. For example, if a son is dying, it is possible that the mother may be thousands of miles away, but she will start feeling something wrong is happening, because she has a certain connection with the son. The son is just part of her. For 9 months he was part and parcel of her physiology, her psychology, everything. His foundation is still connected with her. It happened, one of my friends is a very well-known poet, Professor Rameshwar Shukla, whose pen name is Anchal. We were traveling from Jabalpur to Nagpur in the same car. It must have been 12:30 in the night. We were midway between Jabalpur and Nagpur, and he suddenly heard something. I didn't hear anything. He said, "Did you hear something?" I said, "No." He said, "Strange, but I have heard it 3 times. I asked him, "What have you heard?" He said, "I have heard, Munna, Munna, Munna." I said, "What does that signify to you?" I had no idea that his childhood name was Munna. In India it is a popular name, Munna. Before children get a full name, they are called Munna, Pappu, just like that, any meaningless word. It was his childhood name. He said, "Only my father uses it, nobody else," because he was now himself near about 60, principal of a college and a well-known poet. Who would call him Munna? Only his father, and his father lived in Allahabad. I said, "Then it is better we stop somewhere, and you immediately make a phone call to Allahabad." He said, "Nonsense. Why?" I said, "Don't say nonsense. Because if only your father calls you Munna, and you heard it 3 times, and I have not heard it, that means something in your unconscious is stirring, and it must be connected with your father." He said, "Do you believe in such things?" I said, "It is not a question of belief, to me it is very scientific." We stopped at Sioni, a big city between Jabalpur and Nagpur. That was the only place where we could get to the phone. We phoned. His father had died exactly at 12:30, and before he died he had called 3 times, Munna, 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 because he was his only son. And at exactly 12:30 my friend had heard it. Now, this has nothing to do with the conscious mind. But the unconscious can have a communication. In primitive societies you will find many people capable of communicating with each other, hundreds of miles away, sending messages, receiving messages as accurately or perhaps more accurately than we can manage through the conscious mind. By writing a letter you may commit a mistake. Sending a message on the telephone something may go wrong. The weather may not be right, you may be connected to a wrong number, anything is possible. But when one unconscious relates to another unconscious, nothing ever goes wrong. This unconscious mind has tremendous powers which are unexplored. And because they are unexplored, religions have exploited them. So many religious miracles can be reduced to the unconscious, unexplored possibilities. And one day, every miracle will be able to be explained by the unconscious mind and its potentialities. All its potentialities have not been developed. But the unconscious cannot help you to know yourself. That is beyond it, that is not its power. The third part of the Jungian division is the collective unconscious, which is even deeper and more foundational than the unconscious, because the unconscious was individual. It is your unconscious that you have gathered from the day you were conceived in your mother's womb. I am not saying from the day you were born. No, it starts from the moment you were conceived, because not only does your body start growing, your mind starts growing with it. So the first impact on your mind is from your mother. In those 9 months, whatsoever happens to your mother's psychology is bound to have an impact for your whole life. So if a scientific society ever exists in the world, then in those 9 months a mother's psychology should be taken care of, because it is not only her mind, she is creating, side by side, another mind which will be a continuity. If she is angry, something of anger enters into the unconscious of the child. If she is miserable, then something of miserableness enters into the child. But the collective unconscious means it is millions and millions of years old. It carries your forefathers, and their forefathers. It carries. If man has come, according to Darwin, from the monkeys, then somewhere in the collective unconscious the monkey's experiences are stored. But the monkey is not the beginning. Scientists say that man must have come from the sea. The first life must have appeared in the sea, as a fish perhaps. Your collective unconscious carries all that, all those experiences. You are carrying the whole history of life on this planet, and it affects you. Without your knowing, it manipulates you, it makes you do things, think things, behave in a certain way. But even this unconscious, the collective unconscious, has no way towards your being. It can lead you back to all kinds of bodies your being had. Perhaps that's what gave the idea of reincarnation. Just think of it, perhaps that is what gave the Eastern people the idea of reincarnation, that they were before this life. Buddha says he was an elephant in one life. Perhaps he has entered into his collective unconscious, and what he is remembering is not his individual experience, but the collective experience. But when you remember it, it looks like it is individual. The day we are able to go deeper, and dive deeper into the collective unconscious, that day will be very decisive. Whether lives continue individually, one is born into one body, then in another body, then in another body, or it is just the collective evolution that leaves its track in each individual, and he remembers. But when he remembers, he feels, I have been an elephant. Now, Hindus say that the first incarnation of God is a fish. Strange. Just to think of it. Why should they have thought that? There are so many animals in the world, why should God's first incarnation be a fish? Hindus have another incarnation of God which is half man, half animal. Nobody has bothered to think about these facts in a psychological way. Perhaps it is a remembrance of the very depth of your collective unconscious that you feel, fish. And that certainly means life incarnates as a fish. You can call it God, it doesn't matter. It simply means the same. And the idea, the very idea occurring to Hindus, and the idea is 10,000 years old, it is not a new idea. To anybody to whom this idea occurred, I can say he must have dived deep into the collective unconscious and found life arising as fish. And the second idea is even more important. One incarnation of God is Narsingha, half man, half lion. Certainly if man has evolved through animals, then there must have been a time when he was half animal and half man. You cannot just jump. At 10 o'clock you are a monkey and by 10:15 you are a man. This cannot be. Somewhere between 10 and 10:15 you must be half monkey and half man, transforming, changing. And perhaps that is true as far as the majority of humanity is concerned even today, half monkey, half man. The division can be two ways. Either you can divide man into the lower half, monkey, and the upper half, man, or you can divide man into the outer half, monkey, and the inner half, man. Or vice versa. But there seems to be so much animal in man that Darwin's hypothesis gains ground. Whether man comes from monkeys or not is not the point. The point is the idea that man grows somewhere from animals. But where will the animal go? Where does your childhood go when you become a youth? It becomes part of your unconscious. When you become old, your youth becomes part of your unconscious. Nothing goes anywhere. It can't, there is nowhere to go. It simply goes on piling up within you. But what happened to life millions of years before must be somewhere within your life, of course at a depth where it is not easy to reach. The depth must be oceanic. The Atlantic or Pacific at some points are 5 miles deep. I think man's collective unconscious must be far, far deeper. 5 miles won't do, because the whole life. So many changes, so many transformations. But even from plumbing the whole depth of the collective unconscious, you cannot go towards yourself. Your being still remains the one who is plumbing, the one who is trying to know. You are irreducible to an object. Let me emphasize it. You are irreducible to an object. You are always a subject, always and always. Whatsoever you know, you are the knower, you were never the known. The third door, the third dimension, is from Eastern psychology, which accepts the fourth. Western psychology only accepts 3 functions. Western psychoanalysis accepts only 3 divisions. Eastern psychology accepts 4: waking consciousness, dreaming consciousness, sleeping consciousness, and the fourth. The fourth is not named. It is called Turiya, the fourth, simply the fourth. And they have done well by not naming it, because it is so vast and indefinable that to name it will give it a limitation, will give it a meaning, will make it an object. So they have not named it, they have simply called it the fourth. Western psychology and psychoanalysis both need the fourth, they are in immense need of the fourth. Without the fourth they are incomplete, illogical, irrational. Because you go on doing things leaving aside the most important factor of your existence, yourself. Now, Freud is concerned with fear, guilt, repression, sex, greed. His writings are great, his researches are great, but not even for a single moment is he concerned about his being. In India, the most famous Freudian psychoanalyst was Dr. Laljiram Shukla. He was the head of the psychological studies in the Hindu University of Benares. Just by a coincidence it happened that one of my friends who used to study with me in Jabalpur, after graduation, I moved to Sagar University and he moved to Benares University, fell in love with Dr. Laljiram Shukla's daughter. Dr. Shukla was a very famous man. By and by he agreed to their marriage. They were of the same caste, so there was no problem. And this boy belonged to a very rich family, so there was no problem. And he was the only son, so far so good. Laljiram Shukla was very eager to complete the marriage quickly. So he brought this boy, who is now himself a very famous historian in the University of Jabalpur, head of the Department of History, Dr. Bajnath Sharma. He brought him from the hostel to his home, saying, "Why do you live there? You are going to be my son-in-law. There is no need for you to live in the hostel, you can live in my house. I have such a big house. And only I, my daughter, and my wife, 3 people, are living in that big house. You can have everything separate for yourself." By and by, Bajnath started talking about me because he was immensely impressed by me, 4 years he was with me, and he created so much curiosity in Laljiram that he said, "You'd better invite him. I would like to see this man who has impressed you so much. And I have heard it not only from you. Anybody who comes from that side of the country to my department brings his name. It has come from so many sources that now I cannot wait any more. Send him a telegram to come immediately and to be my guest for a few days, as many days as he can manage." The telegram came to me. I thought it was a good opportunity to have a little wrestling with a great psychologist. I had been wrestling with religious people, and all kinds of people, but a great Freudian, this was a good opportunity. I sent the telegram, "I am coming immediately, and I will be your guest as long as you can manage." Even my telegram made him afraid, "As long as you can manage." Was I going to live there forever? Bajnath said to him, "I cannot say anything about him, he may live here forever, but the fault is yours. You have told him, you can stay here for as long as you can manage. He has replied to you, I will stay there as long as you can manage." Laljiram said, "The trouble has started. I was worried that there was going to be trouble. I arrived there in the night, about 12 o'clock. He had come to receive me. He was an old man. We went home. He didn't say a single word on the way. The way was long because my train used to reach Mughalsarai, not directly to Benares, and from Mughalsarai I had to go by car to Benares. Mughalsarai is on one side of the Ganges and Benares is on the other side of the Ganges. So there are trains which go to Benares and there are trains which go to Mughalsarai, but this particular train, which was the first available. So he had come to pick me up at Mughalsarai, but no one spoke a single word. Bajnath was very uncomfortable. He said, "What is the matter? You are both silent." Laljiram said, "I am silent because if I say something and he contradicts it, then we cannot sleep the whole night. And I don't know why he is silent." I said, "I am simply silent, waiting for the morning." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "You have started. Wait for the morning, please don't start it right now. I am tired. A long journey, and now, in the middle of the night. Wait for the morning." He said, "You have disturbed my sleep. What are you going to do in the morning?" I said, "The morning means the morning. I am not going to give you any clue." Bajnath told me in the morning, the whole night he has been walking in the corridor. I told him 2 or 3 times, "You should go to sleep. What are you thinking about?" He said, "I am thinking about what is going to happen in the morning." Bajnath said, "What is going to happen?" "Nothing is going to happen, he is absolutely harmless. You can go to sleep." But he could not. He tried, but he would get up again and walk. He said, "Tonight I cannot sleep." In the morning. It was a winter morning, so we sat in the sun, and all his postgraduate students, his Ph.D. research scholars, about 35 people from the university, had come. A few professors of his department were also there. I said, "Now you can start. The morning has come." He said, "So let us start from the very beginning. Is God or not?" I told him, "That is not from the very beginning. God cannot be the first. There must have been something before him. There must have been a father to him, a mother to him. Otherwise how does he suddenly jump into existence? And if he can suddenly jump into existence, then why bother about the whole thing? The whole existence suddenly jumps into existence. If this is going to be the final position that we have to accept, that God is uncreated, then why not accept the simple thing that existence is uncreated? Why bring in this one fiction unnecessarily? This is a basic principle in science. Use the fewest hypotheses possible. Anything that can be dropped should be dropped. The most minimal hypothesis should be used. That's a basic fundamental of all scientific research. God is a useless hypothesis. He does not help in any way, because the question remains the same. Who created him? It does not change the question, so it is useless. So I said, ask something relevant, meaningful. I have not come so far to see you to discuss God with you. And what business has a Freudian with God? I have come to you as a psychologist. That will be better, you will be on solid ground. With things like God, etc. you will be in trouble. You be on your ground, and I want to test you on your solid ground. So to this man I said for the first time, your whole psychology is missing the most important point. You are talking about the conscious, subconscious and unconscious, but you are not talking about the fourth, Turiya, and the fourth is behind everything. I have shown you 3 doors, the Eastern, divided into waking consciousness, dreaming consciousness, sleeping consciousness. The psychoanalysts, divided into conscious, unconscious, collective unconscious, the psychologists, divided into cognition, thinking, feeling. These are the only divisions man has made up to now. But only the Eastern psychology has recognized the fourth, without giving it a name. And the fourth is the door to religion. What is this fourth? You see things there, outside in the world, that's the objective world, the people, the trees, the mountains, the oceans. Then you see thoughts, feelings, emotions, anger, greed. That is your inner world. But who is the seer? These are the 2 worlds, the outer world and the inner world, but who is the seer? To inquire who is the seer of it all is to raise the basic religious question. God is not the religious question. It is a very childish question. The religious question is, who is the seer? The seer of thoughts, emotions, the seer of things, people, mountains, clouds. Who is this seer hidden behind everything? The watcher on the hills does nothing but simply watch. No action of any kind, just a pure mirror which reflects whatsoever comes in front of it. The way to this watcher is very simple. You drop the objects of watching, because they are covering the watcher, as if the sun is clouded from all sides, and you cannot see the sun. It is easy to drop the outer objects. You can just close your eyes, and outer objects are no longer there. The difficulty arises with the inner objects. They are just shadows of outer objects, thoughts passing by, dreams passing by, fantasies passing by. Don't fight with them. If you fight with them, you have become an actor. You are no longer a watcher. You have forgotten that you have to remain just a watcher. It is a simple knack. Once it happens, there is not any difficulty, but the first time, certainly it is difficult. It is just like swimming. If you see other people swimming in the river or in the ocean, you are amazed, because you cannot swim. And they say it is very simple, there is no problem in it. In my village there was a very beautiful, old, good man. Everybody loved him. He was so simple and so innocent, even though he was more than 80. And by the side of my village flows a river. He had made a special spot of his own on the river, where he used to take his bath. As far as anybody in the village could remember, they had always seen him, day in, day out, year in, year out, whether it was rainy season, summer, winter, made no difference, whether he was sick or healthy made no difference. He would be there at exactly 5 o'clock in the morning, on his spot. And that was the deepest part of the river, so nobody ordinarily used to go there, and it was far away. People used to go to the river. It was just half a furlong from my house, but that spot was almost 2 miles away. And just like a hill surrounding the river, you have to go and pass one mountain, then another, then you will reach that spot. But it was a beautiful spot. As I became aware of it, I started going there, and we immediately became friends because you know me, what type of person I am. If he was going to be there at 5, I was going to be there at 3. One day, 2 days, 3 days passed. He said, "What is the matter? Have you decided to defeat me?" I said, "No, that is not the point. But I am going to be here at 3, just as you have decided to be here at 5. He said, "Do you know how to swim?" I said, "I don't, but you need not worry. If other people can swim, then I can swim. If you can swim, then what is the problem? One thing is certain, it is humanly possible. That's enough. At the most I can be drowned. So what? One day everybody has to die. It does not matter." He said, "You are dangerous. I will teach you how to swim." I said, "No." I told him, "You simply sit here and I will jump in. Don't try to save me if I am dying. Even if I am calling out to you to save me, don't listen." He said, "What kind of child are you? You will be crying, 'Save me,' and I am not to save you." I said, "Yes, I will not be crying. I am simply making absolutely sure. Perhaps when I am drowning, dying or suffocating, or water is going in my nose and mouth, I may start crying, 'Save me.' But I want to be clear. I don't want to be saved by anybody in any case. Either I will come out knowing what swimming is or I will go down, knowing that swimming is not for me." And before he could stop me, I jumped in. Certainly I had to go 2 or 3 times under the water and come up. And he was standing there, waiting, so that if I called him. But I simply waved my hand to indicate, "No, I am not going to call." 3 or 4 times I went in, down, came up, threw my arms about haphazardly, because I had no idea how to swim. But what can you do? When you are drowning you try every possible way you can. And within 5 minutes I knew the knack. I came back and I told him, "You were offering to teach me this, which I can learn within 5 minutes. I just had to risk, and accept the fact, at the most it could have meant death." Swimming is a knack. It is not an art that anybody has to learn. You have just to be thrown into water. You are bound to start splashing and throwing your hands and your legs about, and soon you will find that if you throw your hands and legs about in a harmonious way, in synchronicity, then the water itself keeps you up. I had told that old man, "I have seen dead bodies passing along the river. When a dead man can swim, do you mean to say to me that I am alive, and I cannot swim?" Even the dead man knows the art. In the rains, when there were floods, it would happen many times that whole villages would be taken by the river, many people, dead bodies, dead animals would pass by. So I said, even dead people go by, fast. And I am alive, so let me have the chance of learning it by myself, because my feeling is that it is only a knack. What art can there be? It is not craftsmanship, or some difficult art to be understood. All that I see is that people are throwing their hands about, so I can throw mine about too. You have to remember, watching is not some art, some craft, no, it is a knack. All that you have to remember is, don't get drowned in the river that is flowing inside. And how do you get drowned in it? If you become in any way active, you are drowned. If you remain inactive, passive, not doing anything. Alert that, I am not supposed to do anything. The anger is passing, let it pass. Goodbye. If some thought is going past, good or bad, don't bother. Your simple concern is to watch, not to call anything names, not to condemn, because all those are actions. Action brings you into the mind. Inaction takes you out of the mind. Action is a bridge between you and the mind. With inaction the bridge is dropped, you are standing there all alone. And the moment you are not active, not in any way participating, a miracle is experienced. It is your participation that gives life to the mind, its thoughts, feelings, emotions, it is your participation that gives life to it. When you are not participating, they simply disperse, leaving a pure emptiness, you alone, in your utter aloneness. Time stops. As mind stops, time stops. And for the first time in your life you see the seer, you observe the observer. You become aware of awareness, and this is all that religion is about. But you have to remember the fourth. The three divisions made by three different kinds of people around the world are not enough. You need the fourth. And the fourth is simple, watchfulness. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 25. Chapter title: I am against religions, but I am for religion. 23rd November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code 8411235. Short title: Unconc 25 audio, yes video, yes length, 114 minutes. Beloved Osho, with no God, no devil, what is religion all about? Does a sannyasin need a religion? Religion has nothing to do with God, the devil, heaven and hell. The word religion has to be understood. The word is significant. It means putting the parts together, so that the parts are no longer parts but become whole. The root meaning of the word religion is to put things together in such a way that the part is no longer a part but becomes the whole. Each part becomes the whole, in togetherness. Each part, separate, is dead, joined together, a new quality appears, the quality of the whole. And to bring that quality into your life is the purpose of religion. It has nothing to do with God or the devil. But the way the religions have functioned in the world, they have changed its whole quality, the very fabric. Instead of making it a science of integration, so that man is not many, but one. Ordinarily you are many, a crowd. To melt this crowd into one wholeness, so that everything in you starts functioning in harmony with everything else within you, and there is no conflict, no division, no fight, nobody higher, nobody lower, you are just one harmonious whole. The religions around the world have helped humanity to forget even the meaning of the word. They are against the integrated man, because the integrated man does not need God, does not need the priest, does not need the church. The integrated man is enough unto himself. He is whole, and to me that makes him holy, because he is whole. He is so fulfilled that there is no psychological need for a father figure, a God somewhere in heaven taking care of you. He is so blissful in the moment, you cannot make him afraid about tomorrow. Tomorrow does not exist for the integrated man. Only this moment is all. Neither there are yesterdays nor tomorrows. You cannot manipulate the integrated man through these childish stupid strategies of, if you do this you will attain to heaven and all its pleasures. If you do that you will fall into hell and you will suffer for eternity. The integrated man will simply laugh at all this nonsense. He has no fear of the future, you cannot create hell. He has no greed for the future, you cannot create heaven. He needs no protection, nobody to guide him, nobody to take him somewhere. He has no goals, no motivations. Each moment is so complete that it is not waiting to be completed by another moment which will come sometime in this life, or maybe in the next life. Each moment is full, overfull, overflowing, and all that he knows is a tremendous gratitude for this beautiful existence. That too he does not say, because the existence does not understand language. That gratitude is his very being, so whatsoever he is doing, there is gratitude. If he is not doing anything, just sitting silently, there is gratitude. It is not something like Mohammedans who 5 times a day thank God. But what are you doing between those 5 times? You are not thanking between those 5 times. So your thankfulness is just a ritual, it is not your life. Sheila has just brought me a brochure from a Christian society which celebrates a week of forgiveness around the world. Any city can become a member of the society, but only a city. Then the city appears on the world map of the Society of Forgiveness. And the people who are doing such work really look serious, but what they are doing is so childish, so idiotic. On Monday you forgive yourself, this way it goes. On Tuesday you forgive your neighbors, on Wednesday you forgive your enemies, then you forgive your nation, then you forgive all the nations. The whole program is for the 7 days. And the covering letter says, if you do forgive yourself, the nation, the nations, the whole world, you will achieve immense happiness. Resentment is bad, repentance is good. Now these people have sent a world map with the letter, on which the cities are marked, so the association must have been working for years. This is a new city, so they have invited us to become members of their foolish game. Once a year for 7 days you forgive. Then what do you do for the whole year? And if you continue to forgive for the whole year, then for the next year your membership is finished, because the next year you cannot have the week to forgive, there is nobody left to forgive, you have forgiven all. But these people have been doing it for years, and every year, so the forgiveness does not transform you. In the covering letter it says, be always the first to forgive. Don't miss the chance to be the first to forgive, be the leader, be the master of forgiveness. Do you see the point? Even in forgiveness there is competition, there is an ego game, be the first. But if everybody is trying to be the first, then who can be the first? Somebody has to be second, he has lost the game already, he is no longer master of his fate and destiny. So be quick. Before the other forgives you, you forgive him, so you remain the master of your destiny, and the leader, and the first, and great will be your benefit. Now, to forgive someone, first you have to be angry, enraged, against him, hateful, resentful, in some way thinking of destroying the other. If these things are not there, how can you forgive? You must carry the wound the whole year, for these 7 days of forgiveness. Every February those 7 days will come, and at that time you do your best to be the first. And certainly the person who forgives more will have more benefits. But who can forgive more if you are not carrying resentment in you at all? How can you forgive? For what can you forgive? For example, I cannot forgive anybody in the whole world. I don't see any reason for anybody to be forgiven by me. I am not carrying any wound, any resentment. While Sheila was reading the pamphlet, I tried to figure out that if I have to forgive, whom I should forgive. I was absolutely empty and no answer, no name appeared, that this person I should forgive. Because in the first place I have never been in the attitude of resentfulness. I don't have any enemy in the world. There are millions of people who think they are my enemies. But as far as I am concerned, there is nobody who is my enemy. So if I try to forgive, whom am I going to forgive? It was really a pleasure to see that society, and it is a worldwide society, and hundreds of cities are members of the society. They must think they are doing something immensely significant. But deep down they are sowing the seed of ego in you, be the first. Religion has done so much against humanity, with good intentions. Those people were not functioning with bad intentions, but they were certainly idiots, not knowing exactly what they were doing, and how human psychology functions. They exploited man. Take, for instance, Jesus. He says, man cannot live by bread alone. True, absolutely true, because he needs many fictions to live. Just bread won't do. He needs God, he needs the devil, he needs heaven, he needs hell and the popes and the church, and prayer and forgiveness. Man cannot live by bread alone, Jesus says, perfectly right. Take away all these fictions and suddenly this question will arise. If there is no God, if there is no devil, then what is religion all about? All these religions have given you fictions because your psychology has certain needs. Either you go beyond mind, that's what real religion is, or you create fictions so that your mind does not feel empty, meaningless, lonely, a driftwood with no goal ahead, no source behind. One of the greatest needs of the human mind is to be needed. Existence seems to be absolutely indifferent to you. You cannot say it needs you, or can you? Without you, things were going perfectly well. The sunrise was there, the sunset was there, the flowers were flowering, the seasons were coming and going. If you were not there, it would make no difference at all. One day you will not be there again, and it will not make any difference at all. Existence simply goes on and on. It does not give you the satisfaction that is your greatest need, to be needed. On the contrary, it gives you the feeling that it does not care. Perhaps it does not even know that you are. I am reminded of one of Pach Tantra's stories. They are tremendously psychological. An elephant is passing over a bridge on a river, and a mosquito is sitting on the elephant. The elephant is so heavy, and the bridge is just a temporary bridge. Poor villagers make them when the rains are gone and the floods have disappeared, and the river becomes small. They make temporary wooden bridges for themselves. For 8 months they are perfectly okay. But it was not made for an elephant because in that poor village nobody could own an elephant. It was just a wild elephant that had come to the bridge, and was passing over the bridge. The mosquito, sitting on the head of the elephant, said, "Uncle, it seems my weight and your weight are too much for the bridge." The elephant said, "I was not even aware that you were sitting on my head. What are you doing there?" Now, in this small story the elephant is not even aware of the mosquito, but the mosquito thinks, "Me and you, together, are too much for this poor bridge." Each man is far smaller in comparison to this vast universe than the mosquito is to the elephant. There is not much difference between the mosquito and the elephant, but between a man and existence, the difference is immeasurable. But remember, man is doing the same thing. If you are going to get married, you go to the astrologer to ask, "Are the stars favorable?" That's what the poor mosquito was saying, "Uncle," trying to relate with the elephant. You are trying to relate with the stars. Are they favorable for your marriage? And of course the astrologer is going to exploit you. I was for a few months in Raipur as a professor teaching there. I have traveled all over India, but Raipur seems to be a strange place. You will be able to pass only 2 or 3 houses before you find a great board declaring, "Here lives a great astrologer." You pass only 2, 3 houses, and there is somebody who knows how to bring ghosts out of you, how to drive devils out of you. That kind of man, in Raipur, is called an Ojha, one who drives devils, ghosts, from people's mind. In those days I used to walk at least 8 miles every day, so I walked to almost every nook and corner of the city of Raipur, and everywhere there were boards on the wall, advertisements. There must be people who are suffering from ghosts and devils, otherwise how are so many people doing this business, and doing well? They seem to be the most established people. Just in front of my house there was one astrologer who was very famous. People from faraway places used to come to him for everything, not only marriage. In India, if you are starting a business you go to the astrologer, "On what day, at what time, are the stars favorable to me?" That is the time for the opening ceremony of your shop. If you are going traveling, first you will go to the astrologer, "What time? I am going south. Is it favorable with the stars that I go to the south on such a day? Or should I wait?" And the astrologer will give you the date and the time. I saw that man doing it the whole day. Sometimes the train would leave in the middle of the night, but you had to leave at the time the astrologer has said, so you left your house in the middle of the day because that was the time when the stars were favorable. You left the house at that time and then you stayed at the station for 12 hours and waited for the train, But you should leave the house at the right moment, when all the stars are favorable. One of my friends. He was also a professor, but he was a professor of Sanskrit. He was a great believer in all kinds of nonsense. Whenever he went to visit his family, he would ask this astrologer. And sometimes it was very difficult, because the astrologer would say, "This month you cannot go out. This month is not favorable for you at all." He would come to me and say, "This is very difficult. This is the month I have got leave granted. Now this astrologer is saying I cannot leave this month." I said, "You wait. Let me see the astrologer. I know him perfectly well. He lives just in front of my house. And there are ways. You just give a 1 rupee note to the astrologer, and then he asks you, what date, what time. So I will give him 1 rupee and tell him, this poor fellow will come, you please give him this date and this time, so you can catch the train directly, and go home." I arranged many marriages. I just had to give 1 rupee to him. One day he said, "But you are a strange fellow. You go on giving rupees for others, their travel, their business, their marriage." I said, "I enjoy the game. I see their foolishness and I see your cunningness. Just 1 rupee to see this whole game, it is not costly. And it is not only you, this is what all your forefathers have been doing. You decide about people's marriages, and every day your wife is nagging you, beating you. What happened to your astrology? At least for yourself you could have chosen the right woman. And these fools go on coming to you, knowing perfectly well that it is very difficult to find a more henpecked husband than you. But still they go on asking, 'I am going to be married. Will this marriage prove to be successful, peaceful?' They are asking, and while they are sitting there, your wife comes in and starts shouting at you and screaming at you, and those fools can't even see it? And what do you know about stars? But the trick is, the astrology book of Hindus is the same. So if you inquire of one astrologer, he will give an answer. If you go to Benares and you inquire of another astrologer, he will give you the same answer, because they both depend on the same astrology book. If you go to Calcutta, you will get the same answer. That makes you convinced that these astrologers must know, because 3 people in 3 cities cannot conspire against you. They don't know each other, and they don't have any idea that you are going to consult other people. You can consult all over India and you will find the same answer, because it is the same book. They consult the same book. Nobody bothers about the stars, nobody knows about the stars, but only what the book says. Man's greatest need, I said to you, is to be needed, otherwise he feels shaken. The trees, the clouds, the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains. Nobody seems to be concerned with you. The whole existence seems to be indifferent. Whether you are or not, nobody cares. This condition makes the mind very shaky. Then the religion comes in, the so-called religion. The real religion will try in every way to help you drop this need, so that you see there is no need for anybody to need you, that asking for it, you are asking for a fiction. But the so-called religion, which exists in so many forms on the earth, Hinduism, Judaism, Christianity, Mohammedanism, Buddhism, Jainism, and so many other, ISMs. There are 300 religions on the earth, but they are doing exactly the same thing. They all do the same work, they give you the same fulfillment. They say there is a God who cares about you, who looks after you, who is concerned about your well-being, so much so that he sends a holy book to guide your life, he sends his only begotten Son to help you to be on the right path. He sends messiahs and prophets so that you don't go astray, because then they exploit your second weakness, fear of the devil, who is trying in every possible way to take you on the wrong path. Hinduism has a story. Gautam Buddha became very influential while he was alive. He was a man of tremendous charisma, and he was very logical, rational, against all superstitions. The Brahmins became very afraid that this man would destroy their whole profession. Brahmins have lived only on your psychological exploitation for thousands of years. Their whole function is to exploit your psychological needs. The Pope, the Bishop, the priest, they are all doing the same thing. You have a certain psychological need, and they know that this need can be exploited. You also have a certain fear in you, which is bound to be there. It started from the moment you came out of your mother's womb, that separation. Before that separation there was no fear in you, because you were not lonely. The mother's womb is the most comfortable situation. You were just floating in your mother's womb. All your needs were fulfilled, without any work on your part. There was no anxiety, no problem, no starvation, no unemployment, no war, no death. You were completely isolated, protected, and all your needs were fulfilled. The child in the mother's womb has no fear, there is no reason for it. But once he comes out of the mother's womb, a great fear runs through his whole being. He is being taken. As if you take a tree out of the earth, uproot it. The whole tree is shaking and trembling. You are taking out its roots, you are destroying its very base. It knows no other nourishment, it knows no other way to exist. The earth has taken care of it, and you are uprooting it. I am not talking poetry. Now there are scientific instruments which can detect whether a tree is feeling fear or not, just like a cardiogram. They immediately show. You fix your instrument to the tree, which is rooted in the ground, flowering, playing in the wind, dancing in the sun. On the cardiogram, the graph is very harmonious, the same, there is no change. There is tremendous stillness inside the tree's being. Then you uproot it, and suddenly the graph trembles. Lines start going up and down. The harmony is lost. And as you pull the tree out more, there is chaos on the graph. The tree is going through tremendous anguish. And you will be surprised to know that when you are doing this to one tree, other trees which are around, their graphs start showing fear too. If it is happening to one tree, it can happen to them. It is not far away. If this man is doing this thing to this tree, he can do it to me. All the trees around, all their graphs start showing they are afraid. Anxiety is entering. When the child comes out of the womb, it is the greatest shock of his life. Even death will not be this big a shock, because death will come without warning. Death will come most probably when he is unconscious. But while he is coming out of the mother's womb, he is conscious. In fact, for the first time he is becoming conscious. His 9 months long sleep, peaceful sleep, is disturbed, and then you cut the thread which joins him with the mother. The moment you cut that thread that joins him with the mother, you have created a fearful individual. This is not the right way, but this is how it has been done up to now. Unknowingly, this has helped the priest and the so-called religions to exploit man. The child should be taken away from the mother more slowly, more gradually. There should not be that shock, and it can be arranged. A scientific arrangement is possible. There should not be glaring lights in the room, because the child has lived for 9 months in absolute darkness, and he has very fragile eyes which have never seen light. In all your hospitals there are glaring lights, tube lights, and the child suddenly faces the light. Most people are suffering from weak eyes because of this. Later on they have to use glasses. No animal needs them. Have you seen animals with glasses reading the newspaper? Their eyes are perfectly healthy their whole life, to the point of death. It is only man. And the beginning is at the very beginning. No, the child should be given birth to in darkness, or in a very soft light, candles perhaps. Darkness would be the best, but if a little light is needed, then candles will do. And what have the doctors been doing up to now? They don't even give a little time for the child to be acquainted with the new reality. The way they welcome the child is so ugly. They hang the child upside down with his feet in their hands, and they slap his bottom. The idea behind this stupid ritual is that this will help the child to breathe. In the mother's womb he was not breathing on his own. The mother was breathing for him, eating for him, doing everything for him. But to be welcomed into the world hanging upside down, with a slap on your bottom, is not a very good beginning. But the doctor is in a hurry. Otherwise the child would start breathing on his own. He has to be left on the mother's belly, on top of the mother's belly. Before the joining thread is cut, he should be left on the mother's belly. He was inside the belly, underneath, now he is outside. That is not a great change. The mother is there, he can touch her, he can feel her. He knows the vibe. He is perfectly aware that this is his home. He has come out, but this is his home. Let him be with the mother a little longer, so he becomes acquainted with the mother from the outside. From the inside he knows her. And don't cut the thread that joins him till he starts breathing on his own. Right now, what is done? We cut the thread and slap the child so he has to breathe. But this is forcing him, this is violent, and absolutely unscientific and unnatural. Let him first breathe on his own. It will take a few minutes. Don't be in such a hurry. It is a question of a man's whole life. You can smoke your cigarette 2 or 3 minutes later. You can whisper sweet nothings to your girlfriend a few minutes later. It is not going to harm anybody. What is the rush? You can't give him 3 minutes? A child needs no more than that. Just left on his own, within 3 minutes he starts breathing. When he starts breathing, he becomes confident that he can live on his own. Then you can cut the thread, it is useless now, and it will not give a shock to the child. Then the most significant thing is, don't put him in blankets and in a bed. No, for 9 months he was without blankets, naked, without pillows, without bed sheets, without a bed. Don't make such a change so quickly. He needs a small tub with the same solution of water that was in his mother's womb. It is exactly ocean water, the same amount of salt, the same amount of chemicals, exactly the same. That is again a proof that life must have happened first in the ocean. It still happens in ocean water. That's why when a woman is pregnant she starts eating salty things, because the womb goes on absorbing the salt. The child needs exactly the same salty water that exists in the ocean. So just make up the same water in a small tub, and let the child lie down in the tub, and he will feel perfectly welcomed. This is the situation he is acquainted with. In Japan, one Zen monk has tried a tremendous experiment to demonstrate that a 3-month-old child can swim. Slowly he has been coming down. First he tried with 9-month-old children, then with 6-month-old children, now with 3-month-old children. And I say to him that you are still far away. Even the child just born is capable of swimming, because he has been swimming in his mother's womb. So give the child a chance, similar to the mother's womb. He will be more confident, and no priest can exploit him so easily, telling him about hellfire and all that nonsense. But ordinarily, as humanity exists now, on the one hand it needs a God, protector, guide, help, and on the other hand a hell, so that he remains afraid of all the ways that the priest thinks are wrong. And what is wrong and what is right? In every society it differs. So right and wrong are determined by a particular society. They don't have any existential value. Yes, there is a state of awareness when you go beyond mind, and you can see things directly without any prejudice, without any ideology covering your eyes. When you can see directly, you immediately know what is right and what is wrong. Nobody needs to be told. No commandments need to be given. And each society goes on propounding, this is right and that is wrong. But how to prevent you from doing what they call wrong? The trouble is, whatever they call wrong is mostly natural, it attracts you. It is wrong, but it is natural, so the deep attraction for the natural is there. They have to create so much fear that it becomes more powerful than the natural attraction. Hence hell has to be invented. There are religions that are not satisfied with one hell. And I can understand why they are not satisfied with one hell. Christianity is satisfied with one hell for the simple reason that the Christian hell is eternal, lengthwise. But Hindus, Jainas, Buddhists don't have an eternal hell, so they have to go vertically, 7 hells. And each hell goes on becoming more and more torturous, more and more inhuman. And I wonder, these people were called saints, who have described hell in its all gory detail. These people, if they had any chance, would have become Adolf Hitlers, Joseph Stalins, Mao Zedongs, very easily. They had all the ideas, all that they were missing was power. But in a subtle way they had power due, but not for right now. Their power was in their being the head priest, the Pope, the Shankaracharya, but that power helped them to throw you into hell sometime in the future, after death. Death itself is such a fear. But that was not enough for them, because the natural instincts are really very powerful. And why were they against the natural instincts? Because those natural instincts go against the vested interests. Let me explain it to you. In India, Krishna had 16,000 wives. Now, what about the 15,999 men who have lost their wives? Those wives were stolen, forcibly taken away. They were mothers, they were wives. Some were unmarried, most of them were married. If any woman was beautiful, that was enough for Krishna to take her into the concentration camp of his wives. It must have been almost a city, 16,000 wives. Now, how to prevent those 15,999 men? If they all joined together, they could kill this man, they could take back their wives. They had to be prevented. The priest had to invent ways, because the priest was protected by Krishna. Krishna had the power, temporal power, in his hands, the army, the court, the law, he protected the priest. Hindu law says that if you kill a Shudra, an untouchable, then 10 years in jail is enough punishment. But if you kill a Brahman, then it is the death penalty. Not only in one life but in the coming 7 lives, again and again you will be murdered, killed. Only then will the punishment be over. The temporal power protects the priest protects the temporal power. The priest says, Krishna is no ordinary man, he is God's perfect incarnation, and you should be happy that he has chosen your wife to be his consort. You should rejoice, you are fortunate and blessed. You will have great joys coming to you in paradise. So don't be resentful, don't be angry, don't think in terms of revolt. Rather, take it easily, happily, joyously, in fact gratefully, that he has chosen your wife, not somebody else's. Now, the natural instinct of the man would have been to fight with this man. He has taken the mother of his children, he has taken his wife, and against her will. And what kind of society is this? But no, his natural instinct is destroyed in 2 ways, double ways. 1. If you accept it willingly, you will benefit, immense pleasures, many beautiful women, 1,000-fold joys, in heaven. 2. If you are resentful, angry, become violent or do something against Krishna, who is God's incarnation, you will suffer in the 7th hell. So you can choose anything that was against the vested interest. For example, poverty. All the religions teach, blessed are the poor. It is not only Jesus. Jesus says it very accurately, fully, in one sentence, in one maxim, blessed are the poor for they shall inherit the kingdom of God. But this is the teaching of all the religions. You should accept your poverty as a blessing, as a God-given gift. This is just a test of your faith. If you can pass through this fire test of poverty without grumbling, without in any way thinking that this is unjust, if you can go through it as a God-given gift, then the kingdom of God is yours. It is a great consolation to Lazarus when Jesus says to him, "It happened, Lazarus was very poor, and the richest man in the village was giving a feast on his birthday. Lazarus was hungry, thirsty, and passing through that village he asked for some water. The servants threw him out. They said, 'Don't you see that our master is giving a feast and great guests have gathered? You are just a beggar. You have some nerve to enter the house and ask for water. Go to hell. Go away from here as quickly as possible.'" Jesus says to Lazarus, "Don't be worried. You will see, in paradise, you will be enjoying all the pleasures, and this man will be suffering in hellfire, thirsty, and will ask, 'Lazarus, give me some water.'" Great consolation, but a great strategy to protect the rich against the poor. The rich are few, the poor are many. Once they get the idea that it is not a blessing but a curse, they will kill all these rich people. It is good both ways, a consolation for the poor, so that poverty is a blessing, and a protection for the rich, so that the poor cannot revolt. Religions have been the reason poverty goes on existing in the world. Otherwise there is no reason at all for it, particularly now, when science and technology can transform this whole earth into paradise. The religious people would not like this earth to be turned into paradise, because then what would happen to their paradise? They would love the earth to remain as poor, as starved, as hungry and as sick as it is, because upon this their whole business depends. The rich donate to the churches because the church protects them. The poor donate, who have not even enough to eat. They donate to the churches because it is the church who gives them guidance. And this life is small, this life is not much, much of it has passed, a little is left, that too will pass. Then there is eternal life, of eternal joys. The church shows the way, Jesus shows the way. Natural instincts like sex, hunger. These religious people have been teaching you fasting. Now, that is against nature. Fasting is as bad as too much eating. If you go on stuffing, overloading yourself, it is unnatural. There is something wrong psychologically with you. Perhaps you are feeling so empty that you go on stuffing yourself with anything that comes into your hands, just to fill your psychological emptiness. Then there is the person who is fasting. Fasting is a slow suicide, he is eating himself. It's very strange, Jainas in India are against meat eating, against any non-vegetarian food. I was attending one of their conferences, an All India Jaina conference, so all their sects and all their great acharyas, their great masters, were present. I asked a simple thing. I asked them, "You continue to preach fasting, Jainas fast the most in the whole world, but have you considered a simple fact, that when you are fasting, you are eating your own meat? Every day, in the beginning, 2 pounds disappear from your weight. Where do they go? Later on 1 pound will disappear because you can't afford 2 pounds, your stock is becoming less and less. A very healthy person can live for 3 months without eating, that much food is stocked within his body. But nobody is that healthy. To be that healthy you have to be again a hunter in the forest, there is no other way. And those hunters had to fast sometimes for many days, because hunting is not something like a fridge, where you go and you open it and everything is available. You may find something today, you may not find any food for a week, 2 weeks. The hunter needs some reserve food for those days, when he cannot get any food. When he gets the food he eats too much. When he does not get food he fasts. But Jainas are not hunters, they are not even cultivators. They are simply businessmen. To teach fasting to these people. Every year for 10 days they have their holy days, when many people fast for 10 days continuously. I know many of my friends in those 10 days think only of food and nothing else. They cannot think of anything else. You talk about a beautiful movie, they will say, not now. You put a Playboy magazine in front of them, they are not interested. Do you think a man who has been fasting for 7 days will be interested in a Playboy magazine? He will not even pick it up. But I have taken them in my car, just to see what happens to them. In India, in many cities, the situation is that all the sweet shops and restaurants are in one street, so I would take them to that street, and just watch their reactions. Psychologists have become aware of the fact that if they give you 10 nude pictures just to look at, and you may not be aware what the psychologist is doing, he will be watching your eyes. The girl that you like. Immediately your eyes will become big, the pupil will become big. The pupil of the eye will open more, immediately. He can tell which girl you like, out of the 10 pictures, without asking you. And you will be surprised, is he doing some magic or what? How did he come to read my mind? There is no need to read your mind, just to watch your eyes. If your pupil becomes suddenly bigger, that means it wants to eat the girl, just to absorb her. I have seen the same thing happen to these Jana people. When they saw the sweets, I would slow down the car and I would watch their eyes. Their pupils were so big. A naked woman would not make any difference to their eyes. They had been 8 days, 9 days, or it was the 10th day, and they had not eaten anything. Who would bother to eat a girl? Who would have the energy to bother? But looking at a sweet shop. And you could see, suddenly their face would become alive, their pupils become big. They were continuously thinking. Even in the night, they were dreaming of food. For 10 days they did nothing except fantasize about food. Now, this is against their religion. Their priests say to them, when you are fasting, you should not think of food. Firstly, fasting is unnatural. Secondly, when you are fasting it is natural to think of food. Now, that too is prohibited. You cannot think of food. So what the Janas do when they fast is, they go to the temple. They listen the whole day. Many monks go on giving a sermon. They go on listening to their sermons. Scriptures are read, and they go on listening to the scriptures. I have been into these places. Once, seeing somebody I knew, I went up to him and shook him and said, "Are you really listening to that man or are you thinking about some food?" He said, "How did you come to know?" In fact, that man reminded me of my cook. And I was feeling very bad. It is bad to think of a great sage as your cook. It is. But how did you come to know that you have come to ask me? I said, I was just passing by. I go on searching for things. So what are you doing in this temple? For what? The only purpose was that in the temple they would forget about food. But how can the temple make anybody forget about food when the body is hungry and each cell of the body is asking for food? Why have religions put you against your natural instincts? For the simple reason, to make you feel guilty. Let me repeat this word guilt. This is their focus of destroying you, exploiting you, molding you, humiliating you, creating disrespect about yourself. Once guilt is created, once you start feeling, I am a guilty person, a sinner, their work is done. Then who can save you? Then the savior is needed. But first create the disease. I have heard about 2 young men. Their business was, one young man would enter a town at night and throw coal tar on people's doors, windows, and then leave the town. In the morning everybody was puzzled. Their doors and their windows were destroyed. Now, how to clean it up? And then suddenly the second man would appear. They were partners in the business, and he would announce, I clean coal tar off things. So everybody was rushing to him, please come to my house and clean my windows. The other man was doing the work on the next town. By the time this one had finished cleaning this town, the other man had prepared the next town for him to clean. One went on making people's houses dirty, the other went on cleaning them. They were partners, 50-50 was the game. The priest first creates guilt, that is throwing coal tar on your face. Now somebody is needed to clean it off. And it is not the visible face, it is your invisible reality that he goes on throwing coal tar on. You cannot find any way to clean it on your own because you don't know what this reality is. All that you know is, the priest has convinced you that you are guilty. And he has absolute explanations for it, that you think about sex, that you think about food when you are fasting, that in the night you should not drink water, nothing should go in your mouth in the night. But in summer, in India, it is so difficult not to drink water. Even small children are not allowed to by their parents. Even small children will steal water in the night. From the very beginning you are making them thieves, and making them feel guilty. Because they know they have done something wrong. In my house, while my grandmother was alive, tomatoes were not allowed, because according to her the redness of the tomato looked like meat. I asked her many times, "Have you ever seen meat?" She had never seen meat, but she said, "I know meat looks like tomatoes. Don't bring tomatoes in the house." I had not eaten a tomato up to the age of 17. I had not eaten onions up to the age of 21, because they were not allowed in the house. It was a great sin to eat onions, potatoes. Now, have you seen more innocent people than potatoes? But Jainism is against anything that grows under the ground. Anything growing under the ground, Jainas don't allow. Because the sun rays don't reach it, it is heavy. Its heaviness they turn into something spiritual. By eating it you will be going down, it will make you heavy, and you need to be light. To have wings you need to be light, so nothing that grows under the earth should be eaten. A strange argument, but if for thousands of years it has been repeated, people believe it. They still believe it. And once you eat such food, then you feel guilty, because it is against your conscience. Conscience is created by the society. You ask me, if there is no God, no devil, what is the need of religions? Then only is there the need of religion. When God is there and the devil is there is no space for religion. Those two are enough to occupy the whole space. Those two are such big fictions that there is no space left for religion. First, you have to kill God and the devil, both, completely, to make space for religion. Then religion will not come to exploit your psychological needs, it will come to transform your being so that you can go above your psychological needs and you can see that those needs are not true. For example, if you are in your psychological needs, then you are lonely. If you are beyond your psychological needs, you know you are alone. And aloneness has a strength, loneliness is weakness. Loneliness is asking always for the other, it is dependent on the other. Hence the other has power over you, you have power over the other. What power has a husband over the wife? What power has the wife over the husband? Simply this, without the other you feel lonely, and when you feel lonely, fear arises. Strange, to cowards, to persons full of fear, together start feeling great. Their loneliness is doubled. They should feel more lonely now, and in fact that happens sooner or later, after the honeymoon. You cannot find a wife and a husband. They may be sitting together, but they are not together, they are both lonely. And then they are angry because the other is not fulfilling their need. So any excuse is enough to fight. At least fighting they forget their loneliness, fighting also fulfills a purpose. But when you go above your psychology. Just the other day I was telling you how you can go above your psychology, your mind, those three divisions, how you can reach to the fourth, the Turiya. And when you reach to the fourth, suddenly you see a transfiguration. It is not loneliness, it is simply aloneness, and it is a truth. And it is so beautiful to be alone, nobody taking any space, covering any space in you. No need to be needed by anybody, no need to need anybody, such a great strength that for the first time you feel you are born. Religion is the way to get out of the mind, because mind is fragmentary, divided, a crowd, many, and when you go above it, consciousness is one, undivided, indivisible, individual. And to know that indivisible consciousness is to know all. Nothing more is needed. You ask me, do your sannyasins need religion? Not the religion that you know about, but the religiousness that I am talking about. And in fact I cannot say that the sannyasins need religiousness. To be a sannyasin is to be religious. Unless you are religious, how can you be a sannyasin? But religion, remember again, in my sense of the word. The sannyasin knows he is alone, knows that there is no God, no devil, no hell, no heaven. He knows what is harmonious for him, so he does it, and what is disharmonious for him, so he does not do it. He knows what brings blessings to him, he does it. And he knows what creates unnecessary suffering, he drops doing it. It is not a question of stopping, not doing it, he simply drops it. The moment you see that you are carrying a scorpion in your hand, is there any need to tell you, please drop it? Before anybody says, drop it, you will have dropped it. All that is needed is to know that you are carrying a scorpion in your hand. Consciousness makes you aware, simply aware of what is right, of what is wrong. And the right starts happening, and the wrong starts disappearing. Okay, Sheila? From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 26. Chapter title: Your actions are not my concern, your consciousness is. 24th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code 8411245. Short title: Unconc 26 audio, yes video, yes length, 116 minutes. Beloved Osho, in your religion is there such a thing as sin? Sin is a technique of the pseudo-religions. A true religion has no need of the concept at all. The pseudo-religion cannot live without the concept of sin, because sin is the technique of creating guilt in people. You will have to understand the whole strategy of sin and guilt. Unless you make a person feel guilty, you cannot enslave him psychologically. It is impossible to imprison him in a certain ideology, a certain belief system. But once you have created guilt in his mind, you have taken all that is courageous in him. You have destroyed all that is adventurous in him. You have repressed all possibility of his ever being an individual in his own right. With the idea of guilt, you have almost murdered the human potential in him. He can never be independent. The guilt will force him to be dependent on a Messiah, on a religious teaching, on God, on the concepts of heaven and hell, and the whole lot. To create guilt, all that you need is a very simple thing. Start calling mistakes, errors, sins. They are simply mistakes, human. Now, if somebody commits a mistake in mathematics, 2 + 2, and he concludes it makes 5, you don't say he has committed a sin. He is unalert, he is not paying attention to what he is doing. He is unprepared, he has not done his homework. He is certainly committing a mistake, but a mistake is not a sin. It can be corrected. A mistake does not make him feel guilty. At the most it makes him feel foolish. What the pseudo-religions have done, and all the religions of the world have been pseudo-religions up to now, is to have exploited mistakes, errors, which are absolutely human, and condemned them as sin. Sin means it is not a simple mistake. You have gone against God. That's the meaning of the word sin. Adam and Eve committed the original sin. They disobeyed God. Whenever somebody condemns you as committing a sin, he is saying in some way or other you are disobeying God. Now, Nobody knows who this God is, what is for him and what is against him. There are 300 pseudo-religions on the earth. Just think of 300 sciences upon the earth, 300 schools of physics, condemning each other, finding fault with each other. Declaring, only our school is the true school, and all the other schools are misleading humanity. What will be the situation of the earth if there are 300 schools of physics, 300 schools of chemistry, 300 schools of medicine, 300 schools of mathematics? What will be the situation? The whole earth will go mad. And that is what has happened as far as religion is concerned. And when I say 300, I am not counting sects within religions. For example, I am counting Christianity as one religion, not Catholics, Protestants. In fact they are two religions. And then there are subsects. If you counted them all, then 300 would be a very small number. There might be 3,000. Everybody is giving you the word of God, and all these religions are giving contradictory statements. If you listen to all religions, you cannot even breathe for a single moment, because whatever you do is a sin. Fortunately, you are conditioned by only one pseudo-religion, so you don't become aware that there are other idiots also. You are not alone, who are doing the same thing. Their rules are different, but they are playing the same game. For example, a Jaina monk. Now Jainism is a very small religion, only 300,000 people. We have more sannyasins than there are followers of Jainism. But they have two major sects, just like Catholics and Protestants, and then there are at least 30 subsects. And each subsect believes that this is the true Jainism, and the other 29 either are befooling themselves or are cheating others. One of these sects is Therapant. The word Therapant means thine way, God's way. The monk of this sect keeps his nose covered, always covered, 24 hours a day and night, even in sleep, with cloth, because to breathe directly is a sin. You are all committing sin, and you have committed so much that now there is no hope. Your whole life you have been committing sin. Except these few 700 people, there are only 700 monks in this sect. Except these 700 people, the whole earth is full of sinners. Just this much is enough to throw you to the seventh hell, because with each breath you are killing millions of germs. And, according to Jainism, the smallest germ that you cannot even see with your bare eyes, you need a microscope, you need to magnify it at least 1,000 times, then you can see it. Those smallest germs have the same soul as you have. There is no qualitative difference. Whether you kill a man or you kill a germ, it is all the same as far as God is concerned. In His eyes, you will not be given special treatment. So the moment you breathe out, you throw out hot air. That hot air is enough to kill millions of germs in the air. When you breathe in millions of germs with your breathing, which will be killed inside you. So with each breath, what Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong did, what all three did in their whole life seems to be nothing, you are doing in a simple breath. Even at night they cannot remove the cloth. To talk to these people is difficult, because the cloth is covering their nose and their mouth too. Because when you speak, air comes from your mouth, air goes in from your mouth, so they can't speak without the cover. So the direct hit is avoided. But to talk to these people is very difficult. Even to understand what they are saying is very difficult. They are just mumbling inside the covered mouth, the nose cover. And the people who believe in Therapant, who have not become monks, are continuously feeling guilty that they are breathing. I used to stay with a few Therapanthi friends in Bombay, and this was the great burden on their soul. That they were not yet capable of renouncing the world and becoming monks, because unless you become a monk and renounce the world, you cannot avoid committing sin. If even breathing is a sin, then you can think anything can be a sin. One of the oldest senators in India was my friend. He was known as the father of the Indian Parliament. From 1916 up to 78, he was a member of the Parliament. Only one man in the whole history of the world was his competitor, and that was Winston Churchill. Otherwise he has defeated everybody, just the length of time and continually being chosen. But he was a very mediocre man. Perhaps that was the reason people were choosing him again and again. He was not cunning, he was not really capable of being a politician. Otherwise a man who remains for more than half a century a member of the parliament would have become a prime minister, a president, naturally. But he could not manage even to become a minister or a governor of a state. He was simple, better to say he was a simpleton. What brought him to me was the death of his son. His son was also a politician, and very promising. He was already a deputy minister, and in the next election, he was going to become a minister. And the father, his name was Seth Govindadas, was projecting all his ambitions on the son. He could not become the Prime Minister of India, but his son was going to be. And he was very young, so there was every possibility that by the time he was 50, 60, he would become the Prime Minister. But he suddenly died when he was only 36. His death was a great shock to the old man. He was very rich. The British government had given Seth Govindadas' father the title of Raja, the title of a king, although he was not a king. But he had so many riches and so much land, and he served the British government in every possible way, so the government recognized his services and gave him the title of Raja. Seth Govindadas was the son of Raja Gokul Das, and his prestige was because he revolted against the British government and became a freedom fighter. That was his only quality, and the reason why people went on choosing him for parliament. That was enough for the poor people, that he was so rich, and that although the government respected his father so much, he had revolted against his father, revolted against the government, and his father had disowned him. These became his qualifications, otherwise he had no quality, intelligence, or anything. And because of him, his son went into the same profession. The son was cunning and intelligent, well educated. His death was a great shock to Seth Govindadas. He started going to saints and asking, "Why has it happened?" And wherever he went, the simple answer of all pseudo-religions is the same. They all said, "You must have committed a sin in your past life. This is a punishment." I want to emphasize the point that he went to different religious saints, but the answer was the same. The strategy was the same. You have committed some sin, this is the result of it. Now, repent. Now, do something good, be virtuous. Of course the virtue prescribed by all these saints was different. One Hindu monk suggested, "From now onwards stop eating salt completely." He asked, "But how is that going to help?" The monk said, "That is going to help because when you don't eat salt, your whole food becomes tasteless, particularly Indian food will become absolutely tasteless without salt, and to eat not for taste is a virtue, to eat for taste is a sin. To eat for taste is to follow the body, and your soul is being manipulated, enslaved by the body. That's what sin is, the body on top of your soul. The body is the master, and the soul is functioning like a slave, so wherever the body takes it, it goes. Just turn it the other way around. Whatsoever your body says, don't do it. Your body will ask for salt, don't eat salt. Slowly stop eating sugar. Slowly make your food absolutely tasteless, so you just eat it to keep the life that God has given to you somehow alive, then. You are not interested in this life, you are preparing for the future life. Now, salt is a need of the body. You need a particular amount of salt in your body, otherwise you will become weak. Your body, whatsoever it asks, is not wrong. It asks because it is its need. These people are making your physical needs into sins. Naturally your body will continue to ask for salt. You will force the body not to eat salt, but the body will be continuously asking and hankering for it. That will make trouble, Either you will torture your body or you may start eating the salt and committing the sin. In both ways, just a simple thing, salt, has turned you into a sick man. Now your psychology is not healthy. Meeting many of these people. And Seth Govindadas was a famous person, so any saint was ready to meet him, happy to meet him, and always ready to suggest ideas to him. I had lived in his own city for 20 years, he had never bothered to come to me. In fact, any politician in India was afraid to be seen with me or to be known to come to me. The masses will turn against the politician, and not just small politicians. This man was a very established person, 50 years, more than 50 years a member of parliament. Then what has he to fear? But he had never come to see me. He used to hear about me. People were talking about me, even the Prime Minister. While he was in Parliament, many Prime Ministers changed. One Prime Minister, Lal Bahadur Shastri, inquired about me. Seth Govindadas said, I have heard his name, but I don't know him personally. Lal Bahadur told me, it is strange, this man is a member of Parliament from your constituency, and he does not know you. I said, you should understand his position. If he comes to see me, of course I am not going to see him, I have no reason to see him. I have never voted for anybody because all the idiots are the same. Only the labels are different, so there is no point in voting. I have never voted. And what should I go for? So there is no question. And he. You should understand, you are a politician. Are you courageous enough to come to my house? He was a very nice man. He laughed. He said, you are right. Now I understand. Anybody coming to your house would get into difficulty. This man's seat could be lost. Indira was continuously asking him how I am, what I am doing, what is going on. She wanted to come to see me. At least 5 times the date was fixed, and at the last moment she would find some excuse and never managed to come to see me. Because, her colleagues would say to her, this is dangerous. You're going to see him will be very dangerous for your political career. And the opposition party will use your going to him as one of the most important factors against you. So every time she backed out. But when the son, Raja Gokuldas, died, this old man, perhaps in that deep sadness, forgot about his politics and parliament and came to see me. And he said, everywhere that I have gone they say I must have committed some sin. That's why I am suffering this loss of my young son. And they have suggested measures so that in the future life I don't suffer. I said, they have given you enough measures to suffer right now, in this life. And you should have asked what sin you have committed in your past lives. They all would have differed. They cannot know what sin you have committed in your past lives. They all would have had to do some guesswork. And stupid. That just by stopping eating salt or sugar, you think you will become virtuous? You will only become guilty. He said, you are right. That is what I have become. I have been following all these people, thinking that they are wise people, and they have made me a mess. Whatsoever I do is wrong. And whatsoever they suggest I should do seems to be unnatural, forced. Even if I try, I fail. Sin is a strategy to destroy you, to demolish you, to slaughter you as an individual. And then you are in the hands of the priest. Then whatsoever he says, you have to follow. You cannot argue because it is written in the scriptures. And to argue against the scriptures is again a sin. The scripture has to be treated like a person. I was staying in Jalandhar in Punjab. In the morning when I was going for a walk, I passed through a room where the Sikhs keep a small temple, those who can afford to, and this was a very rich man's house. It was a beautiful marble temple, a small temple, in which they keep the Guru Granth Sahib, their holy book. That was okay. The holy book was there, but by the side of the holy book there was toothpaste, a brush, and a jug full of hot water, because it was winter. I asked my host, "What is the matter?" "I can understand the temple. I can understand the Guru Granth Sahib." In fact, to use the word Sahib is to make the book a person. Sahib is not used for things, it is just when you are paying respect to somebody. It came with the Britishers in India. They were the masters and Indians started calling them Sahib. It was an old word, but Sahib means very respectful person. Nobody calls a book Sahib. But Sikhs call their book Guru Granth Sahib. Guru means the master. The 10th Guru of the Sikhs proclaimed, "I am the last Guru," and from now onwards the book, in which the sayings of all the 10 masters, including him, the last, are collected, will be the master. From now onwards, there will be nobody who will be the master but the book. So Guru means the master, Granth means the collection, because it is not one person's written book but 10 people's statements, so it is a compilation, a collection. And then Sahib, that means honorable, respectable master. I said, "I can understand that you pay respect to the sayings of your asters, but what is this stupidity? Why are you keeping this water, toothpaste, toothbrush?" He said, "You are not aware of our customs. The master, in the morning, will need to wash his mouth, to clean his teeth, the book." I said, "Okay, but has any of your 10 masters known the toothbrush, toothpaste?" At that time there was no toothpaste available. 500 years ago, certainly, Binca toothpaste. And made in Switzerland, when you give to the Guru, you give something imported. Binca is made in India also, the same company makes the paste, but when you offer it to the Guru, then you offer the imported Binca toothpaste. If you don't do it, then you will feel guilty, because all the Sikhs are doing it. At breakfast time, you will bring breakfast, and you know that this is a book. You know, you are not blind. Lunchtime, lunch. And every time you carry everything back. The book eats nothing, but that is beside the point. If your society conditions your mind for any stupidity, and you don't want to do it, your conscience will prick you. You have to understand these two words, conscience and consciousness. Consciousness is yours. Conscience is given by the society. It is an imposition over your consciousness. Different societies impose different ideas over your consciousness, but they all impose something or other. And once something is imposed over your consciousness, you cannot hear your consciousness, it is far away. Between your consciousness and you stands a thick wall of conscience that the society has imposed on you from your very childhood, and it works. Up to the age of 16, I had never eaten anything in the night. It is impossible in a Jaina house. You cannot find anything to eat because everything, as the sun sets, is finished. If something is left, it is given to the beggars. In the house you cannot find a single thing to eat. So there is no question even of stealing or, when your parents have gone to sleep, going to the kitchen. There is nothing, you cannot find anything. You cannot go out in a small village, everybody knows everybody. You cannot go to a restaurant because they will immediately say, "What?" They may not be Jainas but they know you are a Jaina. They will say, "Okay, tomorrow, let your father pass by." So you have started eating in the night. So even if you are feeling hungry, there is no way. Up to the age of 16, I had never eaten during the night. When I was 16, the whole school was going for a picnic to a nearby castle, a very beautiful mountain covered with jungle, so I went with them. All the students in my class except me were Hindus or Mohammedans. I was the only Jaina. They were not interested. The day was so beautiful, and there was so much to see and wander around, that they were not interested in preparing food in the day. They said, "Food we will take in the night." It was going to be a full moon night, and a beautiful river was at the side of the castle, so, we will take food in the night. Just for me they were not going to prepare it earlier, and I could not say to them, I cannot eat in the night. I thought it was better to starve rather than to become a laughingstock, because they would all laugh and say, then you can make it. And I had never made anything, not even a cup of tea, in my life. Even today I cannot manage a cup of tea. In fact, I don't know where the kitchen is. I cannot find it unless somebody leads me. I don't know where the kitchen is in this house. And in my own house, of course, I was not allowed in the kitchen at all. That's why I cannot even prepare a cup of tea. Because I was mixing with Mohammedans and Hindus and untouchables, I was not allowed in the kitchen. My family said, unless you change your ways. The whole house used to eat inside the kitchen. I used to eat outside the kitchen. I was just an outcast, because they could not rely on me, from where I was coming, with whom I had been talking, whom I had touched. They had no idea. Either you take a bath right now, and then you can enter. Now, how many times would I have to take a bath? So I settled it. I said, it is good. Also, no quarrel every day. I will eat outside, and I am perfectly happy outside. Those boys on the picnic prepared really beautiful food, and it was more beautiful because I was so hungry. And the smell of it. And they started persuading me, nobody is going to tell your parents, we promise that nobody will talk about it at all. I was hungry, on the one hand, and their food was really delicious, the way they were making it. They were persuading and they were promising, and I thought, if all these people are going to hell, why worry? I can also go to hell. In fact, without all my friends, what am I going to do in heaven? With those Jana monks it is not going to be good company. I don't like them, and they are not going to like me either. The people I like are these, and these are all going to hell, that is certain. That had been told to me from the very beginning, that eating in the night is the greatest sin. Now it's strange. But in Mahavir's time perhaps there was some point in it, because there was no light in most of the people's houses. People were so poor that they used to eat in darkness, so they could eat any insect, anything. Mahavir's concern was not the night, his concern was that people not eat insects, ants, any living thing. And that was his trouble. If you eat any living thing, you have committed a sin. So to keep the question completely closed, he declared, to eat in the night is a sin. He cut the whole situation from the very roots. But now more light is available than there is in the day, now there is no problem. But the scriptures were written 25 centuries ago, and Mahavir has closed the door. Nothing can be added, nothing can be deleted. The final word is there. So I thought that at the most I would be going to hell, but all my friends would be there and they were good cooks, it would be worth it. So I said, okay. But I was not aware of the phenomenon of conscience, up to that moment. I ate with them. It was delicious, and I was hungry. The whole day moving around for miles on the mountain had made me even more hungry. But somewhere deep down there was a revolt. I started feeling nauseous, and as I finished I started vomiting. There was nothing wrong with their food because nobody else had the nausea, nobody was vomiting. It was not food poisoning or anything. Until I had thrown all the food out, I could not sleep. It took me almost half the night to be clean of that food, and then I could go to sleep. That day I discovered that nausea was not because of the food, but because of those 16 years conditioning, the continual hammering of the idea that eating in the night is a sin. Now, it was absolutely psychological poisoning, not food poisoning, and it had been done by the priest, by the monks, by my parents, by my society. The conscience is the constable inserted within you by the society. The society tries to control you and your behavior in two ways: a constable outside, a court outside, a judge outside, a jail outside, and a conscience inside, fear of punishment, fear of hell, God the judge, his court. Before him you cannot hide anything. You will be standing naked, with all your sins written all over you. There is no possibility of hiding. So society up to now has used a very subtle technology, create conscience by repeating that certain things are sin, certain things are virtue. Virtue is going to be rewarded 1,000-fold. Here you give just 1 rupee as a donation, and in heaven you will get 1,000 rupees reward. Now, they are playing on your greed. This is good business. This is almost a lottery, and sure and certain. It is not a question that your number may come, may not come. You give 1 rupee here to the Brahman, remember, don't make any mistake, the Brahman, the scripture says, give it to the Brahman, not to anybody else, Brahminsare writing the scripture. Give to the Brahman, and whatsoever you give, 1,000-fold you will receive from God in heaven. That is a promise from God. And the Brahman will stand as a witness to you. In Brahman books it is said, when you donate to a Brahman, never donate an old cow which does not give milk anymore. Great. Because that's what people do in India. When a cow becomes very old, what to do with the cow? It does not give you any milk anymore. It does not give you any more calves which can be used in farming as cows or bulls. It is too old and an unnecessary burden on you. Either you give it to a butcher, that means you are a partner in the slaughter of the cow. In fact, you are the major partner. If you had not given it to the butcher, he could not have killed it. You gave it to the butcher, you will have to suffer the responsibility. And do you know what Brahman scriptures say? To kill a cow is almost equivalent to killing 10 Brahmans. To kill 1 Brahman is equivalent to killing 10 human beings. So who is going to sell it to a butcher? And you cannot get much money from the butcher either. The best way is to donate it to a Brahman. So people used to donate them. Brahmans knew that this was what was happening. Brahmans were in difficulty. They cannot refuse the donation. A donation has to be accepted gratefully. Now, what to do with this old cow? The Brahman cannot sell it to the butcher. Now, the Brahman himself is poor. And these old cows of the village will start gathering around him. So he has to write in his scripture, it is not God's word, because why should God be bothered? That a Brahman should not be given an old cow as a donation. The emphasis is on an old cow. You should give the Brahman a young cow who is giving enough milk, then you will be rewarded. So these people who function as mediators between you and God, between you and heaven, are really the most cunning people. They have destroyed what is most precious in you, your consciousness. They have covered it layer upon layer. Your consciousness has gone down deep. On top of it are layers of conditioning. You ask, in my religion is there a place for sin? Impossible. Sin is an invention of the priest, and I am not a priest. Sin is the technique of the pseudo-religion, and I am not a messiah or an avatara or a pagambara. I am not creating a pseudo-religion. Pseudo-religion absolutely needs the concept of sin, because through sin he will make you guilty. Through guilt he will make you tremble inside. Now, somehow you have to be cleaned of guilt. Brahman scriptures say, don't be afraid. You donate to the Brahman and your guilt will be forgiven. But donate to the Brahman, and according to the guilt of course. If your guilt is big, your sin is big, then you have to donate more. Then make temples. Birla was the biggest monopolist and a super-rich man in India. He was making hundreds of temples all over the country. The country is full of temples. People need houses, they don't get them. God needs no house, and in India you will find millions of temples. In a city like Varanasi, for 4 houses you will find 3 temples. Who lives there? People are living on the streets, and millions of temples are empty, millions of churches are empty, millions of mosques are empty. Birla was making beautiful temples, great temples wherever he could manage. I had a meeting with him. This old man I was talking about, Seth Govindadas, was a friend of Jugal Kishore Birla, the head of the Birla family. When Govindadas became more and more interested in me, he started talking about me with other people. He talked with Jugal Kishore Birla also, and told him that when I come to Delhi, you have to meet him one time. When I next came to Delhi, I was staying with Govindadas. He told me, Jugal Kishore is very interested in you, and he is an old man. It doesn't look good that we should tell him to come here, and he is sick also. So on your behalf, I have promised that I will bring you to his house. I said, if you have promised, then it is okay. But what is the purpose? To me, whatever he does is idiotic. He is wasting an immense amount of money on making marble temples all over the country, and he thinks he is earning virtue for paradise. Because that is what the scriptures say, make a temple and you will get a palace, a marble palace, in paradise. So he is calculating, he is a businessman, he is calculating how many marble palaces he is going to get in heaven. He should be the richest there too, if he can manage it, and all this money will be left here when he dies. He never believed in his sons, they would waste the money, and everything would go down the drain. Before that happens, why not transfer the whole money to paradise? This was a simple bank transfer that he was doing. I said, he is idiotic, but if you have promised, I will come. I went there. He was very respectful. He welcomed me and he said, immediately, the moment I sat, he said, I want you to do two things. I have heard about you from many people. Govindadas is only one, they were of the same caste, and in some way related to each other. So I had not agreed to it with anybody else but Govindadas, because he will keep it private. I don't want anybody to know that we had a meeting. I said, you are worried about having a meeting with me? I was thinking I was worried. I have just come because Govindadas had promised you, otherwise I would not have come. If you had simply invited me, I would have refused. I said to Govindadas, look. You persuaded me that he is old and sick, that's why I have come. And what he is saying is that he wants to keep it a secret. Now what is the point of meeting such a cowardly man? And what can he do? And what can he understand from me? But I said, yes, I have come, so you tell me what you want, because you have invited me. So you just tell me. He said, I have heard about you, and I know about you. If you can do two things, I am ready to give all the financial support you want. I will give you a blank check. I said, you tell me about those two things. The blank check I'm not that much interested in. I want to know about those two things, because they must be idiotic. And they were idiotic. One was, you go around the world spreading Hinduism, and I will give you all financial support. Convert as many people to Hinduism as possible. And second, create a movement in the country so that the government is forced to stop cow slaughter. If you can do these two things, don't worry about finances. I said, I am not worrying about finances at all. You keep your blank check yourself, I will never need it. I am not so stupid that I should waste my time changing a Christian into a Hindu, dragging him from one well and throwing him into another. I would be unnecessarily wasting my time. He was utterly drowning in one, happily drowning, now to unnecessarily pull him out. And it will take much effort to pull him out, because others who are in that well, they will pull him back. They will not allow him to get out of the hole, because nobody wants anybody to get out of his hole, his power. And anyway, if somehow I can manage to pull him out, then I have to throw him in another well, so what is the point of it all? Just for your blank check? And my life is wasted unnecessarily. He will be in the same game. Perhaps the jargon will be different. Now he will be carrying the Gita instead of the Bible, but he will be carrying a book, worshipping a book. Now instead of Christ, he will be talking about Krishna. And you will be surprised that linguistic scholarship has found that Christ is nothing but a formation of the word Krishna. Moving from Sanskrit to Bangla, it becomes Christo. From Krishna it becomes Christo. From Bengal. Now you can see very easily Christo becoming Christ. The Greek word Christ is nothing but a transliteration of the word Krishna. So I told him, in fact, between Christ and Krishna there is no difference at all, they are both the same word. And I am not interested at all in this kind of absolutely unnecessary work. If you want, I can drag people from their wells, whether the well is Christian, Hindu, Jew, Mohammedan, but on one condition, that I will let them be free and make them aware, now don't fall into another well. If you want that, I can do it. I will be pulling Hindus out too, because to me it makes no difference. Whoever is drowning in the well, whether Hindu, Christian, Muslim, I have to draw out. And as far as your second proposition is concerned, humanity is dying. Perhaps 20, 30 years more, and this earth will be dead, because man has behaved so wrongly with himself, with others, with nature, with the environment. For the whole of his history he has been preparing for an ultimate war, only one preparation, one goal. And now he has come very close to the goal, he has everything that is needed to destroy this whole earth. In fact we have 700 times more nuclear energy than is needed to destroy this small earth. We can destroy 700 earths like this, that much energy is already stored up. And we are piling it up every day, nobody knows for what. And you want me to be worried about cows not being slaughtered? If there is no man on the earth, do you think there will be any cow? Or any crow? With man, the whole of life will disappear. So if you are really interested in life, then the most important thing right now is to save man from himself. He said, I knew beforehand, I told Govind Das that whatsoever I had heard about this man is dangerous. There is no possibility of us working together. I said, you are saying, working together, I will be working against you my whole life. And I don't need your blank check, but still, if you have courage and some metal in your being, give me the blank check. And I will be fighting against you. The man turned to Govinda Das and he said, take this man away from here. I am very sick, old, and he may give me a heart attack. I told him, a heart attack will do much good for you. At least you will stop making these temples around the country. You know perfectly well millions of people have no houses. And in India, the people who have houses, you cannot conceive what kind of houses they are. Those who have not, in a way their position is clear. But those who have houses, they're not worth calling houses at all. I have been traveling in villages. Not a single house will have a bathroom, not a single house will have an outhouse, a latrine. No, you have to go out by the side of the river or the tank, or wherever water is available you go there. People are doing everything there, and people are drinking the same water. I had to stop going into villages, it was so ugly, so inhuman. And what is a house in India? Just a shed which you would not make even for a cow. They are living with their cows and their bulls and their other animals in the same house. And the families are joined, so in one house you may have 30 people, 40 people, with all the animals. Every house is Noah's Ark. All the species. And such a smell. So much stink that even thinking of it I feel immensely sorry for people. But that is not the case only in India, it is all over the third world. In Africa, in China, it is all over the third world. And you are making temples for God. God can live very easily in the open sky. There is no trouble for him. He is all-powerful. The cold will not give him pneumonia or double pneumonia. Rains will not make him wet. Hot sun will not burn him. So why bother making houses for God? But the problem is greed. Hinduism has been telling Hindus, make houses for God, then you will be rewarded. Christians are saying, make houses for the poor, hospitals for the poor, schools for the poor, orphans, old people, sick people, then you will be rewarded. But the desire of both is to be rewarded. Only one motive is dominating all the religions. In my vision, a truly religious person can have the idea of mistakes, errors, but cannot have the idea of sin. A true religious person cannot create in somebody else the wound of guilt, because that is for a specific reason. If you want to be a Messiah, then you have to create sin, then you have to create guilt. The man who initiated Jesus into disciplehood, John the Baptist, his only message his whole life was, repent, 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 because the Messiah is coming. So get ready. Repent for your sins and get ready. But how do you repent? First, guilt is needed. You have to feel guilty. So feel guilty, repent, and the Messiah will come to save you. I am reminded of a small Sunday school in a village. All the children come to the Sunday school, and the priest teaches them, and he asks, after his long sermon about the beauties, joys, the glories of heaven that Christians are going to get. And all the children are excited, really excited to get quickly into the bus and go to heaven. Why waste time here? Then in the end he asked, now, tell me what is absolutely necessary to go to heaven. One small kid raised his hand. The priest said, yes, stand up and tell me what is needed. The child said, to commit sin. The priest said, what? I have been telling you not to commit sin, and you are answering that to get to heaven you have to commit sin. He said, yes. It is according to your sermon that I have concluded that unless you commit sin you cannot be guilty. If you are not guilty, how will you repent? And if you don't repent, then there is no way. Commit sin first. Feel guilty, repent, and the Messiah comes and takes you to heaven. I think the child was absolutely arithmetical, logical. What he was saying was absolutely right. This is how religions have been managing, commit sin. If you don't commit sin, they will show you that you are committing, although you do not know it. You must be doing something, that is enough. Out of that something it can be found. If you are not doing anything at all, that too is enough. I was talking to a bishop, and said, if a person simply sits silently, doing nothing, at least then he is not committing a sin. You will allow that much. He said, no. God has sent you here to do something, service, duty, and you are sitting doing nothing. That's a great sin. I said, then all the Buddhist monks have gone to hell, because that's what they teach. Just sit silently and do nothing. Only in that way will you become conscious. And when you become conscious, the conscience simply falls apart, because it is an artifact, artificially created by the society. It may be Jewish, it may be Catholic, it may be Protestant, or whatsoever, communist, socialist, fascist, whatsoever. Your consciousness arises in silence, and it arises only in silence, because your whole energy is not going anywhere else, is not involved in action. So when the whole energy is not involved in action, where is it going to go? It starts collecting at your very center of being, like a pillar, a solid pillar of energy, which throws off the conscience and all the ideas of sin and all the ideas of guilt. But remember, with that also goes the Messiah, the Rabbi, the priest. With that goes God, the devil, heaven, hell, the whole nonsense that has been thought of, up to now, as religion. That is not religion. I don't have any need of the concept of sin. In my commune you cannot commit sin. For 3-4 years you have been here. Has anybody committed a sin? Now, 4,000 people are living here for 4 years and not a single sin has been committed. Can you think of this happening in a Catholic monastery? 4,000 of you living in a Catholic monastery, 24 hours a day. Sin and sin and sin, and nothing else will be happening. Anything you do. You will smoke a cigarette and you are committing a sin. You may be loving towards a woman and you are committing a sin. You may enjoy one day to sleep a little longer and you are committing a sin. You may love to read a book which the Vatican has put on the black list. My books are on the black list. Even the books in which I have spoken on Jesus, and spoken very considerately so that nobody is offended, even those books. By mistake, one Christian press in England, Sheldon, which is owned by a Christian association, published my books. First they published The Mustard Seed, then they became interested in me. Then they published other books, and the Sheldon Press people became involved with me. They forgot they are part of the Christian association, they are owned by the Christians, and they are publishing the books which the Vatican has put on the black list. 8 books they published. Then it was made clear to them that there had been some mistake. Now they have dropped all the 8 books, they have returned all the copyrights. Every year, the Vatican goes on putting together the blacklist, which books you should read, which books you should not read. Right now they cannot do what they used to do in the past. In the past they used to burn the books. In the basement of the Vatican, just in the basement of St. Peter's Church, there is an immense library of all the books that they have burned in the past. One copy they have saved, but thousands. That means they have burned thousands of books, completely removed them from the whole earth. Wherever those books were found, they were burned. And whosoever resisted was killed or he was also burned with the books. In the library of the Vatican they don't allow anybody. That library should be taken over by UNO, immediately. It is not the property of the Vatican. And that library may reveal thousands of truths, inventions, discoveries which the popes down the ages have prevented from happening by burning the books. Now they cannot do that, but at least they can do one thing. They can publish, secretly, a black list. And they can put any book on that black list, then no Catholic is allowed to read it. If you read it you are committing a sin, a great sin disobeying the Pope, who is infallible. I don't see there is any need of sin. Yes, you are human beings and you will live like human beings, and sometimes you may commit a mistake. For example, if you are smoking a cigarette it may be a mistake, it may be a fault, but you are doing enough harm to yourself, you need not be punished in hell for it. You are punishing yourself enough. That cigarette may give you tuberculosis or may give you cancer, or at least will reduce your life by a few years. The cigarette will do it itself. There is no need for any devil to come and take you to hell and burn you there. You are doing it yourself, and paying for it. It is nobody else's business. You pay for it, and you burn yourself, perfectly good. But if you become conscious, cigarettes will disappear. So I don't say don't smoke, that will become a commandment. I say become more conscious. And if, in your consciousness, the cigarette disappears, it is bound to disappear, because a conscious man cannot be so stupid that he will take the smoke inside, and then throw it out, and take it in again, and throw it out. Poisoning himself, poisoning the atmosphere, and paying for it, on top of it all. Your actions are not my concern, your consciousness is. If your consciousness allows you to do something, it is right, do it. Don't be worried by any holy scriptures, by any prophets. And if your consciousness does not allow you to do something, then don't do it. Even if God says to you, do it, there is no way, you cannot do it. So it is not a question of your actions. I don't decide about your actions. I am giving you the master key, rather than deciding each simple, single action, whether it is right or wrong. That is a very impossible job. I told you Buddhist monks have 33,000 rules. That's how they came about, because they would go to Buddha with each single thing and ask whether it was right or wrong. And he would make a rule that this was right and that was wrong. One man made 33,000 rules. It is good that for 25 centuries, this has not continued, otherwise. You are doing millions of things. I am not going to bother about each single small thing that you do. My concern is very fundamental, very foundational, your consciousness. I am not concerned with your doing, I am concerned with your doer. And once that doer is awake, it is impossible to do anything wrong. Then whatsoever you do is right. So if you ask me what is right, what is wrong, I will say, anything that you do consciously is right, anything that you do unconsciously is wrong. But I am not using the word sin at all. Even if you are doing something wrong, it is just an ordinary, human mistake, for which nobody needs to invent hell, nobody needs to invent heaven, nobody needs to come and redeem you and liberate you. You are the only one who has allowed himself to be fettered by others. Now, please remember one thing. Others can fetter you, but nobody can redeem you. Only you can redeem yourself, and that is by stopping others fettering you, putting more and more heavy chains on you, making bigger and bigger walls around you. You are your own Messiah, your own salvation. From Unconsciousness to Consciousness. Chapter number 27. Chapter title, Religion, the Last Luxury. 25th November, 1984 p.m. in Lao Tzu Grove. Archive code, 8411255. Short title, Unconc 27 audio, yes video, yes length, 104 minutes. Are you against all religions? Isn't religion something essentially needed by man? Yes, I am against all the religions, because I am for religion. The very fact that there are so many religions is enough to prove that something is basically wrong, that we have not been able to discover the truth about religion, because the truth can only be one, lies can be hundreds. Fictions, you can create as many as you like, it is your imagination. But the truth is not your imagination. You have not to invent it, you have to discover it. I am against all the religions, because all these religions are not religions. If they were religions, there would have been only one religion in the whole world. There is no possibility of there being even two religions. What to say about 300 religions? It is absolutely absurd. It is strange that man continues to tolerate it. These are all fictions, created by different people, different societies, different geographies. They have nothing to do with religion as such, because religion is not geographical, is not historical. Religion is not racial, is not national. All these categories are irrelevant as far as religion is concerned. Do you ever think of science in terms of nations, races, countries, historical periods, geography? If the water boils at 100 degrees here, today, it has always been boiling at 100 degrees everywhere, in the past, and it is going to boil at 100 degrees in the future too. It will not make any difference whether the person who is boiling the water is a Jew or a Hindu or a Christian or a communist, whether he believes in God or does not believe in God, whether he is a sinner or a saint. It won't make any difference at all. The water will boil at 100 degrees all the same. That's a truth, and you need not create any fiction about it. Religious experience is a truth. When you discover it, you will not find that it is Christian or Hindu or Mohammedan or Buddhist. It has nothing to do with all these words. The moment you discover religious truth, all space, all time, become irrelevant. It is simply beyond time and space. It is immaterial, 5,000 years before, 5,000 years afterwards, it is exactly the same. The universe remains authentically itself. It is not wearing phony masks that it goes on changing, so when one mask suits, it uses it, when another mask suits, it uses that. The universe has no masks, it is utterly naked. It is not like you, it has no personality. Truth has no personality. You have not only personality, you have personalities, each one of you many personalities, because you need different faces in different situations with different people. When you are talking to your wife you need one personality, the personality of a husband. When you are talking to your girlfriend you talk differently, you are using the personality of a lover. When you are talking to the priest, you certainly behave in a different way. And when you are talking to your servant, do you behave in the same way as you behave with the Rabbi, with the Pope, with the Mahatma? No, when the servant passes through your room, you don't even take any notice that a person is passing by. The servant is not human. You don't say hello to him, he does not expect any hello from you. He comes and goes, does his work, he is a robot, he is paid for that. You go on reading your newspaper, you don't even give a single glance to the person. You don't ask him anything, not even, how are you? No, that is not expected, you are the master. But when you go to the office and stand before your boss, then the situation is just the reverse, now you are the servant. You are standing there and the boss goes on turning his file as if you are not standing there, as if there is nobody there. He may not be looking for anything in those files, he may be just turning those files to show you where you belong. There is no need for him to take any notice of you. If you watch yourself, you will see in 24 hours how many times you go on changing your personality. And it becomes such an automatic process that you need not even make an effort to change it. The change becomes automatic. You see your wife coming, it automatically changes. You see your boss coming, it automatically changes. It has been your routine for so long, that now. You have to understand one thing about man, that man's mind has a robot part in it. When you learn something, you have to be alert. For example, if you are learning driving you have to be alert, watchful of so many things, the road, the people, the other vehicles passing. You have to be aware of your steering, you have to be aware of the brake, you have to be aware of the gears. And in the beginning when somebody learns, he finds it very difficult to take care of so many things simultaneously. Once you have learned it, what happens? Then you can sing and drive, talk and drive, listen to the radio and drive. Your mind has taken, driving, to another section, and that section is the robot section of the mind. Now the robot takes care of everything that you were required to take care of in the beginning. The same happens with your personalities. So you are not even aware that you change so quickly, no sound is made, no visible change, but if you watch, you will see everything has changed. I was traveling in a train from Delhi to Amritsar. In my compartment there was a woman, young, very beautiful. And at each station, the man who was traveling with her, he could not get a seat in the coupe. Because in the coupe only two people can sit, so he had to travel in another compartment, but at each station he would come running, sometimes bringing sweets, sometimes bringing fruits, sometimes bringing this, sometimes bringing that. I asked the man, "Are you married to this woman?" He said, "Yes. We have been married 7 years." I said, "Don't tell a lie to me. You have not been married even for 7 days." He looked shocked, but he said, "How did you find out?" I said, "This is enough. No husband would come at every station with sweets, fruits, and inquiring, 'Do you need anything?' and hugging and kissing. No husband. And married for 7 years? Impossible. You are not married to her at all." He said, "It is true. She is somebody else's wife. I am also married, and married for 7 years, but that is to another woman. And with that woman, what you are saying, actually that's what I do. Even if I can get a seat in the same compartment, I don't. I travel in another compartment, finding any excuse. And once I leave her in her compartment, then only at the station on which we are going to get down do I come again, not in the middle. What he said was, "But how could you find out?" I said, "There is nothing in it to find out, it is so simple. Even after 7 days of marriage, this stupid behavior that you are persistently doing here at every station drops, simply disappears, because this behavior is foreplay, not afterplay." He said, "What do you mean by foreplay and afterplay?" I said, "Just exactly those words, foreplay. Before you have got hold of the woman, this is foreplay, you are persuading her. And what you are doing with your wife is afterplay. Then you hope that somehow the compartment gets thrown into the river, falls off the rails. Some miracle happens and you do not have to meet that woman again at the coming station where you are going to get down. You think 1,001 things, that, miracles after all happen. She can get lost. Somebody may steal her, or somebody may kill her. Anything is possible in this big world, so many things happen every day. But nothing happens. You find your wife there, you are standing there and you are again saying sweet nothings to her. How much I wished to be with you, how much I missed you, how much I remembered you continuously. Yes, you remembered, but for different reasons. Existence has no personality. No question of personalities, it simply is whatsoever it is. To experience existence as it is to know the truth. The closest is to move from your own center, because that is where you are joined with existence. Your hands can touch a flower. Your eyes can see the colors of the clouds, sky, sunset. Your ears can hear the music of the birds, the sound of the running water or just the breeze passing through the trees. Or in the fall, the leaves falling silently, but still whispering something. But there is a gap between you and the cloud, between you and the falling leaves, between you and the stars. Howsoever close you come, there is still a gap. The very word closeness means to people, two things, not one. The gap is there, howsoever close. You come closest in a love affair with a person, perhaps for a few moments, I will not say for a few hours, a few days, perhaps for a few moments you come closest to a person, but still. There is a gap. You can shout, but your sound will not reach. You can stretch out your hands, but you cannot touch. The gap, howsoever small, is still big enough to keep you to separate entities. You would like to become one, and that's the misery of all lovers and the reason why all love affairs fail. They are bound to because they are trying to do the impossible. It is nobody's fault. They come close. The moment of closeness is so beautiful that they would like to come even closer, but there comes a limit. Where is the limitation? The other is other, and there is no way that you two can become one. Jean-Paul Sartre says, the other is hell. This man is not a psychoanalyst, but it has happened often that painters, poets, novelists, dramatists, artists, have come to discover something which the so-called experts, who are supposed to discover it, go on and never find. Now, Freud never found out that the other is the hell, neither did Jung, nor Adler, nor the whole company that has followed them. Jean-Paul Sartre, in this small statement, says something so tremendously deep and profound, that it is a revelation, the other is hell. Why? Because you want to merge, melt, so that the two-ness disappears and you become one, unified. So that you can see out of the eyes of your beloved, and you can smell, and you can taste, and you can hear, not as a separate being, but as one with the person you love. So that both your centers jump into each other and become one center. That is where Sartre's profound insight comes in. He said, the other is hell. There is no way. The other remains the other, continues to remain the other. Whatsoever you do, everything fails. And it is not the fault of the other. The other is also trying to do everything possible, but you remain the other. Both are trying, but they are going to fail because what they are desiring is impossible. Their alonenesses are their very being. No trespass is possible, you cannot trespass the being of another person. And it is good, because if people were able to trespass other people's beings, then there would be no hope for humanity. Then there would be no hope for real freedom to exist, ever. Because why should only one person trespass? Many can trespass you. Once it is possible, then many people can trespass you. Your purity, your sanctity, your individuality, will lose all meaning. Sartre is right. He has understood the point, that the other is going to remain the other, and the loving heart wants to become one with the beloved. It is going to fail. And that is the misery of lovers. Nobody knows misery more than lovers. Nobody knows suffering more than lovers. So when he says the other is hell, he is saying many things. He is saying there is no other hell, only that one experience, when you come so close, where you feel just one step more and the paradise is yours, but that one step you cannot cross. The goal is in front of you. You are standing at the door, but somehow you cannot even knock on the door. It is there, waiting, not only waiting, welcoming, but somehow you are paralyzed. There is some invisible circle around the other person which you cannot cross, and at that moment you will become aware that the same circle is around you. The circles, when they come close, touch each other, but only at the circumferences of the circles. More than that is not possible. To turn back from the doors of paradise is hell. There is no other hell. The stubborn reality of the other, that it is going to remain other, becomes your failure, becomes the other person's failure too. And you cannot remain stuck at that point. Try to understand, in existence, in life, nothing remains static. Either you go forward or you move away. Forward you cannot move, the invisible wall hits your head and there is no way, and nothing remains static, you start moving away. And the painful memory of failure, the painful memory of reaching so close and yet losing it. The nearest you can come is in love, but love becomes anguish. Ultimately love becomes anguish. Hence, blessed are those who have never loved, because they will never know that the other is the hell. To protect you from this experience, all societies have tried, in some way or other, to prevent love happening. Marriage is good. And of course, living with somebody for years, you start having a certain companionship, a certain need for the other. The other becomes a habit. If your wife goes away for a few days, you are at a loss. You wanted her to go for a few days at least, and when she goes then you are at a loss. You cannot find where your shoes are, you cannot find anything you want in your own house. Suddenly the wife is missed, and you think it is because of love? No, she had become a habit with you, she had taken every care in her hands. Without her you are at a loss as to what to do. Even fighting with her had become a routine part of your life. Now there is nobody to fight in the house. You go from one room to another, even the fight is missed. You come home late, nobody quarrels. You just go to your bed. And the quarrel every night has become such a routine part of you, that you cannot fall asleep without it. It is just like a teddy bear. I sleep with 3 pillows, one on each side and one under my head. While I was traveling in India, I had to carry all 3 pillows, and I use very big pillows, perhaps the biggest size, so one very big suitcase was just for the 3 pillows. Whenever I used to stay with somebody, and he would open my suitcases and in one suitcase, and it was a big suitcase, the biggest suitcase available, only 3 pillows. He would say, What? This big suitcase and you are carrying just 3 pillows, 7. I would say, I cannot sleep without those two. Those two are absolutely part of my sleep. If somebody takes one of my pillows, then it is difficult for me to sleep. I will miss him the whole night. The wife was wanting to go just for a rest for a few days. She is wiped out, I think that is the exact expression, wiped out, by all these children and this husband. A time comes when it is all too much. But when she goes on a holiday, she starts missing the kids, their noise, their fight. She starts missing the husband. Whom to nag? Nagging is such a power trip, and such a joy. And the poor fellow cannot do anything, the wife is so powerful. And she knows that outside this man is a lion, that gives more joy in nagging him, and proving him to be just a rat, nothing else. You may be a lion in the outside, but when you come home, then keep your tail down, and remember that here you are not a boss. She starts missing. With whom to fight? She starts missing all the care she takes. Now there is nobody to take care of. Small things start coming to her memory. In the morning she brings the newspaper to the husband. She had never liked it, the very idea of the husband sitting in front of her, hidden behind the newspaper. She knows why he is reading the newspaper, just to avoid her, so she is not seen. But now, away from home, she starts thinking about whether somebody has given him his newspaper or not. And how is he going to find his shoes? And the clothes? And he is bound to do something stupid in the kitchen. The house may catch on fire, anything is possible. What have I done? Why have I come here? And there is nothing to enjoy. All those dreams that she was having at home have all flown away. Now she is hankering just to be back as quickly as possible. They have become habits to each other. This is not love. But all the societies have tried this simple formula to protect you from the experience, which is terrible in a way but which can also become a transformation. It never became a transformation for Jean-Paul Sartre. I feel sorry for the man. He had come very close when he said the other is the hell. But even in coming that close, to that insight, he is still missing something more significant. His emphasis is still as if the other is responsible for being a hell. No, the other is not responsible. He is not yet seeing the other part, the other half, that you are also the other, from the other side. Are you creating hell for the other person? You are not creating hell. Then be a little more understanding, the other is also not creating hell. Don't dump it on the other. It is simply a natural phenomenon that you can come closest in the experience of love, but only closest. You cannot be welded into one being. Your aloneness becomes for the first time crystal clear. No matter what, you are alone. And all the fiction that there may be somebody who is just made for you, there may be somebody who will fill this gap, this emptiness in you. Nobody can do it, not because nobody wants to do it, no, everybody would love to do it, but it is just not possible in the very nature of things. And it is good, I repeat, that it is not possible in the very nature of things, because if it was possible then there would be no necessity for religion, no need of religion. You ask me, is there any essential need of religion for man? Yes, but it comes only after you have experienced that your aloneness is absolute. You cannot deceive yourself by friendship, by love, by money, by power. You cannot go on deceiving yourself for long. A moment is going to come when you will see all your efforts have utterly failed. You are still as alone as you have always been. This is the moment when religion comes in. Religion is nothing but a 180-degree turn, from the other to yourself. You have tried the other, it does not work. The other is not responsible. The other has not created the universal law. The other is as much part of this universal law as you are. If your understanding goes a little deeper. Sartre was just on the brink where he could have turned towards himself, but he stopped there. The other is hell. He condemned the other, but he didn't turn to give a try to himself. You have given a try to many people in your life, reaching to the farthest person, trying to bring him close to you. You succeeded in bringing him very close, and at the last moment, just one step more. And it has failed. The human mind says, perhaps this is not the right person. Find another person. Go on finding another person. The mind goes on giving you hope. If it has not happened with this woman, this man, it may happen with somebody else. Perhaps you were trying with the wrong person. The mind goes on finding consolations, excuses, explanations, rationalizations, but all those are futile. Those rationalizations, explanations, excuses, consolations, will keep you away from religion. Sartre could have become one of the religious men, which is very rare, a very ordinary phenomenon, but very rare, because nobody tries the ordinary, everybody is after the extraordinary. Religion is when love has failed. I am for love. I have been teaching my whole life in favor of love. The reason is strange. But I am an eccentric man. I have been teaching you to go for love because I know that unless you come to this crucial point, where the other is hell, you will never become religious. I am not for love. My whole effort is for religion. The pseudo-religions just give you ready-made formulas, and I want to give you the real experience, but I cannot give it to you. I can only show you the path, can explain to you how it happens, and then leave you free to experiment with it if you want. If love has not failed, then you are not yet adult enough for religion. You are below age. Whatsoever your age, it does not matter. It may be 60, maybe 70, it does not matter. If you are still hoping that love can succeed, then you are yet under age. But if you have come to realize this totally, that it is against the nature of things, existence does not work that way. You are you, the other is other. If you want to taste the experience of existence, it is not via the other, it is a direct jump within yourself. It is via you, through you. And only love and its failure can throw you inside. Nothing else can throw you inside, because everything else is far below love. Money, you may have enough and you may be fed up with it, but that does not mean that you will move towards religion. There are so many other things. You may start thinking that money is useless, but money can give you power. It can make you the president of the country. Perhaps there is the thing that you are looking for. You can become the president of the country or a prime minister of a country. And life is short. Much of it you have wasted in earning money, and now you will waste it to get into power. And there is a ladder. Rung by rung, you have to go up the ladder. And there is always a rung higher than you, signaling you, come up, here is the thing that you want. When you reach that rung, there is another rung above you. Once in a while, some stubborn idiot succeeds in reaching the last rung, from where there is nowhere to go because there is no higher rung anymore, the ladder has ended. But when you have made so much effort to reach it, can you admit to those who are struggling below you, don't bother. I have found nothing here. I have wasted my whole life and now I am standing on the ladder's highest rung, and all I can do is jump and commit suicide. There is nothing else here? Now, that will mean you accept your stupidity. No, a man who has been working so hard to reach the top. And by the time he reaches, he is almost near his grave. Now it is better to go on, smiling, a Jimmy Carter smile. I really feel sorry for Jimmy Carter. He is really a poor man. He had to come down from the topmost rung, back to earth. Now all the smile has disappeared. I have seen his photographs since he lost the election, continually looking at his photographs. Not a single photograph of that big smile, which must have been the biggest in the whole world. What happened to that smile? That smile was phony. Even when he was on the last rung, it was phony. But when you have been in the game of phoniness, in the game of politics, you become so accustomed to it that even seeing that by your side is just suicide. The American people are very wise. They have assassinated 20% of their presidents. That is great wisdom. They saved those 20% of presidents from the same situation in which Jimmy Carter is. If somebody had shot him while he was smiling, at least he could have had the last smile. Death anyway is going to come. Now it will come, but there will be no smile. Anyone becoming a president of a country then tries to remain the president until he dies. Everybody wants to die as the president, as the prime minister, whatsoever is the highest post. Because he has devoted his whole life to growing this phony personality, now at least let him have the honor of death as a president of the country, or as a prime minister of a country. Yes, he deserves it. He has worked hard for it. And mostly it happens that either he is assassinated, or he dies of a heart attack. India has had 6 prime ministers since independence. The first prime minister was Jawaharlal Nehru, the best politician amongst all the political leaders of the world, for the simple reason that he was not a politician. He was drawn to the freedom struggle of India, and had no idea of being in power. He was not meant to be a politician. He had such a sensitive soul that he could have been a great poet, painter, musician, anything, but not a politician. I had several meetings with him. He was in absolute agreement with my ideas, but said to me with tears in his eyes, "Whatsoever you are saying can transform the whole future of India, but you don't have any idea of the collective mind of the masses. They cannot understand what you are saying. They will be against you. You cannot succeed in transforming their mind, you can only succeed in being crucified by them." He was shocked by the Chinese invasion of India. He fell sick and could never recover from the shock. He died as the Prime Minister of India. He was a great preacher of peace, brotherhood, love, and he had created a third world bloc against the Soviet Union and America, so that these 2 camps are not the only camps in the world, there is another camp which is neutral. And he had succeeded in creating a third camp which is neutral. China was part of it, and China was the biggest part of it, the most important part of it, and China attacked India. Now, on the Himalayan borders it is very difficult to fight the Chinese. Indians live not in the Himalayas but on the plains. This side of the Himalayas is Indian, the other side is Chinese. Now, millions of Chinese live on the other side, and they are accustomed to the Himalayan eternal snows. They can fight. You cannot survive with them. In the Himalayas, if a fight goes on, nobody can defeat them. Just as it used to happen with Germany. In the First World War it happened, when Napoleon attacked Russia it happened, in the First World War when Germany attacked Russia it happened. In the Second World War Hitler made the same mistake, he attacked Russia. It happened because Russia is vast, 1/6 of the land mass of the whole earth, and for 6 to 9 months it is covered with snow, so only for 3 months can you fight. The moment snow starts falling, then nobody can fight with the Russians. They are accustomed to it, their physiology for millions of years has been accustomed to it. It is their home. But for anybody else, it is death. Napoleon was finished there. The First World War was finished there, and Adolf Hitler was finished there. In fact, it was a challenge, that's why he attacked Russia. Because Napoleon had been defeated there and in the First World War Germany was defeated there, Adolf Hitler wanted to prove that Russia is not something unconquerable. But it was a purely natural thing. When the snow starts falling, then nobody can be victorious in Russia, then you cannot fight with the Russians. The same is true about the Chinese. China has 1/5 of the population of the world, the biggest of any country in the world. When China attacked India, it took over thousands of miles in the Himalayas, and India could not do anything. It was such a serious shock to Jawaharlal, who was always healthy before it, that he suddenly started shrinking, dying. As far as I understand, he died a psychological death. To be more accurate, he committed a psychological suicide. He lost all hope for peace, for no war in the world, because China had been the closest friend to India. If you cannot trust your closest friend, whom are you going to trust? He simply lost all joy. Suddenly he became old. The second Prime Minister was Lal Bahadur Shastri. He was interested in me very much, and promised that although his party and colleagues did not agree with it, he would try his best to implement my ideas. But he died of a heart attack in the USSR. His secretary reported to me that all the way on the journey he was reading my book, Seeds of Revolutionary Thought. And the night he had the heart attack, another of my books, The Perfect Way, was in his hands. The third Prime Minister of India has just been assassinated. She was the most courageous, and ready to do even things which go against the mass mind. I had suggested to her that she should throw people like Morarji Desai out of her cabinet. She said, "He is one of the most stubborn fanatics, and believes that he is always right." He was the Deputy Prime Minister, just second to Indira Gandhi, but she said she would try to throw him out, and she did it. The fourth Prime Minister was Morarji Desai. Nobody thought him worth assassinating, so he is still living and now trying to become a holy sage, the same ego trip again. Charan Singh, the fifth Prime Minister, is not even worth mentioning. And Rajiv, we have yet to see whether he proves worthy of his grandfather and mother, or not. I have an inner certainty that he will not disappoint the country. Jimmy Carter suddenly became 10 years older the moment he lost the election, in one